In racing, there are many great tests. Daytona and Indianapolis test your speed. Dakar tests your adaptability. Monaco tests your precision. But there is nothing quite like a 24-hour race to test your endurance. Twice around the clock, the drivers must try to always be moving, always be making forward progress. It sounds simple on the surface, but anyone who has tried knows it is anything but. Let's see who can outlast the others as we get ready to watch the second annual Majors 24, and you'll see it all live here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and joining me in the booth is Adam Lindgren and Ossian Puhaka. Behind the scenes is our director, Robert O'Brien, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Before we get to this monumental event, let's head to our track guide to introduce you to the most famous endurance track in the world, the Circuit de la Sarthe. Welcome to Le Mans. When you talk about legendary circuits, this is a place that stands among the most famous in the world. Part permanent road course, part temporary street circuit, it traipses through the countryside just south of the city where it gets its namesake. Its size matches its reputation as well, clocking it at 8.5 miles, which equates to roughly 13.5 kilometers. However, when you take into account that it's split by only 33 turns, the frighteningly fast nature of this circuit becomes clear. Most of the corners have been added over the century of history it's experienced, but many have become renowned and respected. The two turns at the opposite ends of the massively long Mulsanne Straight play equally important roles. Tertre Rouge requires a great exit in order to not lose massive amounts of time, while Mulsanne Corner takes bravery and precision in order to brake as late as possible and keep opponents from passing you on the way in. There's also hair-raising moments like the tricky entry to Indianapolis, or the close walls along the bridge section in the Porsche curves. To win here, drivers will need a very low downforce setup, a good sense of strategy, and heaps of bravery. The 24 Hours of Le Mans is the crown jewel of endurance racing, which many drivers dream of someday winning and many fans flock to witness in person. Once you've driven the track here on iRacing, it's easy to see why. Well, Adam, the look of the types of cars that have raced here have certainly changed over the years. The classes have changed. But for today, we're going for a bit of a traditional fare.
Yeah, absolutely. The Circuit de la Sarthe in France is known for a very famous real-life race coming up this coming weekend. And this 8.47 mile or 13.63 kilometer, 33-turn layout, affectionately known as the Circuit de 24 Hours du Mans, is one of the most legendary and challenging road courses in existence. The first and final sectors are by far the most challenging on the track, and the middle three sectors feature some of the longest straights in racing. Today's race features the LMP1, LMP2, and GTE classes, and this course is right for multi-class racing. With plenty of room everywhere but Arnage and the Ford chicane, passing around here should not be a challenge for any of the classes, either within your own class or between classes, but with all the rules, regulations, and challenges these drivers have had to face just to get here today, I'm sure tensions are running very high and the nerves are extremely raw before today's race show.
Absolutely. Now, if you're wondering about how this race is going to go, well, there's certain details that are going to be obvious. For instance, it's 24 hours. However, the three different classes are LMP1s, LMP2s, and GTE class cars. Now, they are obviously running a team race here, since it'd be very difficult to do it, though not impossible, with a single person. They have a minimum of 2 drivers, but a maximum of 8 drivers for a team. And I have seen some of them have quite a few drivers in there, so we could see up to that 8 number here. They also have something very interesting, at least for this top split, as we will be covering multiple splits here today. They have full course cautions on, and though the cautions will be handled by iRacing itself in splits 2, 3, and 4, here in the pro split, which we're looking at right now, they will be manual. It'll be just like real life, where they will have 3 pace cars, 3 safety cars that will pick up the field. It's an open setup race, so the drivers and the teams in general will want to have gotten a nice steady setup in there, but also one that is fast. However, unlike the usual majors races, there is no spare car, and with it being a 24-hour race, you can anticipate that being a huge talking point. You cannot waste anything out there, because if you get damaged, you're stuck with it or having to fix it for the rest of the race itself. Now, right now, we are in the midst of qualifying, or at least the hyperpole. This is the LMP1s that you see mostly out there. There might be a couple of the other classes still running, but we're looking to see who can take the overall pole. Right now, PCS Silver with Ben Snemethi in the number 72 holds the provisional pole. And we've got a few out here that are giving it a go to see if they can take it away, Adam. And it's not the most important thing to have the pole position in an endurance race, but it certainly helps at the start.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely helps at the start for sure for these drivers. But I've been looking at the qualifying times. We just got a fastest time from Marcus Hamilton, a 3:09.163. But honestly, Joe, these qualifying times are pretty far off of the pre-qualifying times that we saw. Now, granted, the weather is very different. It's variable here for the race versus it was fixed for the qualifying session, so they could set up very well for the qualifying sessions. But look at this, 115 degrees on track. It's a toasty one today for these drivers. And even with Marcus's fastest lap, that's still 0.6 off of what we saw in pre-qualifying right now. But he's still doing better than everyone else. He's got 0.3 on PCS Silver's Bense Nemethi that comes in the second position in the LMP1.
Loic Machon is the one that we're watching here as he heads down the Mulsanne into the second chicane and then heading his way off towards the Mulsanne hairpin as well. This is the long straights that you heard Adam talking about. And that temperature actually will make quite a bit of a difference today. You know, often we'll talk about the temperatures and how it's going to affect the racing here on the channel, Adam. But not often do we get to talk about it making such different changes throughout the race, such drastic changes, because we're going completely from day to night to day.
Yeah, absolutely. And so with an open setup race, a lot of teams don't spend a lot of time adjusting their setup over the course of the race, but the teams that do gain a significant advantage. They'll be able to adjust their car from, when it gets a lot colder, the car gets a lot tighter for you over the course of it getting much colder, and that can be an issue later on in the evening. So if you set up your car for these hot conditions right now, when the track temperature drops down to like 80, 75 degrees overnight, that's going to be a very, very tight machine for you, especially going through the evening. And then when you start to come out into the morning, we don't know what tomorrow's going to bring as far as the weather is concerned, so it'll be very interesting to see whether or not the track is hotter or cooler going into the final ones, for sure.
Absolutely, and this is the third lap. They get 4 attempts for that pole position here for today's race, and Marchand on the third lap here for the Protocharge SimSport number 20 machine as we hop on board, coming out of Maison Blanche and up towards the final chicane, the forward chicane. Let's see if this is going to be a good one. Down into the braking, it looks like he has backed off of it, so maybe just charging up the batteries, getting ready for one final flyer.
Yeah, absolutely. So one final flyer here, and the LMP1's so quick around here. A lot of drivers have talked about the fact that the Audis still have an advantage, even with the adjustments that have been made to both the Audis and the Porsches over the last couple of years with from iRacing. But that's why you're going to see so many Audis out here on the track for these drivers. In fact, looking at it, we only have one Porsche LMP1 that has set a qualifying time, and that is second position of PCS Silver.
Well, and with this being top split, I guess that is definitely a sort of knock against anybody who says that the Audi is the car to have. So as we watch Marcus come around for his final flying lap, he already has the pole. Can he extend it even farther than his quarter of a second he has over his nearest rival? There are still, I'd say, about half the teams still out on track currently. So the SRO Movano Corsa P1 car coming down towards Indianapolis. To me, one of the most tricky corners on this track, frankly, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. A very, very tricky corner, but one of the most fun for sure. Diving through Indianapolis, they're going to come up to Arnage, and I find that to be the most challenging for sure of all the turns on the track because you've been going so fast for so long and you're expected to wind it down to one of the slowest corners on the track and then speed up again and go into the S's. So it's a real challenge for all these drivers to make that work. We see a lot of spins and a lot of accidents at that corner. It's because the speed difference is so great. But then look at this. The LMP1's absolutely stuck down here. Just a little lift for them going into these chicanes. Such an impressive machine built to specifically take this section of this track.
Absolutely. And one of the twistiest parts through here. Very fast series of corners as he now comes down through, and it does look like he is on a good lap. Let's see if this is good enough for pole position, as NSR Red Sim Performance has now taken that away and crossing the line. No, it is not an improvement. So unfortunately, SRC Movano Corse can do no better than second.
Yeah, so Loic Marchand in the Protocharged SimSport machine is our next driver to take the chicanes. Actually, we'll be trailing a little bit behind Blue Flag Racing Prototype, but they're currently about a second off the pace from Loic Marchand in the number 20 machine in the Protocharged SimSport car. So as we watch Marchand take it through here, fairly good, fairly conservative. Good job keeping that on the track there, not getting it off track. So easy to do right there at that section. An interesting thing to note, remember, there's no incident limit for these drivers as far as disqualification is concerned. So these drivers have to keep it on track. And Loic Marchand crosses the line and does improve, puts himself up into third position for the start of this race.
Nicely done. Satellite Racing Mulsanne with Gabriel Roos inside the car right now. His quickest lap, a 3:10.7, was only good enough for 10th out of the 11 drivers in the LMP1s here today as he tries to widen the entry into the Ford chicane. Nothing to lose here. Might as well chuck it in. Can he go any quicker? It does look like he's on a lap of improvements. Crosses the line. A 3:10.4. That is faster, and it's up to 8th for the number 24 team. And that is going to be it for our qualifiers. Before we get to the grid, we do want to mention our sponsor here for the majors, which is, of course, the Majors Garage, home of free Baseline Plus setups. Get help from any of the garage coaches 24/7. Sign up now for awesome, affordable monthly subscriptions, telemetry, coaching, and more by simply clicking on our link in the description below. Also, if you use our special discount code MajorsGSRC, you'll get 10% off. Well, with that, we have a set grid here today for a 24-hour race. Our LMP1 sees NSR Red, simperformance.dk on the pole position. SRC Movano Corsa P1 saw that top spot snatched away late in the hyperpole. Protocharged SimSport will start from third as PCS Silver will be P4. You've got Team Fordzilla LMP1 starting fifth and Valkyrie Competition in 6th position. Blue Flag Racing Prototype starts P7. Satellite Racing Mulsanne P8. Pure Sims Esports starts in 9th, and then it's Paceworks Esports in 10th, and one final team, here in the LMP1s with Precision Racing Esports 111.
Then we got an all-Williams front row for the LMP2s, Williams Esports Fanatec, and then we got Williams Esports Chill Blast lining up 1 and 2. Third is going to be Veloce Esports with Carbon SimSport in 4th. T3 Motorsports by Manatee Green is lining up 5th. Then Pure Sim Esports LMP2 and $sign LMP2 in 6th and 7th. SRC Movano Corsa P2 is going to line up in 8th with Federcio Esports Racing in 9th. We got Delta Sport Blue in 10th position with Race Clutch 11th. Satellite Racing Tetre Rouge in the 12th position with RSR by Butt Kicker number 68 in 13th. Delta JM Motorsport number 401 in 14th. Mag Performance SRT in 15th with Punto Ciel Racing Blue in 16th. Then we got Brabham Esports in 17th. Pike from Beach Racing 18th. Alpenstars Geodesic Racing in 19th position. And then 20th is Simsa Esports. And a second Simsa Esports looks like they've registered, but it's a qualifying time for the LMP2s.
Ooh, it's going to be a tough one for everybody in the GTEs because Mega Racing Team has taken the pole there. They've been dominating the regular series championship on the Americas side in the majors. Team Fordzilla GTE starts in second. You've got RSR Butt Kicker 67 starting in third. Then it's T3 Motorsports beginning P4. Next row has Wannabe SRT Yellow with Altitude Esports to their outside. Seventh will be Rocket SimSport GTE. Pure Sims Esports 116 in 8th. Then it's Pass Me the Bag in 9th, and Orion Race Team rounds out your top 10. NetRex Grand Prix Lime will be P11. You've got Race Anywhere SimSport 067 starting 12th, followed by Team Year 1 and 13th. They're there outside. Pure Sims Esports 117. .exe Esports will be starting in the 15th spot. Simrigs.com DPR will be 16th. They're number 233. Mach 1 Esports Yellow 17th, and it's Brabham Esports GTE in 18th. SimSports SimRacing 19th, and Lapert Esports in 20th. Then in the final slide, it's Apex Tech Racing, followed by Aquila Racing, InSpeed Racing, and Arvences Racing Red, of our 56-car grid here today. We are having a split start, and already the LMP1s are on their way. So, coming down through these final little bits, I wonder, Adam, how nervous the drivers and teams are at this stage, knowing that it has been weeks of preparation. It's come down to qualifying. They've done everything they can, and now they have to perform.
Yeah, weeks of preparation, all over $100 in setting pre-qualifying times, like for the second attempts. So these drivers and these teams have spent a lot of money to get here, have spent a lot of time to get here. It's going to be an intense race for sure for everybody. So we're starting to line up here, and a little bit of a messy lineup for these drivers. This is going to be an interesting start, Joe.
Yeah, they're going single file as we get the tricolor up above. And the traditional start here at the Circuit de la Sarthe with all the pomp and circumstance. But after that, it is down to what you can do on the track and not about all the glitz and glamour that surrounds you. So we watch from on board NSR Red. Hopefully they'll be getting double file. If not, maybe they're going to be starting single file here. Yeah, because the pace car is ducking in. They're going to start single file here for the LMP1s. So Martin Christensen starting them off up on the top step, gets the green flag. We are green for the Majors 24 as they fly by the pits for the first time, but hopefully won't be the last for all of our drivers here coming down into the Dunlop chicane. Anybody willing to make some risky moves to start things off? A couple drivers trying to make some attempts. It looks like Bashan da Silva tried to get one done, but could not get by. Let's go down to the LMP2s.
LMP2s had a very clean start with both Williams drivers getting a good launch, understandably, because they're probably talking to one another. But look at that. That's Patrick Wolf in the Veloce Esports machine that's trying to tuck in with the rest of the guys. Then we got Carbon SimSport, Michael Rock tucked in behind him in fourth. And the fifth is T3 Motorsport by Manatee Green. Let's go down to the GTEs.
And the number 38 making a good move up into third position. But up at the front, Mike Wagner for Team Fordzilla leads in the number 67 as they come down the Chapel Run. And certainly looks like Fords are popular here today. But it is a Ferrari, appropriately, that is chasing in second with T3 Motorsport. They've got Luca Wunsch coming down as they enter Tertre Rouge. And now, one of the most critical corners on the track.
Yeah, absolutely. And interesting to note, Mega Racing Team started on pole, but they lost the lead of the race before they came to the line. So I don't believe that's going to be a problem. But, oh, look at this. Norbert Leitner is going to be our first cut track in the wannabe SRT yellow machine. So unfortunately, they've fallen back. We're taking a look at the LMP2s, though. This is Alex Gallus trying to make his way around the track in the Satellite Racing Tertre Rouge machine in 13th position.
And we've seen Gal race here on the channel plenty of times, but usually in older prototype machinery over in the Camel series, but certainly seems to be holding his own in the middle of the pack right now as he chases on Andrew Dawson running in the RSR by Butt Kicker 68 car. coming down the Mulsanne. A lot of single file racing for now. I think everybody got the memo here, Adam, that this is a long race and there's no need to be risky here at the start.
No, absolutely not. This is not the time. I mean, you think that this is the time to go racing, but you want to be very, very cautious. This is the first of 24 hours around this track. And it's funny, I say that and everyone rolls their eyes and they go, like, of course, Adam, we know that. But when you're a driver in the car, sometimes it's hard to remember that you're in a 24-hour race and you need to be careful out there. You've got an entire team resting on your shoulders. You've got 23 hours and 57 minutes left of racing that you got to be careful of. But take a look at this. The lead of the race already starting to gap a little bit. We got a pass going on for second position as PCS Silver of Leonard Rart trying to make his way around Loic Marchand. We've had a wreck of the LMP2s, Carbon SimSport, and T3 Motorsports are around.
Oh, Ronnie Nunez in the T3 car, and looks like that is Michael Rack in the Carbon SimSport machine. Oh, and they're going to make another bit of contact as they return to the track. We've got a replay. This happened down into Indianapolis. Oh, it looks like we're still live. We'll try and get that replay in a little bit. Ooh, and really clobbering the curbs there. Some of these LMP1s as they complete lap one here today. It is still NSR red with Christensen leading, who has pulled a gap of about 2 seconds over PCS Silver, now in second place over Protocharged SimSport.
Yeah, absolutely. Having looked back at that incident, just looks like a little bit of a miscommunication, but also a little bit of over-eagerness from drivers, and it looks like Veloce Esports is having a problem now. They're way off the pace.
That looks like a slowdown to me. Yeah, they're trying to get it going. Once again, we've already seen a couple cars. There was the number 23 of Rocket SimSport had a similar issue on the Mulsanne. Cut one of the chicanes accidentally. They had to give up a ton of spots themselves. This is a battle on screen right now for, it looks like, the 6th position. This is Federico Esports with Luigi Di Laschio in that car, being chased by Owen Carroll in Race Clutch as they come down through the Forest S's. This is a spot where the barriers get very close to the edge of the track itself. And then got to watch out for those cut course penalties coming off of the Mulsanne, or onto the Mulsanne rather. And I see multiple drivers getting slowdowns in the LMP2s right now. That's coming through the Ford chicane, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of the LMP2 drivers getting those slowdowns, but a lot of other drivers driving fairly safely for them at the moment. But yeah, I mean, we've seen a little bit of contact between drivers. I can also report that the SimSA Esports, the second SimSA Esports car that has started this race, they're starting to cut their way through. They've almost cut their way all the way through the GTEs. So they're not that far off, actually, of the back of the pack. Oh, look at this. There's a little bit of bump drafting going on, which is a little risky for sure. But those are the two Williams Esports machines. So if anyone's going to know how to work together, it's Arthur Loic and Alexander Spetz.
I've had the pleasure of getting to work with Williams Esports, calling some of their team races, as well as getting to call the eNASCAR series as well. Ooh, that was a bit of a rough bump draft. I'm a bit surprised that they're willing to do that, because the last thing you want is any sort of damage on these cars at this track.
Yeah, I mean, especially the front strakes. That's going to be the most dangerous part. And those are on the front right and front left of the machine. But man, take a look at back at 6th position and on back. Starting to become a little bit of a gaggle there for those drivers. They got to be careful. We've already seen one wreck at Indianapolis. You don't want to be the cause of consternation for the rest of your team. So hopefully, oh my goodness, that's tight. Look at how close they're getting here. I'm not sure I'd be this racy this early on. We got a long way to go.
And yeah, you could see Luigi decided to back out of that pretty early. Didn't really want to race them that hard. So that was Delta Sport Blue and Race Clutch getting clear to 6th and 7th as they come out of Arnage, one of the slowest corners on this track. They start to pick it back up, head their way up towards the Porsche curves. Good exit by Carroll, and is starting to get some distance. But we've jumped up to Daniel Civizabo here. This is 4th, chasing on Delandes in the number 17 machine. This is a battle for P3 in the LMP2s, and they got another one behind them in the form of the SR Movano Corsa P2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the name of the game here to start this race is going to be stay with the car ahead of you. Don't lose the draft. Just stay in that draft. Cling to the car ahead of you and do your best to do that. Now, so we got two Williams esports machines, the two Pure Sim esports machines. The Pure Sim esports machines are not working together quite as well right now, as they're actually starting to fall off the back of the Williams esports machines by about a second and a half. That's going to be about the length of time that the draft is effective for. So if they fall any further back, now they're 1.6 and dropping, they're going to have lost the draft of the driver's head.
And you might think, oh, well, if they're already getting away, if they've got better pace, isn't this going to be straightforward? They just have to keep it together? Well, not so. The cautions that we mentioned are random here. They have been predetermined before we came to this, and they will be handled by human beings out here. So this is not going to be something that's automated. As I mentioned, it will be manual safety cars, and they will split the field. So what that will mean is that you can be caught out by that in terms of strategy, as we see a little bit of a pass now coming down the Mulsanne. And that looks like our Williams guys just continuing to kind of swap and use the slipstream. And is that a slowdown?
Yes. That's a slowdown for Arthur Loic in the Williams Esports Fanatec machine, so he had to back out of it. Hopefully he's paid that price before hitting the chicane. Otherwise, you lose another second coming off the exit there. So, yeah, as you said, Joe, the cautions are predetermined by race control, but they have not told the teams where those cautions are happening. So everyone involved there, it looks like we had some other slowdowns happening further back in the pack of the GTEs. The GTEs, we've been watching the LMP2s a lot. The GTEs have been just as close, Joe.
And I got to think the slipstream going to be so important in those cars, too, as we hop on board with P2 here. This is Jurunga in the RSR butt kicker 67, number 38, funnily enough. Everybody, I see a lot of 67s here, which is, I guess, a reference maybe to the Fords, as we get a little bit of a swap that looks like. And that's Luka Wunsch, who is going to be able to go by with T3. That's going to be for the fourth position.
Joe, I'd like to make a note of something here. I've been watching, I've just been noting that Mega Racing Team, who are current series leaders in the regular major series, Christian Challoner, an iRacing staff member, and Mega Racing Team is full of iRacing staff members and eNASCAR drivers. They're down in the 6th position right now, and they continue to drop positions, and I honestly think that Christian's trying to hit a fuel number. His pace off of the corners is just not quite as aggressive as the rest of the guys. I think he's in a different fuel map trying to hit a fuel number right now.
I can almost guarantee you. I know Christian pretty well. He works with us here at GSRC from time to time, and yeah, if he is sitting back the way he is, he's certainly got the pace. He's definitely, we saw from the poll, has the ability to go a little bit faster, but for now, he is choosing to sit back. So this has got to be some sort of strategy call from them for the time being. And yeah, down in 6 right now, being led still by Team Vordzilla up at the front. And in fact, a little bit of a split between the first two and T3 Motorsport, who we just saw take P3 away from Altitude Esports. So hopefully they'll be able to catch back up and make a race out of that fight for the lead pretty soon. And it looks like we got a special guest with us joining for the first part of the race. Chris Scala hopping in to help us out here while we get some stuff figured out behind the scenes with Ozzy. Chris, welcome in. I know you're a lot more used to the oval side of things, but you'll be our Michael Waltrip for the day.
Yeah, I'm just not going to be walking around on pit road and stuff like that and like acting like I just know who everybody is, I guess Martin Brundle style. But no, it's great to be here. Le Mans is a great race. It's one I've been a part of for multiple occasions. I won't say I had the best runs in the world, but you know what? It's a lot of fun. It's an experience that even on iRacing is such a great thing to be a part of. And these guys are out here having a blast. It's an endurance race. And it's just so key for these guys right now, with it being so early, to just get into a rhythm. Don't make mistakes to hurt your team, and just learn and kind of get the feel of the field, and just be patient and let the race just kind of slowly come into your hands.
Yep, we've talked about that a lot, and apologies. We will have pictures back soon. In the meantime, you can follow what's happening on the left-hand side of your screen, but we'll keep you up to speed as to what's happening out on the track. Up with the LMP1s, it's been relatively calm up there since the start. A lot of them have kind of spread out. Those are going to be a lot more complicated here, Adam, with the hybrid systems and different hybrid systems between the Porsche and the Audi as well. Hopefully the teams have done a lot to try and figure out what is the optimum way to use those.
Yeah, absolutely. The Porsche can harvest on the straightaways. The Audi does not generally. So that actually means that the Porsche can do a little bit more harvesting on those straightaways, but that actually slows them down a little bit because they're inducing a little bit of drag in order, on a little bit of brake drag in order to generate that heat to charge those batteries. And so that actually slows them down on the straightaways. And because it was such an advantage, it's actually been balanced out of the Porsche that they don't get as much of a draw over the course of the lap as the Audis can just under braking, especially around here at Le Mans. So that's why you see a lot of drivers tending to pick the Audi. But if you drive the Porsche correctly, that actually can be mitigated pretty effectively with a little bit of lift and coast around here. So, well, by lift and coast, I mean dragging brake into the braking zone a little early. You never lift and coast in a hybrid machine because you're not regenerating energy at that point. But yeah, these drivers can definitely adjust for that, and the fastest Porsche drivers definitely do.
It's been interesting down in the LMP2s. I'm seeing quite a bit of battling for sixth place here, Chris. It looks like Delta Sport Blue is leading a train of cars, and they've been swapping back and forth. And I don't think this is necessarily working together. So after all of our talk about it's early in the race, just get the laps in, it looks like some of them did not get the memo.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you always got those kind of people in this race and you know, sometimes it's an experience thing. Sometimes it's just maybe not enough practice or whatever, but it's like they get out there and they get on track and get to the first corner and all of a sudden, what happened? And now you're way behind the eight ball early in this race. And for whatever reason it is, it's just a situation that comes in every iRacing endurance race for some reason.
So that is Delta Sport Blue with Deltraz. Oh,
sorry, Joe. We just had contact between Pass Me the Bag, a Race Anywhere SimSport, and Mega Team Racing down in 6th, 7th, and 8th in the GTEs. Nobody wrecked. Oh, I spoke too soon. Race Anywhere SimSport just went around off of Indianapolis. This was self-created moment, just spun up the rear tires, but that's major damage for them. And I believe he's going to have to come to the pits and repair that. So there's just contact going down, coming into Indianapolis on that straightaway. And everyone was able to keep it together, but I think that just spun up the rear tires a little bit too much for Paul Lang. And he's now got front end damage, and he's going to have to take that thing to the pits. Only 15 minutes into this race, guys.
Yeah, that's Paul Lang in that car right now, the number 21, into the Porsche curves and doing what he can to try and get it back to pit lane. Trying to see if he's got a meatball. No, he's good. So depending on how it handles, I guess he could carry on. This is very early for a pit stop, and that'll put them completely out of sequence. Again, the cautions could change that later on, but I doubt you'd want to be on a different strategy this early. And yeah, it looks like, Adam, he is going to carry on.
Yeah, that's a risky move for sure. I mean, he is in the Corvette, so it's a mid-engine machine. So, but that was a hard hit. I'm guessing they're going to be down on straight line speed, not just because of aero damage, but also because of engine damage. So, in 11th position right now, 4 seconds behind wannabe SRT Yellow. So, got some work to do to catch back up, and that car's not handling well at the moment. So, I mean, I know you don't want to be on a new strategy this early on, but with the damage that they're carrying at this point, and also with the LMP1s now cutting through the field, this is going to make things interesting for them.
Absolutely. And NSR Red, actually just had an off just behind them. That was one of our GTEs, Team Year 1, and the number 56 had to take to the gravel coming through the Forest S's. Thankfully did not hit anything. And now that they're on the Mulsanne, that's going to be a lot easier to overtake the traffic. Excuse me. So it looks like that is going to help out for at least the front of the LMP1 fields. And again, if you're just joining us, apologies for the lack of pictures. We're working on a couple technical issues behind the scenes, but you can follow what's happening between the classes there on the left-hand side of your screen as the race carries on. And right now, NSR Red SimSport Performance DK leads LMP1s, Williams Esports Chill Blast leads LMP2s, and Team Fordzilla GTE leads the GTEs.
Yeah, it's very tight racing between all the classes right now. Just watching a battle between 5th, 6th, and 7th in the LMP1s, Pure Sim Esports, Team Fordzilla LMP1, and Valkyrie Competition. All of them very tight together, and they're cutting their way through those GTEs, and the GTEs are hanging out on the center line of the track, making it very challenging for the LMP1s to get around. And that's the preferred racing line. They were told by race control to race the preferred racing line only, so the LMP1s know what to expect at this point, but still a little tight for them to get around the corner, especially many of the GTs don't look like they're expecting this to happen right now, honestly.
Guys, you got to pass for overall lead here. LMP1, Leonard Rart there in the 72 just jumped Christensen to the lead.
Great stuff. That was on the way down into Indianapolis. And the PCS Silver now up on the top spot as he comes out of Arnage heading towards the Porsche curves. And quite a drop back there from Christensen along the straight. And the lead car is now the lone Porsche. So wonder if that was some of the boost maybe helping that PCS Silver team trying to get themselves away and break a little bit of the slipstream.
Yeah, he launched it coming down that straightaway. He absolutely stayed on the hybrid a little bit longer. These LMP1s can have a gap of 2 to 3 seconds that can disappear in about a second, because the way that the hybrid deployment is for each team is different, and their strategy is different for that, but also you can deploy it a little bit extra to try and get an advantage on a battle. So that's exactly what happened there with Leonard Rart trying to make that pass for PCS Silver. So Rart now up into the lead.
Back in third, it is still Protocharged SimSport in the number 20 machine. Not that far behind as well. In fact, I believe they've caught up since we last looked at that. It is only 9/10 of a second between themselves and P2, and it's third place that is dropping back a little bit. That's the SRC Movano Corsa P1 car that sits in P4. Marcus Hamilton in that car right now, and there's obviously a whole team behind each of these drivers waiting to get into the car. Ricardo Giroli and Marshall Hubert are waiting in the wings currently for the SRC Movano Corsa P1 car, and they're on to the Mulsanne now already. Still trying to chase them down, up to 2 seconds behind and continuing to drop back a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So Movano Corsa falling back a little bit. That's Pure Sims Esports with Chris McGrath in the 5th position in car number 6, about another 2.5 seconds off the back of Movano Corsa P1. So that's your LMP1 top 5 for you. Only 20 minutes into this race so far. Another note is that the caution cannot be thrown in the first 30 minutes of the race. We're not expecting a caution until 10 minutes from now. And that's the earliest it could be. But remember that the cautions are set by random. You cannot have more than, I believe it is 5 cautions over the course of the entire race. But the amount and when they are is set by random, and nobody knows it but the administrators of the session. So back to live pictures here as we're watching the LMP2s cut their way through the final chicanes. There's our LMP1s just exiting the Mulsanne straight and onto the back, and there's our GTEs tucking their way through as they go through Mulsanne 1.
Indeed, and we hop on board with the 38 of RSR Butt Kicker, and this is the actual 67, Team Fordzilla, which ironically doesn't have 67 in their name. I think we need to file a complaint with some of these team bosses on the naming systems that they have chosen this time around. But Wagner's being chased right now by Wunsch in the 45, just behind him. This is a pair of Ferraris that are dueling with one another. No, excuse me, it's a Ford leading a Ferrari, rather. Currently between second and third place. We're on board with the second place Ford. And looks like Mike Wagner has got it well under control, actually, because I don't see Wunsch actually attempting to make a pass here. I know we're looking forward, but behind him, looks like the T3 car is content to sit and wait. And I imagine, Adam, we're going to be seeing a lot of that here today. We already highlighted the Mega Racing team doing this, but the fuel saving. Fuel is such a big talking point here.
100%. I think that, I mean, let's just let you know, Christian Challoner has fallen off the back of the lead in that number 350 Mega Racing Team machine. Has fallen off of the lead to the tune of about 5 seconds off the back of Barsar by Butt Kicker. So, and he's down in the 9th position right now. So that is purely due to fuel saving, is my belief. I know that Christian Challoner is a beast of the car. The man can go fast if he wants to, but he's trying to hit a fuel number. He's trying to play the long game here. He's trying to work it back from 24 hours all the way back to this first hour and trying to hit some sort of fuel number. So expect to see Christian continuing to fall back on track. But once our pit cycles start happening, we'll see that team start to cycle forward.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, you consider the fact that if you save an entire pit stop, especially if it involves tires too, because we have to remember, Chris, that this is the endurance racing rules where they can only take fuel or tires at one time. They can take them both in a pit stop, but you have to sit and wait extra if you want them both.
And that plays big in strategy, because I know in my experiences of running this race, I was on teams that were like, especially during the daytime, they're like, well, we could probably double stint tires. And then at nighttime, it was, well, we could triple stint tires. And I'm like, whoa, I like fresh tires every time. But, you know, it's an adjustment you had to make. But that it's very key, because when it comes to timing, you got roughly, 30 or 40 seconds that you could be on pit road with fuel and stuff. And then maybe a little longer, you're almost on pit road for double the time, if not maybe a time and a half longer, by putting the tires on. So it can actually play strategy in a battle if you're trying to even pull an undercut or something like that in a race. Those little things are going to matter in something like this. Even a driver change will matter.
Got a battle on screen here in the GTEs, but we've also had a battle for P5 in the LMP1s. Ooh, this is very close, though, here on screen. And I think this is for that second place that we were watching earlier between Wagner and Wunsch.
Yeah, it is. And I'll be honest with you, Joe, for a guy that doesn't seem like he wants to pass, Wunsch is falling very closely into the braking zones. Look at this bump trap thing going on. Like, I'm just a little confused, to be honest with you. This is Team Fordzilla GTE with Mike Wagner in the lead. In second position. And then T3 Motorsport Luca Wunsch in the third position. And they're trying to clash their way up to Alex Juringa up there in the lead. Oh, that's quite wide for Wagner. Did he get a slowdown? He did not. So another push down this straightaway should get Wagner up there with Juringa. So I'll be interested.
Yeah, and that gap back to fourth definitely widening. There you can see the train of them coming down the last of the Mulsanne into the braking for the Mulsanne corner. And it looks good. Oh, big lockup there, though. I think that was from our leader of Juringa in the 38. And behind, yet more battling and more lockups. This time it's Burst chasing on Caruana, the 117 of Pure Sims Esports, being chased by Pass Me the Bag. But that looks like a bump draft there, Chris. I think they are working together.
That is the first class tandem racing that, as you joked about earlier, me doing stock car stuff from my experiences and stuff. That's exactly how you work it right there.
And one thing about the live stewards in this race is they are able to hand out black flags. And it looks like we've had our first couple. And I'm trying to check. Yes, here we go. Looks like in split one, the T3 Motorsports by Medidi Green has been given a stop and go, unfortunately. So,
yeah, they've already served that. That was an LMP2. They're now down in last car on track for them. That was Ronnie Nunez, who is in the car now, and they already. I'm not sure whether they've served the penalty or not, but they were in the pits, so that was that contact, I believe, that we saw through Indianapolis before we had our radio show for a little bit. And I think that's just going to compound an already bad day for them.
We continue to watch our GTE fight here up towards the top of that field. I wonder if we could go back to that battle for P5 in the LMP1s, because Tom Burns and Team Fordzilla has Chris McGrath gaining on him, and no bump draft here for them. In fact, it looks like that Audi is going to blast on past as they hit the braking into the Mulsanne. Coming out of that right-hand corner, it's another long straight.
Another long straight for these drivers to tackle, and taking a look now at our leader in the PCS Silver, Leonard Rart. Rart right now catching up to an LMP2, so catching up to the back of the LMP2s are the LMP1s, and this is going to get interesting because I think the LMP1s are going to catch the LMP2s as the LMP2s are catching the GTEs. This, and especially with all the cars so tight together like they are, this is going to be absolute chaos for these drivers if that does happen.
Right now on board with your leader of this class. Man, 2-second gap over Loic Marchand right now for Protocharge SimSport. Here we've hopped on board with Loic. Coming through the Porsche curves. They're coming up on more traffic, and this is going to be some more of our GTEs. No, it's the LMP2s, actually, that they are starting to overtake, and this is going to be a little bit of a different beast, no doubt. Yeah, there's Marin just letting him out of the way, and then down through the final chicane to start yet another lap. This is going to be lap number 10 for our LMP1 field of many that they are going to be putting in. Right now, it is just before 4 p.m. virtual standard time here in France. And we have plenty of daylight left, but eventually that will change. And then that, of course, will also alter how the interactions between the classes work as well.
Hey, Joe, just watching the, sorry there, Adam, watching the GTE class here. This lead battle has gotten really tight up here with this Team Fordzilla GTE, the RSR by Butt Kicker 67, T3 Motorsports guys. They're all right here drafting off each other. You got 5 cars within just a couple seconds. These guys are not letting each other get away. The draft obviously playing a big role with these cars, producing big pockets of air, and we could have a battle as we see here in the top 3.
Wunsch took a little bit of a look and then lifted. We're on board with Uringa as he's been overtaken by Wagner here. Coming around and onto the Arnage corner to the right-hand side. This is where you want to get a nice exit and stay away from that barrier. Look at how close they get to there, Chris. Just flirting with that tire barrier on the left-hand side.
That is one that I've had plenty of occasions with. But either way, yeah, you set up for the series of corners as you come up here into Indianapolis and other corners. But yeah, you got this series here. Now you're in the technical part of the course. You cannot make a mistake because each corner is setting up another one. You got plenty of switchbacks here too.
Wagner knows his way around 24-hour races. He won the GTE class here in second split back when we had official races at this track for 24 hours in 2020. And this man from Germany is currently leading the class. Let's see if he can go one better in top split in the majors, which is certainly an accomplishment. They have 11 splits in this race here, Chris. This is
incredible.
This is, yeah, just amazing.
Now, it's amazing to have something like this, and that's credit to Mike for all the hard work he has done with this league and all his admins and people. I remember when he was just getting going with this kind of thing, and you would get one field of about 30 cars out here racing, and now you got 11 splits of who knows how many cars participating in an event like this. So that's credit to Mike and all the guys for his majors league for this work.
On board with Tom Burns now, back to the LMP1 battle. Tom running in 6th He's in the Team Fordzilla LMP1, chasing on Chris McGrath. Right now, split by about half a second between them. The Team Fordzilla LMP1 started from 5th position, so they have lost one, but Pure Sims Esports with McGrath, they're up 4. Hardest charger right now in that LMP1 class as we've got our first stop.
Marcus Hamilton comes into the pits from the 3rd position in the SRC Movano Corsa P1, right on the back of those top 2. Coming into the pits, our first Audi to take a pit stop. Now, the Audi's a little bit hungrier on fuel. Well, actually, I normally think of the Audis as being a little bit better on fuel, so very interesting to see Movano into the pits right now. We also have an LMP2 coming into the pits. That's Carbon Sim Sport of Michael Rock, who's coming into the pits as well. So a couple of pit takers right now as our leader in the LMP1s cutting his way through the LMP2s, which, as I've said, are catching up to the are catching up to the GTEs. So this is going to get spicy, Joe.
No doubt about that. We should expect similar stuff all race long from the LMP1s, usually only able to make it about a half an hour. Similar from the LMP2s as well. But surprised to see only one of them entering of those LMP1s on this lap. I guess everybody else really focused on hitting those fuel numbers so far. Look at this action coming down through the GTEs. This is the battle for 4th position. In the LMP2s, this is Owen Carroll in race clutch, the number 9, being chased by Daniel Zivizabo, and thankfully they've gotten past the main grouping of those GTEs.
That's Pure Sim $sign that's trying to make his way up past race clutch right now, so Daniel Zivizabo trying to get his way through, and I think Owen Carroll's going to get held up here at the chicane. This is going to hold everyone up a little bit. If Zivizabo could get a good run off the corner, have a good shot at trying to make this pass, but it looks like Owen Carroll got a decent run himself. Got a lot of complicated work to do, and looking at the background to see if I see the LP1s come around that corner. I did not that time. It's going to be tight, though. They're starting to close that gap.
Flying down.
Here we go.
Yeah, the
Move from
Mulsanne.
Zivizabo.
Yeah, we switched over to the LMP1s. It looks like we're approaching them, but Chris McGrath here, in the meantime, is trying to make a move on Tom Burns. They're approaching on Fredez in the Punto CL Racing. Blow! Contact! Big contact! Hard into the wall! And Fredez comes to a halt, backs it up. Thankfully, the only other car involved in that one. There you see him in the background. Wow, the 47 took a huge whack, and that's in nearly the first half hour of the race.
Yeah, this is just miscommunication. The 47 is towards the back of this pack, so we're watching Chris McGrath on the replay. Look at how close this was for these two guys as they're trying to duke it out up there. Then we got Puto Seal Racing Blue of Ignacio Rodriguez Fredes, who just breaks a little bit earlier than, and just a little tiny bit of ghost contact there. But I mean, I don't blame the prediction system at all for making that prediction. Look at Chris McGrath. He has to dive to the apex early. That could really upset the car, but I can report Punto Seal Racing Blue very much off pace. That's definitely going to be pit stop for repairs.
Great heads up by Chris in that situation. That could have been very bad. Yeah.
Oh my God, all the LMP2s are in. We've had contact, Joe. Multiple LMP2s making contact with each other as everyone dives to the pits at the same time. It's the LMP1s, rather.
Something tells me that wasn't planned.
No, it certainly wasn't. In fact, it turns the 77 car completely around. We're going to see it here on the entry to pit lane. It is a bit of a strange entry. So they've got two chicanes on your way in, similar to how you have on the regular racetrack.
Oh, one of the cars got off track. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Sliding just out of screen. That's what caused the holdup. Everyone's slowing down for that.
And I do believe that is considered an unsafe pit entry if you do that. So they're going to get a black flag, I'm pretty certain. And if we could turn to the 77, you'll see them. Yeah, there they go. You just saw them go backwards as unfortunately our cameras decided to. There it is. Yeah, unfortunately, just gets completely turned around and all the mess that's happening. Boink.
Oh, all the LMP2s are also in the pits right now. So I thought the LMP2s would definitely be able to go longer than the LMP1s. That is not the case. There's actually a side-by-side battle for 9th position, LMP2, that happened coming off of the pit lane. They're still side-by-side trying to go through the first chicane. That was close between Jaden Munoz and Andrew Dawson.
Oof. And flying down through the Forest S's now. That is the 62 with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing leading, Satellite Racing, Mulsanne all over the back of them. And whoa, much better exit. Is that a slowdown penalty? Trying to find them. No, it was not. That was just a sheer slow exit from Munoz for some reason. And now De Silva is blasting by as well.
Chris, what do you say to your driver at this point after such a hairy pit stop, such a scary moment? Their adrenaline's going to be running. They're going to want to be making passes, making challenges, racing all over the place. What do you say to a driver to try and calm them down and remind them that this is a long race?
Well, it's better to make a mistake at this part in the race than you will at, say, hour 22 or 23 when it's really crucial. I mean, unfortunately, yes, damage can hurt your car now. But if you're going to have an issue where you have an unsafe pit entrance or something like that, obviously, you want to have it now. You got plenty of time in this race. You still got 23 hours, but the one thing you have to do is make sure your driver doesn't add to it, because the easiest thing in a mistake like that is you can turn around and make a second mistake, and then you make a third mistake, then you make a fourth, and then you could be out of the race.
Right now, and I was just about to say we still have everybody, but Punto CL Racing Blue has retired. Wow. Now they could have repaired that car. They do not have a spare car, but they can get back out there after working on it. But they've decided they're not interested in trying to trundle around, so they've called it a day and have left the session. In the meantime, looks like I think we're looking at the 01 here.
And Joe, for the record, they have left the session, but I do not see an official retirement from them. I can report that SimRacing Esports 66 has retired officially from this race, but I don't believe they started the race, so not an official retirement from Punto CL.
That's true. Yeah, good. Thank you for that catch. They can have other drivers hop in. The car is potentially still being repaired.
Race Anywhere SimSport 067, the number 21 car, just went off track in the GTEs, lost quite a few positions. This was coming through the Porsche S's, I believe.
So looking at Norbert Leitner in the meantime, racing for 10th position. That's excuse me, this is the 555.
So this is the final pit stopper. That's our long that we just saw on screen. That was Paceworks Esports. Fabian Seitrich has gone the longest of all the LMP1s. An extra lap there on fuel. That is going to pay dividends towards the end of this race. That's tight racing right there on the exit.
Ooh, paddle for third here in the LMP1s as we hop on board with our former leader in this race, the PCS Silver car, our lone Porsche in this entire field of LMP1s, and Marchand just in front of him is going to give a nice big tow as they went by another of our GTE cars with the North Sim Racing machine. They're approaching, an LMP2 early braking from Marchand, maybe trying to anticipate the braking for Hamilton's SRC Movano Corsa car. No, excuse me, that wasn't an LMP2, that's the LMP1 leader in front of them. Almost contact between all three of the drivers.
So now we've got Loic Marchand on Marcus Hamilton. That's a pass for position for second spot for these for the lead of the race for these drivers. So look at that, a cone flying across the track, getting run into by Marcus Hamilton as Loic Marchand takes the lead of this race. Is going to try and steam away, but just doesn't quite have the hybrid deploy to do so. Hamilton spending a little bit more on the exit of that corner to stay attached. And Leonard Rart doing a great job tucked in behind these drivers, just using just enough hybrid to get stuck up in behind them, making sure to stay attached but not use up too much of that hybrid deploy.
Now, guys, I do want to bring up the situation here as you guys have had your pit stops in the LMP1, LMP2 class. We got the GTE class that's going to be coming up shortly on pit stops. We haven't had anybody go in yet, but with these tight battles going on, we've been watching these two Fords from Fordzilla GT and the RSR by Butt Kicker team. They've been almost pushing each other, and we've almost seen a couple passes on the Mulsanne, but T3 Motorsports has been hanging on. But here, as you have about 10 to 11 cars all within 9 seconds of each other in this battle, these pit stops are going to be coming in really soon here, and it's going to become a really big situation here. And hopefully we don't have the similar mistake as the other cars.
Absolutely. And right now, I think the one that is sitting pretty is the T3 Motorsports number 45 machine, just kind of cruising along and using less fuel as the two Fords push through the air for the Ferrari. So will we potentially see Wunsch just carry on that one lap more, or maybe potentially have a shorter pit stop as he tries to refuel? They're going to complete lap 11 as we watch from over the shoulder of Luca coming through the Ford chicane and heading past the starting tower once again.
We did have a pass for the fifth position, a couple Ferraris, the Pure Sim Esports 117. Matt Karuna did get by the Altitude Esports team, Callium Reed Garton. That was for fifth in class there.
As the LMP1s blast past, that's our leaders, actually, our overall leaders now coming by. So they'll get the first couple ones, and they're having to do some risky moves going around the outside on the exits of some corners. Now, this one is a unique track, Circuit de la Sarthe here in iRacing. Excuse me, Adam, because the slowdown penalties are on the exits of some corners.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why the organizers decide not to put in an incident limit, because they feel like the track self-polices itself pretty effectively. So that's exactly why this is happening. But take a look at this. That's Loic Marchand making his way past that battle for the lead in the GTEs that are bump drafting each other. And that's Marcus Hamilton, who snuck through as well. Leonard Rart, about 2.5 seconds behind these guys at this point, so possibly trying to hit a fuel number himself at this point in that PCS Silver machine. So Protocharge Sim Sport and SRC Movano Corsa P1 have cleared the GTEs and are now free and clear, clean traffic, clean track ahead of them.
We watch on board, flying down the Mulsanne. Again, you're watching the top split of the Majors 24. We will be covering splits 2, 3, and 4 in the middle of the race a little bit later on, but the first 6 hours here this afternoon are going to be taking place here in the top split. This is Marcus Hamilton in the SRC Movano Corsa P1, still right behind Loic Marchand. Looks like they have really dropped Leonard Rart back in that number 72. It's a full 4 seconds between them right now. And in fact, that is great news for NSR Red, who started this race on the pole position, because they have finally caught up to a friend and can use that slipstream now.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, the NSR Red team really starting to close. I'm just curious. I need to take a look at that car for PCS Silver, but I would expect that to be losing that much time to our leaders after having led this race, I would expect that to be a little bit of damage possibly, but we've had a pass for 6th position. There we go. This is Andre F. Youssef, who's just gotten passed by Bastian De Silva in the Valkyrie competition machine in the 77 up ahead of them. The 155 with Blue Flag Racing prototype tucked in behind now. Gotta take a look at this pass.
Let's see, I'm guessing this is a straightforward run by on the Mulsanne, or not the Mulsanne, on the run to Indianapolis, and indeed uses the slipstream, pops out. Ooh, that car did not look steady on the side of the road there. Not usually supposed to race on that part.
No, but it's very doable in the LMP1s because of just how much downforce they have. And you got slipstream, you got hybrid deploy. You could choose how you want to make a pass, but you want to make sure to not use up too much of that deploy. So we're watching the battle for 3rd position. PCS Silver, Leonard Rart, and the NSR Red Sim Performance at DK Martin Christensen as they're trying to battle for that 3rd position. Looks like Rart has decided to hang on and not go any further back. But it looks like we got some spicy stuff still going on for P4 in the GTEs, Chris.
Yeah, I tell you what, the top 7 right now, as I'm counting it, is they're all within like 7 seconds of each other. This battle is not going to be going away anytime soon. But you talked about the battle for P7, the pure esports teams of 117 and 116. They're right here nose to tail, and they're followed right there by the altitude team. They only have about a second and a half back to the Pass Me the Bag team. Interesting name. But these guys are fighting hard, and of course, with pit stops coming up, these tires are probably starting to scream at them a little bit. But these cars and the battle, it's, like I said, not going away anytime soon here. And with the long straightaways on the Mulsans, the draft is just going to keep these cars close together. It's going to be great. But, Joe, I do have a question about watching that battle a second ago. For the lead, how much does the slipstream of those LMP1s, and then not to mention going past to GTE cars, you almost think that maybe the double the effect, a little bit of the draft there helped out.
Oh, yeah. You're going to see them use those other classes a lot where they can, not just for the slipstream, but as a pick. And that's going to be a big talking point, how you utilize the traffic. We've already talked a lot, Chris, about how the cautions will affect the strategy, but from what I've seen in multi-class and endurance racing, those who manage the traffic best always have an edge over their competitors. Here we see coming along the Mulsanne, this view from above. You can see how wooded it is here at the Circuit de la Sarthe as well. And this is for the lead in those GTEs, still being led by Team Fordzilla with Mike Wagner at the point, Uringa in behind, and they're going to be overtaken by one of our LMP1s. That's the last of the LMP1s, actually. Team Fordzilla currently out there going by their sister team from the other class. And another little bump draft as we come over to the LMP2's battle for P5. Patrick Wolf, that is a name we haven't talked about in a while here on GSRC, but definitely a familiar face as he tries to get the spot away from the number 16, Adam.
Yeah, and actually he got passed by Pearson Esports $ LMP2 was actually behind Race Clutch in the 5th position before the pit stops, but then Veloce Esports was able to claw their way past Race Clutch having a slow stop. So Veloce Esports doing a great job to get up into this position. Looking like setting up for this pass. I believe we should be able to get it done before Indianapolis with the draft. Here we go.
And side by side, they're going to have to give way. At least one of them will pretty soon into the braking, and they got a GTE, and there you go. Patrick Wolf is going to get the spot. Much later braking, thankfully anticipates it and does not get into the back of De Vries. Somebody kicking up the dust in front of them. I think that may have been DeLandis in the Pure Sims 17
Joe, we have a
car.
development. The PCS Silver of Leonard Rart is into the pits again.
Okay.
No damage looking like on the machine. This is a interesting cycle. I mean, we are close to pit stops, but this would be way early.
Yeah, I'm checking to see, and he is taking tires right now. Interesting.
Maybe trying to work the race back to front, but he's gonna come out in the middle of the GTEs and LMP2s. This is not going to be an advantageous position for him.
Plus, it limits them now. They have to do this strategy then, or else do an extra stop if they go off strategy. And he's
Delatraz Alexandre is around. The Delta Sports Blue machine is around in the S's.
Yeah, that's the 99. And yeah, it looks like he is kind of stuck. This is at Bridge. There he is. Some cars were coming around a blind corner for a brief moment. Thankfully, nobody got into him.
Ooh,
and
lost it himself?
Yeah.
That's very rare in the LMP2 to lose the back end coming through the chicane. Let's take a look at this again. Just taking the left-hander, clips the inside grass a little bit. Wow. Manages to keep it off of the barriers. Oh my goodness, the fortunes there. I mean, you can recover from this. That is very close stuff.
Hey, one thing I want to mention, guys, I'm looking at the protests and stuff right now that's been put in here. I'm not sure of what has come down to it, but it looks like with the Delta JM Motorsports car and the Valkyrie car, there was a pit entry where the guy was punted, it looks like, and 30 seconds of damage required to that team. So I don't know if that's going to play a role in this race or whatnot, but that's part of that bump draft that you were talking about. It's going on in this race. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. That's been looked at, or being looked at, I should say, and investigated. But the bump drafting definitely playing a role here in a race on a road course.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's looked like we've already had some early penalties being handed out, and I got to imagine that's going to be one of them, because that's pretty much a slam dunk.
Bargy. Oh, look at this battle here. GTEs down the Mulsanne Straight. We got LMP1s trying to get around.
That was a
and the battle between teams. Yeah, that was pretty close. There goes a cone going flying, but two of the Pure Sim Esports trying to protect their spot from altitude. You've got Pass Me the Bag has been one of the faster cars in class. They've caught this battle now, so we're looking at 4 cars underneath the blanket, if you will.
Got a little bit of a tap and then lifting early, but certainly pulling right up behind that diffuser of the Ford.
We just had contact between P6 and P7. That's Pass Me the Bag and Altitude Esports of the GTEs. That was a hip check from Altitude Esports to Pass Me the Bag. That was contact.
That's one thing I'm sure that team didn't want passed.
Oh, it was big contact here. You're going to see it. Yeah, this is good on board. Oh, as they just came together. That is one of the fastest parts of the track too. If there was a wreck there, that thing was going right to the scene of the accident.
And why on that portion of the track is interesting, because you're almost in a straight line for the most part. Yeah, there's a little bit of a kink there, if you will, but still, it's like to make that kind of a move. I don't know if that was like a defensive, like trying to protect your position, or what that was.
Well, and we might see some protests from drivers for some of these quote-unquote blocks that we've been mentioning here. They do have rules in effect for that. The drivers are allowed to make one move, and they cannot also make reactionary moves. So that one into the side of the car on the straight may be deemed a reactionary move. I do not know exactly. That is up to the stewards to determine as we continue to watch on board and the fight here for the 4th position in the GTEs, being led by Pure Sims number 117. But we're on board with, I believe this is Dylan Burse in the Pass Me the Bag car that we're riding with as we look over his shoulder.
Oh, pit stops. Leaders coming in right now. Fordzilla and RSR Butt Kicker are coming to pit road here as they go through the S's. So the leaders in the GTE class at the 53-minute mark on pit road. And they're bringing more with them, it looks like.
Very similar strategies for most of them.
Top 7, top 8, top 9, all on pit road here.
But we saw on screen, Chris, the T3 Motorsports car, who I said was sitting and waiting patiently behind the top 2, carries on an extra lap. And if they can do that each and every stint, if they can hook up with somebody, that will pay huge dividends by the end of this race. Once every hour, that's 24 laps that they're able to go.
And not to mention, Joe, right now, with the position you're in, you could try an overcut here, get a good lap in right here, and get ahead and get in the lead and use a draft of other cars. They could jump these two Ford GT cars.
Another thing to note, guys, is that a protest has been filed by the 67 machine, by the Team Fordzilla machine, on the 38 RSR by Butt Kicker machine for that bump drafting. They are not appreciative of what's going on there with the bump drafting, and they've reported to the stewards.
How about this? Every car in the GT class is on pit road right now. Except one.
Yeah, I was going to say, not all of them. Just Vunch out there trying to carry on. And as far as that goes, for reference, when I say 24 extra laps compared to their competitors, that is a stint and a half.
Yeah.
That is massive. And it sounds like car 38 missed their box. Oh yeah, so that's our former leader, the 38 car with Uringa in there. So he's carrying on for a second stint. Has now lost touch a little bit with Fordzilla.
Not that much.
Not much. It's only about 0.7 of a second. So they must have, I don't know if it was a strategy thing or whatever. Maybe they countered by just taking fuel only and maybe double stint tires here or something. But they only lost, they're only 0.7 behind that Fordzilla team. So not as big of a penalty there as it could have been.
Yeah, they got away lucky. Let's see. Maybe it was just a very brief backing up as they come in looking for their pit stall. Oh, yeah, they got away lucky. There was just maybe about a second difference between them there. As we come back live, there is the 38 still getting chased. Wonder if we could go to fourth in the LMP2s. Patrick Wolf and Daniel Zivizabo are in a tight little fight here. Thank you. As they come out of Arnage. And the number 8, who has been running in this spot for quite some time, is actually down 1. It's up 1 for the Pure Sims Esports 16 car, who has gained at least a little bit since the start of the race. There's still a long ways to go to try and make up more spots, and also probably a fair bit of attrition that will be happening throughout this race. Patience will do you good out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Patience will definitely do you good. 3 minutes left to the 1 hour mark. And at this moment, we have one car that has had major damage and a couple of penalties. That's Puto Seal Racing Blue. I can report they are back on the track, 3 laps off of our overall lead, 2 laps off of their class lead. That's still, you can make that up over the course of a 24-hour race for sure. You have to work hard at it, and you're gonna have to hope for some trouble with your fellow teams, but you can definitely make this gap up.
All right, T3's coming to the pits now. Here comes Wunsch to pit road, so they got 1 extra lap, and man, he almost spun it out there over the second series of S's. They're kind of shortcutted the curve there and almost paid for it, but here he is on pit road. So let's see, can we get an overcut potentially here on the Fordzilla in the RSR team?
Is lucky he did not get a penalty for that. Looks like he didn't go off track. Otherwise, as I said earlier, it is a unsafe pit entry penalty. I have an interesting one for you guys. You mentioned earlier about the 67 team filing protests about the bump drafting. They have not just had 1, but 2 warnings for frivolous protests. They actually can get penalized for that. That is in the rules, that if you file too many frivolous protests, the stewards will start to hand down a penalty for wasting their time.
And that's the second frivolous protest warning. The next frivolous protest, they will get a penalty.
Yeah, so whoops.
Hey, we could have something here because T3, 33-second pit time, about a half second faster than the Ford teams here. So this could potentially be the overcut coming out of pit road right now.
Let's see. Should still be relatively close, but if they're out with those 2, then he'll be able to continue to ride with them.
They got him.
They are in the lead. The question is, though, Chris, do they really want to lead? If I'm Wunsch, I am just lifting a little bit on the straight and letting those 2 by and tucking in behind, because that strategy from the last stint worked a treat.
That's a fair point. I think it's kind of a give and take here. It's like, do you give up the position to save the fuel, or do you feel happy with the 24 laps, as you mentioned, of an advantage now from that 1 extra lap of pits, and then you just get out here and try to get a lead as you can? But we'll have to see how that plays a role here in the next minute or so.
Let's see if we get some pit stops here. Once we get those LMP1s in again, we'll probably take a short break here and we'll run you through the field. But we should be getting all of our top class in pretty soon, I got to imagine. And double checking on the stint for the last time to see how long it was. 11 laps. We might actually, we might be a little ways before we get to that second pit stop. So let's head to a run through for our top 5 of each of the classes. Loic Marchand is your overall leader in his Audi, up 2 positions from where he started. Seems to be fast here on the first stint, but there are others who are able to make a little bit better fuel than them. Will that come back to bite them? In second, it is the number 12 SRC Movano Corsa P1, exactly where they began this race. We're almost on pole, but late in the qualifying, they had that stolen from them. Our pole sitter is back into 3rd position right now in SR Red Sim Performance DK. For some reason, not quite that quick here on the first stint. Maybe they were a little bit better set up for 1 lap speed. Pure Sims Esports, former leader in this race, one of our Audis is currently running in the 4th position, up 5 spots, clearly much better in race pace than they were in their qualifying. Valkyrie competition is Bastian De Silva in the car right now. They are up one spot from where they began this race in the number 77, very much running on their lonesome with only a car close behind in Blue Flag Racing. Let's go to Adam with the LMP2s.
Yeah, we got Williams Esports Fanatec by Arthur Loic up there in the lead of this race in the number 5 machine, followed closely by teammate William Esports Chill Blast Alexander Spetz. Spetz has been in the car for the entirety of this race. Both of them less than 5/10 separated between each other right now, so there you see how close they are. Doing a little bit of bump drafting have been the two of them, which has been surprising to us in the LMP2s. Now, in third position is our real big gainer in this group. That is PureSim Esports LMP2 with Stanley DeLandes. Stanley doing a great job right now, just coming through. Ooh, wow, that was wide. But Stanley doing a great job trying to hang on to the back of these guys. 10 seconds back, though. The Williams Esports has a great advantage. And then we go back to Veloce Esports with Patrick Wolf, only a second and a half back of PureSim Esports LMP2 for that final step on the podium. Patrick doing a great job hanging on to that position right now. Then in fifth, it's the other PureSim Esports machine trying to stick to the back of Patrick Wolf. That is Daniel Civizabo in the PureSim Esports $sign LMP2 machine. That's your top 5 in the LMP2s. Chris, want to take us through the GTEs?
Yeah, we had an interesting situation while you were going through the rundown there. The Delta JM Motorsports team of the LMP2 class was lapping the leader in class, which is T3 Motorsports, and it actually backed him up to the two Fords. He was actually holding his own, it looks like, just running at his own pace. But that T3 Motorsports team being driven by Luca Runch is leading this race, and he's got the two Fords just kind of nipping at the bit, if you will. There in P2 is Mike Wagner, the Team Fordzilla GTE class. Beautiful looking livery on that car, running P2. P3, Alex Jaringa, gold at last. He's running third, and he's hoping to catch gold at the end of this race in P3, and that's the RSR by Butt Kicker team. The second Fordzilla, that's actually an LMP1 team. Chris, let's pay attention. Daniel Ferguson, PureSim Esports 116 team. They are in the 4th position here. Note, they're only 8 seconds back from this lead pack, so the pack is not separating out much at all. But that Ferrari running in the 4th position, Daniel Ferguson at the wheel there. And then the PureSim Esports 117 car of Matt Corona is the 5th place car in class. So very tight battles here in the GTE class here at Le Mans.
And we have had one black flag. Valkyrie competition has been given a stop and go in the number 77 machine. We're going to take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Stick around. We've got 23 hours to go here at the Circuit de la Sarthe for the Majors 24. Welcome back to the Circuit de la Sarthe. We're here for the Majors 24. It's the second annual version of the race, and there is a little less than 23 hours left to go. Loic Marchand leads in your LMP1s for Protocharge Sim Sport. Alexander Spetz for Williams Esports Chill Blast leads the number 25 for the LMP2s. And then Luca Wunsch leads in the number 45 T3 Motorsports in the GTEs. We are starting to get some LMP1 stops. It looks like Martin Christensen has taken the NSR red machine in, and it looks like Valkyrie Competition is serving their black flag. The number 3 has also gotten a black flag in the LMP2s. Matteo Calistani is serving that for the Mag Performance SRT car. So still lots of things happening out there here early in this race. There is a lot to keep track of, and it is an ever-changing picture out there. But we've seen relatively consistent leaders in each of the classes, or at least a group of leaders in each of the classes here, Adam, as it's been a lot of similar faces up at the front.
Yeah, absolutely. Very similar faces for sure. We just had a little bit of a swap over for the lead of the LP2, so Williams Esports Fanatec and Williams Esports Chill Blast swapping positions. That's Loic back to the lead over Spetz, but I mean, we're seeing a lot of team strategy from the teams that were able to get multiple of their cohorts into the lead, into this top split. I think that's where we're going to see that those drivers have a huge advantage. It's like watching Corvette or Porsche racing when they do the actual real event this coming weekend. The benefits of having multiple teams that you can really rely on to assist you in your strategy. I mean, we're seeing that huge benefit right now.
We've had a big development here for the 34 car. Pass Me the Bag is currently in pit lane, and they do not have a driver in the car.
Yeah, Pass Me the Bag had some ghost contact from an LMP1 that caused them to hit the inside wall, have major left rear damage. They then spun out in Bolson 2 and limped it back to the pit lane, so they've got a lot of work to do on that machine. Rocket SimSport GTE just went off in the S's, though. This is a little bit of a surprise. Sorry, this is...
And sorry to interrupt, but our leaders in the LMP2s have now pitted as well. So both Williams Esports cars are in together. There you see them looking for their pit stall. Probably some team strategy there like we had been talking about earlier. We'll see if they manage to stay glued together all race long or if they're going to have to split that up. But looks like this is everybody in. Yep, we've got all the LMP2s now following.
I'm looking to see whether or not anyone can make it an extra lap. I know that Luke Reimer and Delta Jam Motorsport did last time around. So the question is, can he do it again? But quite a few driver changes going on right now. Pure Sim Esports looks like they're making driver changes. Both of those teams. Race Clutch making a driver change. Our LMP1 leaders are in the pits now as well. SRC Movado Corso P1 and Protocharge SimSport into the pits. So all of our prototypes, and at the same time, again, I keep saying this, Joe, but I would have expected the LMP2s would be able to go longer. But Patrick Wolf, look at this, Veloce Esports, a shorter stop, able to come out. No tires for Veloce Esports. 3 stints now on those same set of tires.
Interesting. Marchand is also going to be the first one out in the LMP1s. However, Paceworks Esports carries on. They're able to get an extra lap. I think they're on lap 10 of their stint. So yeah, I think the 43 is still on a similar strategy, but one lap extra. I was trying to make sure that they weren't a lap down here. Yeah, they are on the same lap here. So that's our new leader. But where will they cycle out once they're done? And that number 43, Fabian, currently in the car. Marchand did not swap out drivers. The 20 machine still has the same who started this race, and I believe SRC Movano, who's third in those LMP1s, is also the same driver.
And our leaders in the LMP2s actually caused a gigantic incident with In-Speed Racing. In-Speed Racing got punted off in the Porsche curves and ended up on his lid. This was Jean Yufei Li, and they had to tow back to the pits. There you see them. This was quite a while ago. I'm not sure we can get a replay of this, but we're here. We're going to take a look at this. What do you got, Chris? Because this is interesting.
Yeah, this is definitely not how you want to end your race, but coming up the straightaway, you're just kind of minding their own business, it looks like. And they're going to be coming up to the Porsche curves, it looks like here. They're going to have some interaction as they through Indianapolis. And
so they got a little bit before they get to the Porsche curves.
A little bit further. And as we're showing this, I should mention the Pass Me the Bag. I know you mentioned them. They have actually disconnected, so it looks like they're out of the race officially. So tough break for those guys.
I'm not seeing a checkered flag next to their name. Theoretically, they can still get back in. We'll see. Yeah, I do, again, want to commend iRacing for one of their more recent developments behind the scenes. It's one of those quality of life improvements for us.
Here we go. Here come the LMPs.
And hip check.
Oh, he gets tail whipped. Oh, no.
And he gets caught in the wall. Glitches a little bit, unfortunately.
Now, while we were
probably see a protest potentially out of that team, you would think, for that little, if you will, tail whip, as I called it, from that car.
Oh, my goodness. That's heartbreaking, to be honest with you. And as we were watching this, I can report the NSR Red Sim Performance DK of Martin Christensen had a self-spin through Mulsanne 2. That just dropped him back time-wise from Pure Sim Esports. So no damage, but just a little bit of a spin.
Well, that is some heartbreak already forming. It's not the first, it won't be the last. And NSR has got some work to do in the meantime for the number 44 team. The point I was making earlier is that iRacing put a little quality of life thing in for us, in that if a car is actually retired, there is a checkered flag next to their name now in the standings. And same thing for other flags. We get meatball flags, we get black flags, so we are up to speed on exactly what is happening out there on track for all the cars and what they're experiencing. But continuing to make ground on the LMP2s, we can see our LMP1s flying their way by. That's Christensen trying to make up ground. He's going to go past one of our Williams Esports cars in the LMP2 class now, with Arthur LeHouk just in front of him. And I asked earlier whether or not they will get separated. The answer is not quite. They are still behind our leader, but they are a ways behind the lead, and about half a second split between them after that first pit stop. We'll see if that gets any wider as the stint goes on. They should get close to the or they are ways away from the next stop, excuse me, as they did just have the pit stops about a lap ago. But going back to a team we haven't talked about in quite some time, where is Mega Racing Team right now? They are on lap 5 of their stint and sitting in 8th.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mega Racing Team doing a good job right now of this is still Christian Challenger in the car, so second stint, 5 laps in. Yeah, just trying to hit those fuel numbers. Now the interesting part is did not go an extra lap compared to the competitors, and did not gain positions in the pit stops compared to the competitors. So I'm just curious as to what the strategy is for Christian Challoner. Maybe just trying to take it easy, but I mean, I usually would expect Christian to be a little bit further up the field. I mean, I know we've got really, really strong competition this race, but if he's not fuel saving, I'm just curious what the strategy is at this point.
Yeah, same strategy as everybody around him. That's interesting. And there's the laps right now. So something screwy is going on there, but we'll have to wait and see. There's still a long time for the picture to become clear to us, but that Corvette still giving chase on the Ferrari and the BMW. We actually have a pretty good swath of different types of GTE cars here today, and that's one thing I love about that GTE class here, Chris, is that there are all different makes of cars, and they're not cookie cutter. They each have their own handling and own strengths and weaknesses.
They sure do. And, one of the strengths we could say right now, it might not be necessarily in the car itself, but with strategy and stuff like that, is fuel mileage. And I think that's a big role that we're seeing right now. And I think we've already got the old Tom and Jerry cat and mouse game, if you will, as we talked about before the first round of pit stops there. The T3 Motorsports team went that one extra lap. It was sitting there at P3 behind the two Fords, and was able to overcut after that pit stop. But as you see, they've maintained the lead. But the question is, are the Fords now playing the game of, okay, well, we've now got to match you up on the fuel strategy, so they're going to sit behind the Porsche and say, we're going to save fuel now and try to catch you in that one extra lap of stint. Because when you said it earlier, you would think, okay, one extra lap is not a big deal. Oh, yeah, it is on an 8-mile course when that mats out to, 24 laps or something like that. That's a stint and a half of racing that the T3 Motorsports team just gained in one lap. So I think the Fords are now chasing that one lap.
Speaking of extra pit stops, Paceworks went 2 extra laps, actually.
Wow.
That is, and this is only the second pit stop? Yeah, second pit stop for everybody in the LMP1s. So clearly the 43 is picking them up each and every stint, and that is Fabian Seischig, who is currently in that car, has been in since the start of the race. And we've had a pass for second as we watched a little bit of an off there coming out of Mulsanne corner. Second place in the LMP1s saw Leinart Rarts go past Marcus Hamilton, so PCS Silver
and
is flying right now.
Joe Rart is lapping 2 to 3 seconds faster a lap than the other drivers in his class right now. So no fuel saving for PCS as they're trying to recover from their extra pit stop.
And real quickly, Joe, if I could mention for the logic of a stint here in a lap at Le Mans, think of a lap at Road America. 16 miles is 4 laps at Road America that you're saved on fuel by 1 extra lap here at Le Mans, or 2 extra laps at Le Mans.
Indeed, and coming off the chicane, you can see the LMP2s still in a little bit of a battle. This is Patrick Wolf, who is leading, but he's certainly not in a battle right now as he's taken no tires on that most recent stop, and that has put him about 10 seconds clear of Spets.
Yeah, and the irony is, Joe, he lapped last lap a second and a half faster. No, sorry, never mind. The Williams Esports Chill Blast lapped a second and a half faster than his teammate, so that was interesting. But yeah, about a second and a half slower, rather, is Valicia Esports that's past lap than William Esports Chill Blast.
Well, we know the Williams guys are quick, so can they run him back down, especially on fresher tires? It is. I do see it. It's down to less than 9 seconds now, so I think they are gaining. But it's not whether you're faster on a single lap, Adam. It's whether you're faster over 24 hours.
Absolutely, and you also have to be careful over the course of this time as well. So these guys trying to navigate through Bastian de Silva 9th place. This is Damon Woods, who's in 24th in class, so not having a good day is Damon, but Alexander Spets and Arthur Loic trying to make their way through the Porsche curves this time. They've got some lap traffic up ahead. That's Jesse Butler in the number 444 Porsche trying to make their way around. Jesse Butler in the Mach 1 Esports yellow machine. And now they've got Ty Keveth in 10th position in LMP1s trying to get by them as well. This all creates a little bit of consternation for everybody as they try and figure out where their braking points are. But the LMP1 able to get into the chicane a little bit earlier than Williams Esports of Alexander Spetz. Williams doing a good job cutting through there is Alexander. But yeah, I mean, you got to do this kind of craziness, this kind of mental fatigue. I mean, like, it's a long race for these teams, and most of these drivers still on their first driver.
We might want a replay of the 22 and the 28 just moments ago coming into the Porsche curves. That was a very tight moment. A pass attempt from Andrew Dawson in the RSR butt kicker 68 and nearly made contact with the 22. Watch this on their way in. Just about
That's
coming
tight.
together. And he would have touched front to rear, so they would have spun off right to the barrier there.
This is closer than you want to be. Let's be honest. Like, that is very, very close stuff right there.
If we could get a blimp shot of this, that will really show you just how tight together they were. Yeah, here, this will really show us. And again, the risk versus reward. How aggressive is it worth it to be with 22 hours left to go in the race? Look at that. Into a curve, too.
I mean, I've raced LMP1s before. Like, there's no reason that you need to do that. You have the hybrid boost that you can spool up to tuck underneath. But the in the LMP2 class, that these guys are racing, it feels a little bit more desperate to get that draft and to be that close and to try and cling to that. So
What give and take?
Also, Leonard just took the lead, I believe, in the LMP1s over Marchand.
Yeah, still 2 seconds faster than Marchand. So I think PCS Silver is going for a no fuel saving strategy. They're just burning the midnight oil.
Well, that'll be interesting, especially because if they get caught out by traffic more than they would like, that kind of ruins that strategy a little bit. They need to be fast every lap then, and hope that works out. In fact, they're coming in.
Yep, so no fuel saving for that PCS Silver team. This is going to drop them back significantly. Our fastest pit stop or last cycle through for the LMP1s was a 53.4. So they're going to lose 53 seconds to our leaders here on this cycle.
Hey, real quickly, I want to mention the Pass Me the Bag team is back on track. Damon Woods is in the car right now. Pretty much, as I see it, they're only about 3 laps down, 3.5 or so laps down. They're still in this running. The car looks fairly well for something that looked like a car that I stepped on when I was a kid. But in the end, this guy, Damon Woods, gets out here and can just run some laps with mistakes to other cars. He is back in the show here, so I just want to put that out there.
And that is actually very good news.
Sorry, we had front-to-nose contact with 3 LMP2s in P9 between RSR by Butt Kicker, Alpenstars Geodesic Racing, and Federcio Esports Racing. There was a crazy bump draft going on from Luigi DeLasso in Federcio Racing with Alpenstars Geodesic, and I don't think that Luigi in the back of that pack realized how much the gain was on RSR by Butt Kicker. They almost wrecked each other going into Indy. This group just cannot seem to figure out how to play this safe, and they're running out of items in their luck bag right now, guys.
Oh, they definitely are. I mean, Chris, I'll toss an oval term at you. Don't push the pusher.
Yeah, don't push the pusher, but at the same time, those kind of cars, they are so, I guess, fragile, for a lack of a better word of using here. When it comes to the speed and aerodynamics and stuff like that, it almost seems like you're more a risk than a reward for using the front end to back end contact there on those cars. It just seems like you could hurt yourself a lot more than help.
Yeah, definitely. I've been surprised at how much bump drafting we've been seeing. here today. And we need to go back up to the lead of the GTEs, actually. Wunsch still ahead of Wagner. And Mike is actually, wow. And there you go. There's some more of that bump draft, although I don't think he was completely pushing, but he was definitely inches away from that rear diffuser. But the Ferrari has now been at the front for quite some time, and these three have been separated by nary a tenth of a second between them, and they are on lap 8 of the stint. So when are they coming in here? They should actually, yeah, they are in the middle of the stint. I do
they're
believe.
About halfway. Yeah, they're about halfway right now. This battle's been a good one to watch, but I've been more impressed how they've just been able to keep together. And that Ferrari, as you mentioned, has been leading this. The two Fords here, as you see, one of the LMP2 class cars, I believe that is, coming through to pass these cars. But the more impressive part here about this class is the fact that I'm watching the separation of the field. And when I say that, I am looking at the top 16 cars being within a minute of each other right now after nearly an hour and a half into this race. So with the issues that's been going on, not to mention when you're the slower car out of all the cars on the track, that's going to separate, you would think, more. But no, it's brought them all together.
I think that slipstream is definitely keeping the racing tight here. And it could come down to a bit of the traffic on whether or not that causes some of them issues, loses them a little bit of the draft. Back to the LMP1s, though. This is the battle for the lead. Marchand and Hamilton for Protocharge and Movano. And coming down the backstretch, we should see a little of the slipstream. It's about a half a second apart between the pair of them, but it's not going to be massive quite yet. And look at him weave a little bit. I wonder if he doesn't like giving that help to the number 12 machine, Adam.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. If Marcus Hamilton decides to make a pass at any point and that weaving's going on, that could be considered multiple moves of defense. So, look, Marchand definitely got a good enough gap right now, but yeah, I mean, I just be a little bit careful with the weaving. But that being said, these guys were separated by 2 seconds before they cut through some of the traffic behind them. So I think this is going to be an interesting battle for sure. But it looks like Movano Corsa P1 with Marcus Hamilton in second position right now. Looks like he's not really trying to close that gap, not using too much of that boost, just trying to maintain the gap at this point and get the benefit of that draft off of Loic Marchand.
By the way, and knock on wood, I don't believe I do not see any protests in top split for the last half hour, maybe even more than that. So we're at a lull currently in this race, but things have not quieted down, but at least in terms of the stewards, it looks like the drivers are behaving.
The big story that I'm keeping my eyes on right now is that Veloce Esports machine of Patrick Wolff, currently in the lead of the LMP2s. Only 4 seconds ahead of Williams Esports, Chill Blast, and Fanatec, and they've got 14 seconds to pay back in their next pit stop with tires. So will not retain the lead as they run right now. Taking a look at that Williams Esports duo, I mean, it's almost like, you know, back in the Car of Tomorrow days with NASCAR with the tandem drafting. To be honest with you, with those Williams guys, honestly, they feel like one machine out there.
We try not to talk about that car much anymore.
Well, it's the car of yesterday at this point, so
that car didn't exist.
And when they were racing, it was the Corn, the car of right now. So you know.
I like that. I'll have to remember
right now.
Kernel of corny jokes right there, boys.
Meanwhile, you could see just how much they're working together. There is definitely communication going on between these two, I got to think, who have thankfully given us very different looking cars. So thank you to Williams for giving us cars that are easy to tell apart between one another. And going to just pull up behind him once again, Lehouk working with Spets as they hold down this second position.
And in all fairness to them, they effectively have a 10.5 second lead right now because Veloce Esports owes that 14 seconds in the pits. So they're doing a great job of just racing their own race right now. And that's exactly the thought you've got to go into it. Now, we know just how good Williams Esports is at doing these endurance races. They do quite a bit of them. So it's no surprise to see how effective they are. That being said, like, as good as you may be, like, I've noticed that the bump drafting has just become normal drafting at this point, and I think that's a safer bet over the course of a 24-hour race.
Hey, I know we know this Christian Challenger guy pretty well. This mega racing team down here in GTE right now ran the fastest lap last lap in his whole entire race so far, but Christian right now running sixth in class, but only about 13 seconds back, as it looks like he's just now getting into a rhythm here. So I think this mega team might be one to watch here in the future, because I know Christian knows how to drive these kind of cars on these kind of tracks. So I just want to throw him a little shout out right now, as he's actually about 2 seconds back from the Pure Esports 117 team in a spot in the top 5 in class right now.
And we do need to pay attention to that team, because, yes, that is his quickest lap yet that he's ran, and he's just about to complete the second one. Let's see how this one is, if he manages to go even quicker, because he's in clear air now, and we've been watching him try to save fuel, we think, up to this point. It was not quicker, about 0.3 slower, which around Circuit de la Sarthe is not actually all that much slower. That's still pretty good. So I wonder if Challenger now has decided, or the team has decided, okay, there's nobody to mooch off of. Let's just go full tilt and try to see what we can do from here. It didn't seem that they saved a lap either, but they're going to try and catch up to Pure Sims 117. Last lap, significantly faster. That looks like about half a second a lap faster there than the 117 car.
And I think Joe, to start to step on you there, I think also what didn't help him there is he was passed by an upper class car. I think I heard his time, but it was still the second fastest time in class.
So clearly turning up the wick right now, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing to note is Christian Challenger might be using this 24-hour race as an opportunity to practice for the Majors 2.4, which is the next round in the Majors Championship Series that's running tomorrow. So might have started this race a little under-practiced, but is just using these stints to get in the groove.
Indeed, and
boy, the Fordzilla team is literally pushing the T3 Motorsports team here for the lead. He's like, all right, come on, buddy, let's go.
Yeah, it seems like there's shenanigans happening down in the GTEs, and has been since the start of the race. I think the real test, Chris, is going to be if they ever actually get broken up, because they seem content to just ride here, and maybe this will be a case where it gets paid back again if Wunsch gets past and finds himself behind them at the next stint. If not, well, then the Fords are going to have the advantage, because they're going to have to be able to sit behind him all race long. I'm very curious to see how this game of chicken works.
I think with Wunsch, I think he might be at a little disadvantage in that situation, because if you're the two Fords, I mean, they might not be thinking this too much, but maybe they are, because I'm thinking about it, is why would they not maybe work together during this early portion of the race? You get to this next pit stop, and maybe you could put Wunsch in your rear view mirror and have him way behind and work together, pull away the two Fords and settle amongst the two of them.
Yeah, I feel like if I was them, I'd try to maybe get away. I mean, I don't know how much alliances are by make of car here, but you know that you're going to be equal to each other compared to the Ferrari, so might as well make some distance and settle it between each other later on. Not have to deal with the Italian car up there, as they do have to deal with quite a bit of the traffic and flashing his lights a little bit at him. Not sure if that was a thank you or a watch out for me next time. Oh, as they get another of the LMP2s just coming in through. That's LeHouk, who has been separated from his fellow Williams driver, actually.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at this car right now, Protocharged Sim Sports. They're in the pits with some damage to repair. They have rear end damage on that LMP1, and I'm trying to see where they picked that up. I believe they've been driving with it for some time, so
yeah,
it's going to take a little bit of research for me to find that.
He drove it into pit lane, so this wasn't a tow, and I'm trying to see if I can dig that up as well.
It was well before their last pit stop as well, so they've been carrying that damage for quite a while. I believe it actually happened during the first round of pit stops.
Wonder if they were one of the ones that got caught up in the incidents there on the entry to pit lane. And what's happening here?
Oh, that's Johnny Lufay. That's from the incident that we saw earlier with the flip over in the Porsche.
Okay. Just seeing whether or not they were able to get back out there. Looks like Protocharge is able to get back out. The 20 car, unfortunately, who started up towards the top of this field in third, is now dead last. Just behind him, though, overall on track, the lead for LMP2s has been run down. So Veloce Esports has discovered that the Williams team is indeed faster on those fresher tires.
They may be faster, but they were definitely lifting into that corner. And Williams Esports Fanatec has fallen off the back of Alexander Spetz. So Spetz has decided to go. Loic has decided to hang back. Now the question is Esports Chillblast going to make the pass? And I would guess not. This is the perfect opportunity to fuel save because, as we've mentioned a couple times, Veloce Esports owes us 14 seconds. And it looks like we've had a wreck in the GTEs. It's the Mach 1 Esports machine. Looks like they've had a problem, or is it Orion Race? Mike
Orion. Yeah, I was looking at it right now. I'm trying to investigate a couple of situations that have gone on here, but Mike Dam and he goes off over into Porsche curves, hits the wall very hard at a bad angle, right in the middle of the Porsche curves near pit entrance. That's going to be a long stay on pit road here. Just a bad situation through the curves right before pit in. And he gets knocked to the right and in a bad angle into this wall here.
Okay, here we've got it. This is going to be, I think, on the exit of the Porsche curves around karting or Corvette, whichever you want to call it. Maybe Maison Blanche? That's not really a curve in these cars.
That's right there is where he hit, so I think we might be a lap ahead or something.
There's a car right
there.
Yep. It's behind him. It's Orion. It's the 144 that
Orion,
we're looking for. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Ooh. That's a gaggle of LMPs and just gets pushed off track.
Watch this hit here, this angle. That's not good.
No surprise, that has been protested. So
yeah.
You protest the wall or the car? I mean,
protest the car. These should, trying to make a pass here is extremely dangerous for the LMPs. Look at this. Oh man. I mean,
in the bump drafting.
I think the car behind just car behind just got caught out a little bit, trying to just didn't expect the LMP ahead to lift, and so made a little bit of an evasive maneuver and just hip checks Mike.
Do you think the LMP maybe lost a little air to the nose there and slid?
No, not through that corner. That's flat out easily through there. He moved off to the side when his spotter should have been telling him you got traffic on the right hand side, and unfortunately,
contact! Drake around and he's sent around that's Alexander Davidson P5 in the LMP2s.
Well, no more. He's down to 7th after that. Porsche curves seem to be calamity corner right now. And once again, it is interclass traffic that is causing the issues. And
Chris,
that was Uringa.
This is on the forward.
Yeah, Uringa. I'm looking at it right now. That's Uringa. It's the other car that was involved. He hit the left side up against the tire barrier there, which might not be too bad of damage. I don't see much damage on the car at all, but that's going to play a role in the top 5 right now, as that's the RSR butt kicker team. So now that whole splitting up of the 3 cars has now become that 2-car pack.
That's a loss of control there, though, from Uringa. He got a little bit too wide on the left-hander and then tried to woe it back in on the right-hander, but couldn't get it woed up enough. And Davidson was tight to him, and that's what caused the contact.
That's going to be a tough one, though, Adam. I mean, should that be a penalty for just drifting out just a little bit? Or is that just a racing deal where if you're an LMP car going around the outside of a GT car in the Porsche curves, that's a risk you're taking?
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, what is the LMP car supposed to do differently? It was the GTE car that made the mistake that caused the incident. I would definitely protest that if I were them.
We'll see if they do. I'm not seeing it showing up yet. But
Williams Esports in the LMP2s have decided to make the pass on Veloce. Veloce's pace just too slow for them to keep behind. So both Williams Esports machines have passed Veloce Esports, and Patrick Wolf definitely paying the price for not taking tires.
But
you know what?
it's 1.5 seconds between the Williams Esports. Sorry to interrupt there.
No,
so
sorry.
they're starting to lose one another. Go ahead there, Chris.
Yeah, no, I don't mean to step on you, John. I'm going back and looking. I don't know if Robert can throw up a replay again. I want to see this contact with Jaringa. The one thing I'm noticing is he goes into this corner very shallow, as that LMP2 car was trying to get by, and by doing that, it made the car slide almost up the track, and maybe a little help from the curve there on the inside corner of the track pushed him out into that 17 car. And I think that played obviously a huge role in this of that car just kind of losing control. Watch here closely as you see on the replay. He's going to enter. He gets to the left-hander here. The Porsche curves on the exit here, and then comes to the right.
Yeah.
And then look how far in he is here. So he's obviously going to miss the corner, and it's going to cause the car with the worn tires probably to push out and slide up into that car.
Yeah, he's way off the apex at that point. I mean,
he almost got to back out of that. Do you not?
I think he was trying to, but with that amount of steering angle in, I mean, if you back out too much, you're going to send the car around. It's going to rotate from underneath you, especially in the Ford. So we're going to ride on board. We're going to see this real time. You see how wide he takes that. Then he comes in. I think he's lifting here. It's just too late at that point.
I did see a little right front damage there from the contact with the wing.
Also, Orion Race Team did protest the 60 car. So that was the incident that we saw through Maison Blanche where the LMP car came in contact with the GT Porsche and gave them a big hit into the wall. Not seeing anything with a 38 yet. I'm trying to find it. See if we have. However, the stewards have given a warning to all teams. They're saying bump drafting is okay, but if an incident happens due to it, we will punish it. So, got to be safe out there.
So keep on keeping on. But
that's a good call.
Keep on keeping on, but if you wreck somebody, you're going to get protested.
Yeah. They do not look kindly upon car contact if it winds up causing someone's race to either be compromised or just be ended.
Well, yeah, I think it's a call that's more safe than sorry, because you want to have action on the track, but you don't want to create action from something that can be avoided.
Now looking at Alex Gal here, running in the LMP2s. This is for the 7th position. He's chasing on Davidson in the Pure Sims 17 car, coming onto the Mulsanne currently. So half a second difference. Whoa, and there is a huge difference between them. Now there's no batteries in this, and that is a slowdown penalty for the 17 for going a little too wide coming through Tertre Rouge.
Fortunately, still within the draft there, so won't lose time to Gal. So good work from Davidson to give up that time in a way that's going to keep him attached to that Satellite Racing Tertre Rouge machine. I can report that we've had a couple of pit takers in the LMP1s. NSR Red Sim Performance DK of Martin Christ now.
Can we get a replay of the pit entry for Martin Christensen too? We need to take a look at this because he literally slalomed his way past lapped cars to get in there. Watch this. So we need to go just a little earlier to get a view on this. And so we're back into the entry to the Porsche curve. So after he exits here, watch the GT cars that he approaches. Their eyes have got to be popping out of their sockets seeing this, because he took a rather unorthodox line here, Adam.
Yeah, so, just normal stuff, sweeping around the outside there. Gonna tuck in, we see these lap cars. All right, figure out where we're going to pass them. So, just a little bit of miscommunication, and I guess I'm coming to the pits now. Yeah, I probably would have done the same thing if I'm honest with you.
That was going around the outside like that. That first part was definitely risky. I think that first Ferrari was probably bugging out.
Yeah, I think so. I think the GT is staying on the left there and then sweeps right. Look how close that is.
Hey, this is where we throw since we're hitting a 5 o'clock hour virtual time, let's go our first PSA of the 5 o'clock hour out there. if you're in the GT3 cars or GTE3 E3, wow, GTE cars, say that 3 times fast. Try to hold your lane when you're letting the other cars go by.
They have been advised to do that. LMP2 leaders are in, by the way. Williams Esports cars, both in. Oh, and Veloce is in on the same lap.
Yep.
Okay.
You can't keep going with the speed differential. He's been losing a second to a second and a half a lap almost. He's been fortunate enough to stay with Esports Fanatec, but yeah, he has to come in and get those tires off and switch to new ones right now. This is a good move. Otherwise, he'd be just hemorrhaging time on track.
Gotta say, though, he wasn't... I don't think Wolf was in third before that first pit stop, was he? Or second pit stop, I guess.
No, he still gained time, but he's got the rest of the group behind him as well that have come in. He should be out. In fact, I believe he will be out shortly behind Pearson Esports $LMP2 of Marcio Cuero. So there we go. Oh, wow, look at that. Yeah, so that's about normal for those Williams guys, and Patrick Wolf goes up on the stands in the Veloce Esports machine to take his tires, so he will pay the 14-second price for that. The LMP1s are in as well.
Yep, we got pit stops in GT also.
Everyone's coming in at the same time.
We got a lot of guys coming in here. Challenger, we got the Pure Esports 116 team also on pit road, so a lot of stops happening here.
Wow, okay, going to be a busy pit lane, and this is actually a danger, not necessarily like we see in real life, Adam, but trying to spot your pit stall. You got to make sure.
It's nearly impossible here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, to be honest with you, to spot your pit stall when there's so many cars on pit lane. But looking right now, this is Lucas Wunsch and Mike A. Wagner for T3 Motorsports and Team Ford Zilla GTE alike, still leading this race, and they've got Leonard Rart in the leading now LMP1 going by them. Leonard stayed out, whereas most of the rest of the LMP leaders came to the pits. So Leonard going for an extra lap this time around.
Now I bring this up, Joe, real quick. I'm sorry. Remember last pit cycle, all of the GTE cars came in together except for one. This time, the top 3 in class have stayed out, or 2 of the top 3 in class have stayed out. The rest of them came to pit road, so that Ford is definitely trying to play the chase mode with the T3 car.
And also worth noting on Rart, it's not that he stayed out an extra lap. He's only on lap 7 of his stint. So I think he's on a very different strategy right now. I think he went short on one of the ones before. I need to double check on that, but what I recall, and that's the case.
At the moment, it's not paying off, though, for him, to be honest with you, because he's only 13 seconds ahead of SRC Movano Corsa P1, who just came out of the pits. So
also, Saisheg is on lap 9 of his stint, so the 43 who sits in third place should have to come in next time by. There he is on screen right now.
Wow, and just like that, we're 10 minutes from another hour being gone in this race. This race is absolutely flying by here in the top split of the Majors 24 for these guys. Joe, this has been a really interesting race for sure. A lot more racy than I was expecting from the lead of these races, of these classes.
What's
Walker's
happened
off, yep.
Oscar Pie, the 77, I think.
Oh, just locked up the rears coming into Mulsanne 1. Or rather Daytona, as it were.
So, let's see. Yeah. Does he actually look like he caught the wall somewhere? Yeah, it looks like the exit. Oh, the curb.
I mean, yeah, but he was just too hot in, to be honest with you. He's just a little bit too fast entering, and so applying a little bit more brakes than usual over that curb, the left rear locks up, and that sends him around.
And this is honestly making their day go from bad to worse, which is impressive considering they're in 8th. How high could they have been? No, excuse me, not. It was 8th position, I thought. No, it's they're 9th position now. It's the 77. Yeah, they're there. They're a little bit farther down. They've already served a stop and go penalty from earlier in this race, and now they've got what should be pretty severe damage. And hitting the sides of these LMP1s is a bad deal here, Adam, as the batteries often located in the sides of these cars.
Yeah, and you can lose some battery charge, and what that means as we get our GTE leaders coming into the pits. We'll give it over to Chris in a second, but yeah, you can lose a lot of you can lose some battery charge, which can cause some big issues for you.
Yeah, as you see the cars on pit road there, we've actually have an issue I'm going to have to show you guys here in a second on the track, but let's cover these leaders on pit road really quickly, as you probably are going to see these guys get on tires. The only person so far I have noticed that has not changed tires in this stint is Challenger and that Mega Racing team. The rest of these guys, you're probably going to see changing tires here because most of these teams went double stint on the tires in these first 2 runs of the race here. So don't be surprised to see tire changes here for both the Fordzilla team, also the RSR by Butt Kickers. Somebody just spun trying to get to pit road, or over by pit road, I should say, there in the background of my screen. But T3 Motorsports on pit road here too.
Yeah, it was Brabham Esports that spun out trying to go through the final bit of the chicane. So Calvin Dent is back running right now, but lost about 5 positions. But here we go. The GT is getting ready to leave.
And driver changes throughout for the top runners there. But it looks like Mega Racing Team's going to carry on. I believe it looks like, if I'm seeing correctly, William Chadwick getting in for Wagner. Sean Campbell getting in. I'm trying to figure out who that is. Looks like Iringa. And William Chadwick also getting in there. So let's see, coming back out, and it's going to be Mega Team Racing who inherits the lead temporarily. Chadwick will be the first one out. Going to jump T3 Motorsport, so it has swung back for the Ferrari to come out behind the Fords, and maybe they will start to fuel save as well.
Well, what's actually swung to is putting Mega Racing Team in the lead. Christian Challenger right now. Only on the first lap of his stint and 13 seconds up, but like you said, Chris, he has yet to take his tires.
Right, yeah, he looks like maybe doing a triple here potentially on his tires. But yeah, I do want to mention though, we did have a slight issue. It was the Aquilia team, I believe is how it's pronounced, or Aquilia, but it's being driven right now by Michael Dukowski. Went for a little spin. It was actually a very impressive save because he was heading right for a tire barrier sideways and was able to get the car slowed up and straightened out. And if we get an opportunity to, I know we're I think having a little technical issues, but if we get a chance to, we'll go back and show you that pretty impressive save, if you ask me. It'd be one I wouldn't be able to make.
Yeah, right now we're following some of our LMP1s. This is the 24 out here running in 7th position. Satellite, who has just taken their pit stop. We're still waiting on Seischeg and Rart to pit in the LMP1 class for this latest stint. And after they do, we'll head through our top 5 in each of the classes for our top of the hour break. Davidson.
Joe, I've got a...
Mach 1 Esports Yellows had an incident over in the Porsche curve. Sorry, Adam, I didn't mean to step on you there. Looks like almost some interaction with an LMP2 car, but Alexander Bird has put his car off track. Maybe some nose damage, put it in the barrier, but he's continued on here. He's on pit road now.
And while we were watching this, I can report Delta JM Motorsport 401 is very slow. No engine for that machine on the back straightaway for Delta JM. So unfortunately, I don't know whether he's going to be able to make it back to the pits, but very slow for that 01 Delta JM Motorsports 401 car with Luke Reimer.
Yeah, it's coasting. Oh, wait. It's the number 01. It sounds like he's trying to get the car started.
He might be running it on the starter to try and get back to pit lane, but he's going to have to go through the Porsche curves. 18th in the LMP1s right now and continuing to drop positions. It's going to be hard-pressed for him to get back.
Oh, netcode contact issues. The Brabham Esports GTE car has spun off underneath the bridge over here. Looked like maybe some netcode with, I think that was the RSR by Butt Kicker team.
Oof. Well, things seem to be coming in spits and spurts here. There's drivers having action all at once after we had something of a lull in this race. And there you can see Reimer had to take a tow in the end, could not make it to pit lane, trying to use some extra tricks to get to the finish. And
I just took a look at that incident, and that was actually that was not with Brabham Esport. That was not with the RSR. That was with Satellite Racing Mulsanne with Gabriel Ruse. So just a little bit of contact with them, and that was Philip Morton and Brabham Esports GTE that got absolutely sent into the barrier. So that's going to be some major repairs needed, possibly engine repairs needed with a rear engine Porsche coming into the barrier backwards. But take a look right now at Marcus Hamilton, second place in our LMP1s in that SRC Movano Corsa P1 machine, about 20 seconds back of our leader, Leonard Rourke, who's on a different strategy on his 9th lap. So possibly about to come into the pits is Leonard.
Yeah, I've been kind of watching and seeing as we watch David Baker here sitting in the 6th position. And I've got my eyes on Leonard, who is not going to be pitting in this time. He goes past the entrance. However, I got to think that Paceworks will be. They're on lap 11 of their stint. So I'm pretty sure that's about as far as most of the LMP1s have managed to go. But this is the leader in the LMP2s. That's Alex Spetz. So they're in the top spot. And yes, that is how his name is spelled. I had that same question the first time I realized he's missing an E there in Alex. And T3 is absolutely saving fuel. We just hopped on board in time for them to take a lift.
That would explain why the Mega team is some 3 seconds faster than second and third in class. So Challenger is either going really fast or the other two are slowing a lot and saving a lot of fuel. But I do got a question for you guys. I've been watching, I've got the weather telemetry on my screen over here and see what's going on. Till after 5 o'clock sim time, I've watched the track temp, especially with shadows getting on the track now, fall some 6 or 7 degrees in the last 30 minutes. What temperature do you think track time wise is like that number will say that you're like, okay, I think it's about time we could flip over to a triple step potentially on tires?
Oh, it's going to be a while. I think we've got to wait another hour or two. You want the sun very low in the sky before you can start to hit that triple stint on the tire. I mean, we've already seen people try the triple stint, so it's definitely doable, but it's going to take a while before you can get there, I think.
Here's the interesting thing, though. I'm glad you brought that up, because I noticed this earlier, Chris. It seemed like we've been getting cars coming in with shorter and shorter stints, at least for the majority of them. Some have been able to stretch it, but it's been rare. I think the track has been picking up pace, not only just rubbering in, but as you pointed out, it's cooling down, which means quicker lap times, which means more fuel consumption. So I think that's going to affect strategy, especially through the night.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting right now at 98 degrees on the track temp. We were looking at track temps over near 110 almost about an hour ago. So, yeah, as it gets darker here, the shadows are starting to creep up on some of the straightaways. Yeah, I think that's a great point on fuel consumption, especially if you're in a team right now that's maybe running a fuel map 2 or something like that and pacing yourself to hit a certain number.
Well, we'll give one more shot for Leonard to come into the pits here. As if he does not, we'll just head through our top 5 because he's kind of throwing a wrench into our read-through of the order. And there you see the 72 on your screen right now. 20-second lead, but again, he's on a different strategy from any other LMP1 out there on track right now. Not sure what put him into this position. Maybe he got a little bit of damage. Maybe they decided to just switch it up because they didn't think they'd have the pace to try and do it on the same strategy as those around them. Up to the pit entry, and he is in. So, made 10 laps this time, did the number 72 team. And that will mean... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead and finish that thought, Joe.
That will mean that SRC Movano will be inheriting the lead here briefly. Right now, it's Marcus Hamilton in the car. Wonderful to see any driver swaps as well on those teams. I don't believe... I need to check the rules to see if they have time limits other than the fair use for the drivers. Hamilton whooshes on past in the SRC Movano 12. And before I go into our top 5, what was it you wanted to say, Adam?
An interesting strategy by the RSR by Butt Kicker 60-7 team. You remember the wreck with Jaringa and the LMP2 that came around the outside? Mm-hmm. Well, the RSR by Butt Kicker 67 team was the GTE on the inside, and they've decided to head off a protest from the LMP2 team by protesting the LMP2 team for forcing them to take the corner beforehand shallow. So that's an interesting strategy on that. So I'll be curious to see what the admins do with that particular protest.
Huh. That's a new one for me.
I was gonna say, would that follow under the lines of, because I know like earlier they were yelling at, not yelling if you will, but like they were almost critiquing those who are sending protest in, like don't waste our time type of ones. Would this fall under that category?
That might be a frivolous protest. That's my main concern on that. But we'll find out in a bit. For the time being, we got to go through our top 5 in each of the classes, starting with SRC. Movano Corsa P1 leading the way with Marcus Hamilton in the car. Has been since the beginning of the race. NSR Red Sim Performance started on the pole. They're currently running in second place. They're about 3 seconds behind, so it's not over for sure. And they've gotten back up to the top positions they've been used to since dropping down earlier. PCS Silver, who, as we mentioned earlier, is on a bit of an unusual run. Just finished their pit stop. That sent them down to third. Doesn't seem to be hurting them too badly. Could still be a podium on for that 72 team. 155 Blue Flag Racing prototype with Andre Yusuf in the car. Started from 7th on the grid, up 3 spots into the 4th position, but they're one up by the Pure Sims Esports sitting in 5th. 4 positions gained. David Baker, currently in the car, has recently taken over for Chris McGrath, one of the few drivers that have swapped out here in the LMP1s. And there's your top 5 for that class.
Then we got the LMP2s with William Esports Chill Blast in the lead right now with Alexander Spitz right now in the lead in that number 25 machine. Then we got William Esports Fanatec with Arthur Loic in the number 5 machine, tucked in right behind. That draft pair has been together since the beginning of this race. Then Pure Sims Esports $ LMP2 down in 3rd position. That number 16 machine driven by Mauricio Cuero trying to hang on down in 18th position. 18 seconds back of 2nd position. Then it's Veloce Esports with Patrick Wolf in 4th right now. They're only about 26 seconds off of the lead of this race, so that strategy having worked out pretty well for them. And then Race Clutch, driven by Peter Zuba in the number 9 machine, 5th place in the LMP2s, about 7 seconds back of Veloce Esports. Down to you in the GTEs, Chris.
Yeah, we've had a couple of changes here in the first 2 hours of this race. The Mega Racing team pulling a triple stint, I believe it is, on tires here. Mega Racing team's Christian Challoner started up there in the front, and they are running up front right now. P1, the Team Fordzilla team, about 12 seconds back. William Chadwick in command of that car, running P2. That T3 Motorsports team has been hanging on the whole entire time right there to the Fordzilla team tail end, and even led some laps actually during that second stint. They're running P3 right now. And then the Pure Sim Sport Esport teams have been locking down 4th and 5th pretty much this whole entire race. Michael Evdoka, I believe that's pronounced correctly. He's 4th right now. And then Caden Ben in the 5th position there in the 117 team, as that's your top 5 for right now. And should mention that I believe the crossover might be starting to happen. I noticed earlier the Mega team was really pulling away with lap time and stuff, but I've noticed now the Fordzilla teams, the T3 teams, are now starting to kind of catch the Mega team lap time wise. So you wonder if the times are starting to fall off now in the triple stints of Christian Challoner's car.
Could be, but we'll find out in a bit. We're going to head to a short break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. You're watching the Majors 24, the 2nd annual running of it. Welcome back to the Circuit de la Sarthe. We have the second annual Majors 24 here. And up at the top of the LMP1 class, it is SRC Movano Corsa P1 with Marcus Hamilton behind the wheel. Williams Esports Fanatec leads in the LMP2s. The number 5 has Arthur LeHoucq behind the wheel. And Christian Challoner leads with the Mega Team Racing down in the GTEs, the 350. As a 10-second lead currently. You can see the temperatures continue to drop as the sun gets lower. It is now 5:30 p.m. virtual standard time here in France, and it'll only get colder as the night approaches. But there you see Christian, who has was using a little bit of trickery at first, we thought, maybe with some fuel saving, but has changed gears and is now sprinting away from everybody. He's been in the car since the start of this race. We'll see when he hands over to one of his teammates. He's got Brenton Foster, Brian Lockwood, and Nick Ottinger waiting in the wings for him.
Yeah, definitely a good start for that team for sure. Only 10 seconds ahead, though, so they have a little bit of a penalty to pay in the pit stop. And by a little bit of a penalty, I'm saying 32 seconds-ish. Well, about 28 seconds of time that they're going to have to give back in their next pit stop. So they definitely have some work to do for sure in that Mega Racing team. But as we've said, 21 hours, 43 minutes left in this race to go, so a long way to go for sure. We just had a pass for the lead in the LMP2s. There we go. Chill Blast going past Fanatec, interestingly, because they were about 2 seconds apart when Joe gave that rundown when we came back from break, so wonder whether Chill Blast needs to save some fuel right now.
Well, about a minute ago, guys, I want to step in here and talk about a situation that happened with In-Speed Racing. You want to talk about a close call here. The driver, Lee, is behind the wheel here. He's right in front of an LMP2 car, the number 9 car there. Actually, LMP2 car running P5 in class. And this spin that he goes through, it almost was bad for the 9 and also for the 77 car that nearly missed what could have been a very bad situation by the 9. He's got some heavy nose damage here. If we get an opportunity to, we'll show you the replay of the incident that took place, but a very scary spot for that incident to happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, is having to limp the car back around and is going quite slowly on the circuit, but staying out of the way. That is the number 42, last of the field right now.
The In-Speed Racing team, yep.
Yeah. It's on screen. This is... there he is right now, Lee, and you got to think, heading down into pit lane. And that was the same one that got smashed into the wall at Bridge a little bit earlier, unfortunately, and is now for the second time in this race finding themselves with a lot of damage. They are 7 laps down from the next car up, 19 laps down from the overall leader. It's not been the race that we're hoping for here in Top Split, which, by the way, if you weren't aware, the Majors has 11 simultaneous splits racing right now. We're going to be covering the top 4. This is split number 1 that we'll do for the first 6 hours. In the middle 12 hours will be separated with the second, third, and fourth split. So stay tuned if you have someone, a friend or a family member racing in those other splits. We'll get to those a little bit later on down the way. Martin Christensen chasing down the car of Marcus Hamilton in the number 12 as they weave through some more of the GT traffic, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, that was very scary for Barry Arons in the number 56 machine. So he was trying to get off the corner. That BMW very, very loose on corner exit, as you saw there from Team Year 1. But yeah, looking at the NSR Red Sim Performance DK Martin Christensen, he's definitely gaining on Marcus Hamilton over the course of this stint, and I could see a pass being sized up for entering the Porsche curves this lap if Hamilton doesn't decide to get on the boost button and put some gap between himself and Christensen.
Got a pass back here in GTE. The RSR by Butt Kicker team has lost a position. Pure Sims Esport 117 getting by. Not sure if this maybe is a fuel move by the RSR team, but they have lost the 5th position back to Pure Sim Esports 117 here in GTE class. They're still about 21 seconds back from the lead in class.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at that. This is a pretty straightforward run by on the blast down towards Indianapolis, going past Gulf. And yeah, you can see just had a nice run in that Ferrari, and doesn't look like their rival could do a whole lot to try and keep that one from happening. And the Ford just kind of holds off to the side as eventually they poke their nose out, and job done.
And the pass for the lead has just happened. NSR Red took over the lead from SRC Movano Corsa P1 into the Porsche curves. So Martin Christensen able to get that pass done. We're going to take a look at this one. And this is a very simple, just, boost pass. Pretty easy to do around here if you save up enough boost to do so. And it looks like SRC Movano just did not quite have enough boost saved up to defend. And NSR Red zips right by. And speaking of that, NSR Red into the pits right now. So took over the lead, not even going to lead the lap. They're into the pits for their next pit stop after lap 10 of their stint.
So some changing back and forth up at the top spot. This is a good sign for us, for the neutral viewer that wants to see that we get plenty of good racing down to the finish of this race. It does look interestingly hard to call at this stage, Adam, because often we'll see a team that looks like, oh, well, they need something bad to happen to them for them to be caught because they're just far and away the best. I can't really tell you who's got the winning strategy or winning pace right now in the LMP1s.
Well, I'll be honest, I think that SRC Movano Corsa P1 is in the best position for sure. PCS Silver was putting up a good fight, but they're off cycle now because of that extra pit stop that they took. So Movano Corsa P1 is in the best position. It's not even a comfortable good position for them yet, but they're definitely with an advantage. I'd say their advantage probably adds up to somewhere around 20 seconds right now. But that's really nothing, to be honest with you.
Let me ask this question, guys. Just I'm thinking of long-term into this race. We're just about 2.5 hours in. Okay, yes, we're strategizing because obviously the ultimate goal is to be standing up there, taking the checkered flag, winning this race. So we're talking about strategy to the finish. So for somebody who might be watching this for the first time, it's like, guys, they're 2.5 hours into this race. Why are we already talking about strategy
Yeah, this is Williams cars fighting for the lead. This is not team orders right now. Side by side into the Porsche curves. That's risky.
And very unusual because they've been working so well together up until this point.
Maybe
so
one made a mistake or something.
Yeah, but I mean, at that point, you just lift off, right? Because they're 22 seconds ahead of Pearson Esports. They've got work to play with, but I guess
now they're coming to pit road.
I guess Chill Blast wanted to lead into the pit lane.
Yeah,
Could it be a pit box thing too, maybe?
It even still, if it's something that would have been organized by the team, they wouldn't have gone side by side and nearly touching as well. They were very close together coming into the Porsche curves. I think that was a legitimate pass, and they've been given the go-ahead to battle since, like you said, there's a huge gap down to third.
Yeah, but if you wreck out, that gap disappears.
Absolutely. So my question, though, where I was going with this was, is it too early to talk about that kind of strategy being 22 hours from now?
Never too early. Never too early.
On the teams that I drive with, absolutely, because we just aren't that good at math. But for these guys, no, it's never too early. Let's be honest with you.
Yeah, I was going to say this is the top split. These are literally the best drivers in the world right now racing in the Majors 24. And to try and get the win, you have to use every edge. And we got one of our LMP2s off coming into pit lane. Who was that? Luigi, we're hearing.
Delasco, yeah, from 11th. What was 9th position, now 11th position. That's Ferduccio Esports Racing. So, unfortunately for him, just a little bit of a spin. There we see Christian Challoner yet again coming under the Dunlop Bridge. And Christian Challoner still leading in that Mega Racing team, but now only 7 seconds over Team Fordzilla. So, and still has to pay the tire tax.
Sounds like we've lost Protocharge Sim Sports. I see them grayed out, but they don't have a checkered flag. So they could get back into this race. And we were covering them earlier with their blown engine. So I wonder if they are still sitting and waiting for those repairs to finish. Oh, and we got a driver change finally for one of our top LMP1s. Marcus Hamilton finally getting out of the car.
Oh, we've had a bad accident here. Oh, very bad accident in the Porsche curb area here, it looks like, with Philip Morton, the Brabham Esports team, has had another, looks like, netcode situation. He's had to tow back to pit road. This damage is going to be a while on pit road for that team. Ooh. That car is flipped over multiple times in this accident. Right through the Porsche curbs, you're going to notice this car in big netcode. Watch this. The wall's going to grab it and send it for a ride.
And that was NSR Red. So that's one of our top teams in the LMP1s that made that contact. That could either be a penalty or damage. This could be a huge setback.
Ooh. I mean,
that's wow. Look at the speed difference there.
Couldn't do anything. He was on a ride from there.
Can we look closer? Where's there actually contact, though? Or is netcode not a factor in this?
I mean, it was netcode, but usually netcode is not taken. Usually it's not taken very heavily by the stewards. And NSR Red was full left lock to try and avoid the incident. So let's take a look at this.
I mean, there was at least, a 20, 30 mile an hour speed difference in that corner right there, it looked like?
I wouldn't doubt it. The downforce on LMP1s is comparable to Formula One.
That was avoidable contact, I think.
He didn't want to lift. He wanted to carry the speed through the corner and just misjudged it. However, I'm looking at the car on my screen. I don't see damage, even though we saw a little bit there. Trying to see if we've got our director has it on his screen.
It's going to depend. No, there's no damage on the front of that car for me either. But that being said, it's going to depend on whether the admins decide that it was predicted contact that was going to happen.
That's
or
if
not,
it's protest.
But, oh my goodness. This just terrifies me. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's Alex Gow. Once again.
I know they're good enough, but one of these days it's going to go wrong. You don't want to be the driver who does that.
This is for 6th position, these two racing, although apparently not really racing. They seem to be kind of working together, at least for the time being. It's going to follow him.
Joe, I'm sorry. I just continue to not be able to get my head, I guess, fully wrapped around this, is the fact that, again, we have 22 and a half hours left. And yes, you're running up in the front right now. But why not? And yes, I know you're trying to carry momentum. You're trying to run a certain pace, trying to run certain laps. I totally understand all that. But you've got 2 GTE class cars right there in front of you in a section where they're going way slower. Why not back off to allow your car to get through there? Because you still got 22 and a half hours.
It's that risk versus reward. Yeah, Adam, you got to make the split-second judgment, and he made the wrong call.
Well, actually, in his defense, he made it through cleanly. So... In his mind, there wasn't a problem.
He did. His rival didn't.
Somebody didn't, though. Yeah,
well, that's their problem.
And not to mention the wall's probably angry, too, that it got hit.
Well, thankfully, we don't have to sit and wait for Armco repairs here, like the real life sometimes does. That is the good news. No red flags.
We haven't had a caution yet.
You had to go there?
Let's see, we are 2.5 hours in, I think, right now.
Correct.
So that's still pretty early, relatively early, especially considering it's a maximum of 5. So if they were spread evenly, we'd be looking at a little bit more than every 4 hours, essentially.
And not to mention, that's a fair point, too, to add in there, is with the times and stuff like that. That's going to play a role in this race, too, if we do get cautions and other things like that.
Indeed. So it'll mess up your strategy. It'll mess up the fuel. it'll just throw a wrench in everything as we continue to watch some of our GTE cars race. Heading down the Mulsanne, Ferrari versus Ford. There's a lot of Ferrari versus Ford here today. Those definitely two of the most popular ones. Up in the LMP2s, Patrick Wolf is about 3/10 behind Mauricio Cuero. Pure Sims Esports Money LMP2 is trying to run away from them. Cuero took over for Zivi Zabo in the number 16. That was at the most recent, no, it was 2 pit stops ago, excuse me.
And the protest has been put into play officially by the Grabham team, pardon the ring, over the NSR Red team for that accident there in the Porsche curve. So we'll have to see what the result is there.
Is that the stewards calling you for input on that?
They might be.
Sorry, guys. On screen, we just had Patrick Wolf make the pass on Mauricio Cuero, and they split the GTE of Jonas Albert. That was really close.
Oh, caution. Full course caution. Drivers have been told to hold position. The pace cars are going to be sent out once the class leaders reach the pit entry, and I think LMP1 is going to be the first to get there. No, LMP2 is going to be the first to get there. Alex Spetz in the 25.
So Alex Spetz is... I'm just keeping my eyes on Spetz. Spetz has hit the pit limiter, and he will be the first to take... He has moved over to the right side, so to go over the rules once again, the admin has called for the full course yellow. That's Sean Brown, who's going to take our first class leader, which is going to be Alex Spetz. And the pit limiter has been hit.
That's the LMP1, the blue. So they've color coded them. The blue safety cars for LMP1, the white one is LMP2, and the red one is GTE. So yeah, Sean Brown in the blue safety car is going to be leading the LMP1s. It's the white one. Did the white one take off?
No, it did not. So they are waiting for... they're going to wait for Leonard Rart to go around. This is going to actually slow this caution down quite a bit, considering the fact that the LMP2 is so close to the LMP1.
Oh, somebody better get on the radio to the LMP2 safety car driver. I think that's Theo Schleret.
Because once the RSR picks up the LMP1, he's just going to start moving. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because you're just battling with your own class, but...
also, worth noting, pit lane is closed. And I do hear someone coming in. They are allowed to come in for emergency fuel, but they will be sent to the end of the line in their class.
Will they have to pit again?
I believe it's emergency fuel only is what you're allowed.
Right, so they got to come back into pit road either way. Okay.
Exactly, yeah. And Rodriguez is going to be the one, Ignacio Rodriguez Fredes is the one pitting in for Punto CL Racing Blue. Don't see anybody else coming in for service yet.
So we're having some discussions over the radio about this procedure. This is a foreign procedure to everybody involved. So we'll keep our eyes on all of this.
I'm more worried about these LMP1s and LMP2s whipping it around the track, and you got the GTE's cars running at pit road speed around the track. There's a little speed difference there.
Yeah, it looks like... Yeah, the LMP1s has been caught by Brown. They'll run at about 60 miles an hour around the track. They're waving by those not in their class.
Here's the trouble. The LMP2s are all up in front of the LMP1s. They're running at 36 miles an hour. The LMP2s are running at 55 miles an hour. Or the LMP1s are running at 55 miles an hour. They're going to overtake the LMP2s here.
Yeah, Okay, they're instructing the LMP2 leader to take off his pit limiter. I assume they're finally giving the go-ahead to our LMP2 safety car. No, he's still in there.
Yeah,
surely it'd make more sense to tell him to take off and go catch them.
That's what my thought would be, but I'm not the. We're not in charge of this, so
We're the ones sitting back just drinking coffee and water and other things and eating food.
Indeed. And so, okay. Well, let's see. Where are we on the stint? Paceworks Esports has it land right on their stint. So that kind of works for them. I guess it doesn't really help them, but it also doesn't really hurt them. It just puts everybody else on the same strategy as them now. Trying to see if anybody else is on a different one. The GTEs look like they are just about due for stops soon-ish.
I mean, do you think about stopping here? I mean, you've gone, I'm trying to see what laps are, lap 40, 12 laps. You're about 4 laps short right now over that full stint. Do you stop here and go ahead and...
Because I'm going to lose no time, 0 time by stopping right now.
Yeah.
Correct, but so what I'm saying, if you're like Challenger, if you're the Fordzilla teams here, the T3 teams, are you trying to go as hard as you can, maybe to stretch out the field and then come to pit road?
No.
No, I don't think so. That not the pace we've seen. We haven't seen anybody with a breakout pace that is just dropping everybody
true. In that class, especially. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the call is a pretty simple slam dunk of pit in this time, and it just shuffles the strategy, but it shuffles everybody onto the same strategy. We've got the 59 car in pit lane. Rachel Williams.
This is interesting. Looks like fuel.
No, excuse me. That's the backup safety car, rather. Sorry, apologies. I was going to say I could have sworn Rachel Williams was one of the stewards here. So, gonna have to not jot notes down about the first of our cautions here today. Slurray still waiting as well.
Can we note that 10 minutes ago, a certain individual in this room said caution for the first time?
Oh, I know. I knew what I was doing. But yeah, one thing that, I did not notice whether or not any of the pace car drivers, they're supposed to stay connected the entire time. So right now, the only pace car that is in front of one of the fields is the LMP1 pace car. The LMP2s and the GTEs still have yet to have their pace cars catch them up. So this caution is going to take a while.
Yeah, and they do not open the pits until all 3 safety cars have picked up their respective classes. Okay, so this gives us a chance, though, to try and look at the situation as well and where everybody is. Because the people this does help is those who were on an alternate strategy that now find themselves towards the front of their field. I think we could count PCS Silver amongst those. Yes, they were fast, but this came at an opportune time for the 72 because now they have been locked into the same strategies as everybody else, and they have the track position.
So over here, it looks like the LMP1 pits are going to be open this time by. LMP2 will not be.
So they're going to open the pits separately. So that actually is probably a good thing. Otherwise, it's going to be an absolute mess in there.
So
it makes sense because the LMP2s have not been caught by their pace car yet. So the LMP2s. Sorry, Chris, did you say that the LMP2 pits were going to be open?
They're going to be closed this time. So it's going to be the LMP1s that are going to be open.
The LMP1s are going to have to go. So the LMP2s are going to have to go through around again. The LMP1s will come to the pits. The question is whether the GTEs will be able to come to the pits with the LMP1s or not. Because the GTE class has yet to be caught by their pace car. Rachel Williams and the backup safety car looks like they're going around to catch the GTE class currently led by Christian Challenger. So very interesting developments here. I'm just curious as to why they didn't catch the classes when they went by pit lane.
I think maybe even the stewards were a little bit caught out by how close they were to that pit entry. And yeah, they've just sent the LMP2 leader out, so better late than never. And Yeah, okay, so they've just gone by pit exit, actually. So, well, and where is he?
He's going to have to feed out in the middle of the track here.
There he is. There's Schleret. Okay, so he's going to have to pass a few cars. I'm sure they'll get the handle on it. This is the first time we've seen this method here in the majors. They've done manual safety cars before, but yeah, just about wrecked the pace car.
I mean, cold everything at this point. He's been sitting at the end of pit lane for like 10 minutes.
Hey, as long as Oriol Servia or whoever the Chevy guy was that day is not driving the pace car like at Detroit. How ironic that's this weekend.
Oh, that was the
That was an executive at
was the
Chevrolet.
executive.
Chevy who
Chevrolet,
wrecked the
yeah.
Corvette, I think it was at
Yeah.
Detroit.
Yeah.
Way
Alright,
to go!
So Theo is going to safely catch the front of the LMP2 field here.
There we go. Also, our leaders are coming up to pit entry. Let's go to the LMP1s. Let's see if anybody does make the weird decision to stay out. I gotta think everybody's going to be in, right?
Or not.
Not so much. About half?
Yeah.
About 3/4.
That is very odd to
Well,
me.
they are very early in the stint. It's only lap 2 or 3, I think.
Yeah, but you don't lose anything by taking a pit stop right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you. Well, and okay, so here's the interesting thing is that yes, there's probably a lot of guys who are good at endurance racing, good at sports car racing, but how many of them are used to this style of racing that involves
We got GTs
full
on
course
the road too, by the
cautions?
way, guys. Sorry.
All right, all the GTs are coming in. Every single one.
Because you can attest, Chris, that when you bring the safety car into it, it's a very different beast compared to an endurance race where it's just a straight sprint and there's no full course yellows.
Oh, it changes everything, and that's actually why if people were to ask me right now the comparison of IMSA to the world class racing and stuff that they do with the 6 hours or the 24 of Nürburgring stuff like that run a GT classes and stuff like that. The reason why I actually like the IMSA class compared to the others is those full course cautions, because you just never know when they're going to come, and it could change the complexion of a race. So that's what we got here is a situation like I bring up in the GTE class. You had the T3 team that went a lap extra. I think that just killed that strategy.
Well, you know what? You know whose other strategy got killed? Mega Racing Team, because they have to take tires right now. So they were in the lead of this race. They're now down. They're going to be in the bottom. They're going to be bottom of the top 20 right now.
Right. So
because they had to take those tires at this stop.
Yeah, so when you watch a WEC race, most of those races, you get those, like I remember a couple seasons ago at Circuit de la Sarthe, where they had, safety cars splitting the field up in gaps and stuff like that. And it was kind of confusing to somebody like me, where I think of IMSA brings all the cars together in their classes, but it brings everything together and creates a whole new race, if you will.
And this will be its own whole new race as well, because the other thing that we should point out is they are not going to start them at the start-finish line necessarily. When the green flag flies, it'll be after every car has had a chance to come and take a pit stop.
Yeah.
And they will count down the green flag, and where the safety car is where that green flag is being given. So,
and what's interesting is that some of the LMP1s are trying to save a lot of fuel here. They're not catching up to the back of the pack. They might get a penalty for an improper race start if they keep the gaps that big.
I mean, lap times last time with that was pretty much a full lap under yellow, were about 6.5 to 7 minutes. So you have to wonder there how much fuel save and things you're getting out of that. Also, and I guess the counterpoint is you got these cars that are coming out of the pits now, got to catch back up to the pack. How much fuel are they burning getting to the pack?
they're telling the LMP2s are going to be open this time by. They've got a little bit to go. They're definitely not spread out evenly. They're all kind of slanted to about one half of the circuit.
So
between the three.
Race Control just said that once the LMP2s complete their pit stops and get lined up, that they're going to be going green. So
there you go.
That's going to put the LMP1s probably just past Indianapolis, and the GTEs just past final Mulsanne hairpin.
Would you not maybe almost slow up each car, each class, and start them each on a straightaway? Like, obviously, you have the 3 straightaways here. You got 3 classes. Start the LMP1s going down towards Indianapolis, as you mentioned. Put the LMP2s after the second chicane, and then put the GTEs out on the third, so they're on a straightaway at least to get going.
I mean, I don't know whether they're that coordinated, to be honest.
They're learning. It's a learning experience. Absolutely. No, I agree with that.
So we thank you very much to the Majors 24 organizers, because they did give us the complete rule book for the race, and I do not see any mention of that. All it says is that the pace car will pull over and take a tow when they start to count it down, and then the each class will start wherever that is.
Okay.
So.
Oh, LMP1's coming into the pits. Or sorry, the LMP2s. Okay, so all the
they open for them. Yeah,
are coming in and they're booking it. The LMP2 pace car will likely either continue to circulate or pull over and wait for the LMP2s at the end of the lane.
There was for some reason, maybe he didn't get the memo, but Maury Moles and the number 21 for Race Anywhere SimSport was in and amongst the LMP2 cars.
I don't know how that happened, but he's a lap behind the entire time. Maybe he's still just trying to make up time. He's on lap 12 of his stint, Joe.
Maybe of some kind of wave around, maybe? Because I did hear a couple of people talking about like wave buys or something.
But Race Control did say there are no wave buys. Yeah.
Look, I just want to make sure the pace cars don't have a 1973 Indy 500 all over again.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the LMP2 leaders are back out. So we're waiting for the rest of the LMP2s to come out of the pits and rejoin, and then we'll be back under racing.
You actually had one car stay out, I believe. The
Simsa Esports of SimNopes.
They're on lap 4 of their stint. So, again, they're probably early enough on that they figure it's worth it to try and get the track position. However, the likelihood of a caution coming during their next need for a pit stop is not likely. Not impossible, but not likely. So I don't think this is the right call.
How chaotic is this going to be? I mean, we've never seen this in the Majors 24 before. We've never seen this even in MTech, really.
I think it's a huge deal here, I think.
My main concern is they will not have a full lap to break up the different classes. They're going to be, the LMP1s are going to be catching up to the LMP2s when they're still fairly close together. That is going to be just a bit chaotic. And here is the LMP1s. I think they're just waiting on the LMP2s to catch back up to their pace car.
We have a GTE that might have to line up behind the LMP2s because of having taken damage repair that's in Speed Racing.
That might be kind of scary, because especially you talk about the LMP1s coming, it's going to catch them even quicker.
And the pace cars are off. We're about to go green.
After our first caution,
seatbelts on.
Here goes the first restart of the Majors 24. Waiting patiently, Scott Michaels and the SRC Movano car controls the pace in the LMP1s. This is the LMP2s that we're watching with Sam Nopies at the lead of that one in the number 60. Still waiting for race control to give them the word. Everybody's being very good right now and staying at the pace speed.
All of the LMP1s under a blanket. Top P1 to P10. Here we go.
They're counting it down.
3, 2, 1, and green flag.
See, here's the scary part. The GTEs were restarting in the middle of the Porsche curves.
It is what it is. Everybody's got to deal with it. And good start for the LMP1s. As for the GTEs, things are going to be interesting down into the forward chicane. That is for sure. I see a move for third as we go to Sam up at the lead of the LMP2s. He's got
chaos,
Sanders.
Absolute chaos here in the LMP2s.
Boy. This is the
cold tires, cold everything for everyone right now.
Down into the braking of Mulsanne, and miraculously, it looks like most of them got through fine. It is very tight, though. Oh, banging doors between Marcus Deck and Jaka Maciejewski there in the 64.
Absolutely. And PCS Silver and the LMP1s lost out about 2 positions on that restart as well. Look at them spread out back there. I can't believe there's not going to be contact through Indianapolis.
NSR Red has now taken over the lead from SRC Movano. So LMP1 saw a lead change. Thomas Imborg leading now in the number 99. Things looking very tight coming down through Arnage, and somebody got fed into the wall there.
Everyone's still going forward. Nobody got hit. Nobody's hit the wall at this point. Everyone's just being... I mean, guys, we're still 21 hours left in this race.
There was contact between Gulbranson for Williams Esports Fanatec and Patrick Wolf.
LMP2s. Looks like race clutch is off. That's Marcus Deck who's gone off. They were 3 wide into the Porsche Curves, and that just does not work.
It's like, yeah, so there's the incident with the Williams Esports car that you just saw, and this is Marcus Deck. Now, he's able to get the car going, but it looks very wounded. He's slow. Returning to the track. 3 wide into the Porsche Curves as the tree is clear. Massive speeds. Did he actually come to a halt before?
Just barely.
So he is not limping then. Just took his time to get back onto the road and is now down in 17th. Carries on. Oh, and Eric Grove, though, is around the number 17 car. This was in the final chicane.
And he got hit. He got hit by Alessio Fabriziani in the SRC Movano Corsa P2 machine.
He just hopped in that car, by the way, so not the way he wanted this to start. Meanwhile, up at the front of the GTEs, T3 now leads ahead of RSR Butt Kicker. They've got Netrex Grand Prix Lime. That's Jakub Kwiatowski in there. Now, that is a team that we haven't really talked about. He took over for Christian Pezcek a little bit earlier, and clearly this caution has helped them.
Yeah, there's been a lot of change here, I've noticed, because you've got Team Fordzilla now back 8th in class here, so there's definitely been some strategy play here, but this has been the calm group. There's only been really 1 pass so far this whole entire lap, and it was the Pure Sim Esports 117 got past the altitude on the straightaway. But this is what you're seeing. It's been the whole restart. It's been single file, everybody being patient. I think it's been the exact opposite of what Adam's been seeing up there in what looks like a Talladega super speedway race.
Yeah, the LMP2s are not playing nice with each other. We've had multiple incidents of contact. Williams Esport Fanatec of Kenneth Gulbranson, he actually got a slowdown coming onto the straightaway, so he's all the way back down to 13th position now, getting past. These LMP2s are starting to spread out, but those first couple of laps, I've never seen anything like it here at Le Mans.
Coming down towards Indianapolis, it looks like Imborg is making use of that clear air well, but he can't seem to shake on Marriott there in the 71. Behind them, Josh Ladden, the other Williams Esports car, still faring well. What happened to that? Let's see. Excuse me. Looks like the 5, because remember that other Williams Esports car had some contact. He is falling down to 13th, so I don't know if he's got damage, but whatever the case, he's definitely farther down than we've seen him earlier.
Yeah, so a lot of these LMP2s starting to string out a little bit. A lot of guys having loose moments right now as they're trying to get those tires warmed back up. Track temperature's down to 89 degrees, so it's quite a bit lower than, I mean, we're down about 30 degrees from where we started this race, but look at this. Daniel Civizavo still racing that machine right now, trying to get through. That's the Pure Sim Esports machine, trying to cut through this pack, but it's hard going for them.
Adam, here's the crazy part about that temperature you mentioned. It went down about 7 degrees within a 30-minute period about an hour ago. It's only gone down 1 degree in the last probably 45 minutes.
Interesting. There you see the temperatures up at the top. Thankfully, we haven't had too much wind here today. Those LMP cars probably do not want any compromising of the downforce out here. That's coming
Williams
through
Esports Fanatec's pitting, Joe.
Oh, it must be
damage on the right rear.
Yeah, I was going to say it's got to be damage.
There's no meatball flag.
But they've been slow on the straights. They can't keep up at this point. They have to pit and take repairs.
So I think, do we have a calm enough period to actually go through our top 5 of each class here? Because
I think we do.
Back here, I do.
I think this is as good as it's going to get. So it looks like SRC Movano Corsa P1 up to the top spot. They've got a little bit of traffic in front of them. That's Marcus Deck and the other class. Oh, but they're slow off.
This is the LMP2 back markers right now.
Ah, okay. Yeah. So trying to make sense of all this. And Michael's up leading the way after starting this race on the front row. It is Pure Sims Esports with David Baker now in the car for Chris McGrath, who was out there earlier in second place, able to gain spots in this last sequence, not taking a pit stop. NSR Red Sim Performance, unfortunately involved in an incident earlier, but they're now up into third place and trying to challenge for that second spot. In fact, it looks like they're going to try and take it right here as they come into the braking for the Daytona chicane. He is through, so switch around those last two that I mentioned. In the fourth spot, it is PCS Silver who finds himself in fourth. They've been up and all over the various positions in this race. They had a close moment just now with an LMP2, and it's looking like it's going to be a bit wild here for a bit in all the classes. In fifth, it is Blue Flag Racing Prototype, the 155. Currently has Yusuf still in the car after he started this race. One of the few that is carrying on for a full first 3 hours. What about the LMP2s?
The LMP2s, Thomas Eisenberg in the Delta Sport Blue machine, after making the second fastest pit stop in that pit cycle under caution, puts his 99 machine up in the lead of this race with William Esports Chill Blast of Josh Ladd, the only William Esports driver to not take damage during that caution period. But look at this, he's making the pass for first right now, trying to get himself by. They've got Alpenstars Geodesic Racing Graham Sanders also tucked in with them, only about 2 seconds back. That's Maxime Marriott actually in 18th position. That's right behind them. So the top two at about 2 seconds up ahead of Alpenstars Geodesic Racing of Graham D. Sanders in that number 62 machine, who's a little bit further back of this. That's another 2.5 seconds back to SRC Movano Corsa P2 of Alessio Fabriziani in that number 52 machine. Alessio Fabriziani doing a great job to hang on to that machine and put it up there after a good pit stop himself. Then it's Satellite Racing Tetra Rouge with Jaka Machajewski in that number 64 machine, who just got passed by the 16 of the Pure Sims Esports $ LMP2 machine of Daniel C.B. Zabo. Lots of things changing on the LMP2s, but what about the GTEs, Chris?
Real quickly, before I mention go to the GTEs, I want to mention Martin Christensen got black flagged by the admins. Not sure what that's about. Just want to point that out real quickly. That just happened seconds ago. GTE class, the T3 Motorsports team. A lot of these guys here took fuel only, it appears, on the pit stop. When it's all said and done, they lead right now in GTE class. They got the RSR by Butt Kicker 67 team. They've been pretty much neck and neck with each other throughout this race. They are 1-2 right now. Pure Sim Sports Esports 117 team. They are third right now. And then next, NetRex Grand Prix. They are there in the fourth position. They're having a great run using some strategy to steal track position. And then this Altitude Esports team, I believe they were off the track a little bit ago. Towards the back of the pack, and here they are now sitting P5 in class. So great comeback there early in this race for those guys in P5. But the first 7 cars right now in the running in this class all took fuel only. First set of tires are on the Ford Zilla team in the 8th position.
So the Christensen penalty is because of that incident that we saw going through the Porsche curves with the NSR Red team not slowing up enough for the GTE battle. Yeah, so that's why that penalty is happening. They're serving a stop and go right now.
Man, that hurts really bad for them. That's a long ways to make up. But this takes us to the latest hour, 21 hours left to go in the Majors 24. We'll have a very short break here as we switch out teams. Thanks for joining myself, Chris Scala, and Adam Lindgren. DJ Clark, Kenny Kibbe, and Sam Ryman will pick up the next 3 hours as we continue on this epic race here in France. Don't go away.
Welcome back to the Majors 24, a new team in the commentary booth for the next 3 hours. My name is DJ Clark, joined by Kenny Kimmy and Samuel Ryman, and we are ready to carry you through these next 3 hours of this fantastic race around the Circuit de la Sarthe. There you go. You can see all of us on your screen. Robert O'Brien continues to be our wonderful director behind the scenes, and Dougie Beard giving us these fantastic camera views as we continue to work along through this 24-hour endurance race. The biggest battle that we have out on track right now, back in those GTE fields right now. T3 Motorsports currently leading RSR by butt kicker. That's Tim Matzke and Sean Campbell behind the wheel. A little bit of Ferrari versus Ford action as Sam, we ride on board here with Sean Campbell working his way through Indianapolis.
Yeah, and I think he's been doing a little bit of lifting here. He doesn't seem too intent to make a pass stick yet. Now, let's not forget this number 38 was actually involved in a pretty nasty incident earlier on. So it's nice to see them back up there, still competitive, and having just finished up the first caution flag of a race, of course, of which we're anticipating probably about 5 to occur during this 24-hour event. The fact that we've just gotten back to racing means we've still got all these close battles all the way around the track. You see a lot going on at the front of GTEs, but that's also the case over in LMP1 and LMP2 as well.
Yeah, some very, very good battles shaping their way out all around the circuit. And just to give you a quick run through of everything there, we look up ahead there. That is the Blue Flag Racing prototype up in P4 right now of LMP1, navigating their way through some GTE traffic there as they try to close in on Pure Sims Esports, trying to see what they can do. These two hybrid machines, both of the Audis out here today. One of the talking points that we certainly have gone over a little bit here is the fact that the Audi seems to be preferred. Only one Porsche running up in the LMP1 battle. There is second place right now in the... Whoa! That was a very, very close incident trying to work their way through. That is P2 in LMP1. Very, very close call there, Kenny.
Yeah, for certain. There's a lot of close battles going on all around the track at the moment, and LMP2 has a pretty close battle going on as well between the Williams Esports Chill Blast and Delta Sport Blue cars as they just finished a lap a few corners ago. They're within about 3/4 of a second of each other, and all these faster classes, both of the prototype classes, navigating through a lot of traffic right now. And you think, man, this is a huge circuit, you know, these drivers shouldn't really have to deal with a whole lot of traffic, but it's constant around this place. All 8 miles of it are going to be covered with cars all 24 hours long.
Yes, they are, and especially considering now that we've had that caution period to sort of get everybody bunched back up together, it's going to be a little bit more of globs of cars as they work. We continue to watch that battle right now for overall lead right now. That is PCS Silver trying to close down on SRC Movano Corsa P1. That's Scott Michaels in that leading car, and Ben Snemethy there in the number 72 trying to close down on him. A good little battle as they play themselves along here. Hopefully not going to have any more close incidents like we saw, and a little bit of differences in the cars obviously here. The Porsche with that sort of infamous boost being able to use itself out as it goes along. You can see the battle in the background there. Also very close running for P3 in the overall category. There it is. That is that Pure Sims Esports and the Blue Flag Racing prototype machine. Only about 0.3 of a second separating them. And Kenny, you talked, Sam, you talked a little bit earlier about maybe doing some fuel saving back in the GTEs. Could we see that happening here from Blue Flag Racing?
Well, it's definitely a part of a game in a long race like this. You're always going to have a stint, especially affected with a caution flag like we had just a few laps ago, where cars might need to save a little bit to stretch an extra lap or two and get a bit of a strategic advantage there. Mentioning Pure Sims Esport, I was taking a look back in the GT field when we saw all the LMP cars going by them. I think it was a slowdown penalty for the number 117 of Caden Bean, because coming out of Ford chicanes that lap, he lost a lot of momentum. That number 117 GT3 car had been running in third. It's dropped all the way back to 7th now.
Oh, and coming out of a caution period, everybody bunched up, as we said, getting that slowdown penalty definitely there, very, very close. Let's jump you up into the LMP2 field right now. A good battle for P2 as we go around right now. This is Delta Sport Blue leading Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Graham Sanders behind the wheel of that Alpine Stars machine, trying to close down as they work their way around a little bit of lap traffic, trying to close in, see what they can do. And down into the Porsche curves, Kenny, this is not a place that you want to be passing.
No, it certainly is kind of a one-groove racetrack down here, but you can make up some time through here. It's all about commitment. It's you really rely on the downforce of these LMP2 cars, and then you'll come fly down into the Ford chicane down here in a moment, and that can be a passing opportunity, although it does narrow up into corner entry. You see Delta Sport Blue did a really nice job getting through those little chicanes and curves, and now they'll enter the final chicane and start another lap. But I did notice on the restart, Delta Sport was right on the tail end of Williams Esports Chill Blast, but then kind of fell back, and Alpine Stars Geodesic, who we're riding on board with, is really close to the gap and is now tailing on. With these LMP2 cars, once we go down the Mulsanne straight, you'll really see the draft come into play. Once you get within about a second of the car in front of you, you can really feel that toe.
And I just want to point out here, DJ, you see a lot of traffic in front of these LMP2 cars. They're catching that GT pack that the LMP1 cars just went through a few moments ago.
Yes, they are, and there is that battle for the GTE lead, Ford versus Ferrari. That's got a nice little ring to it. Somebody should make a movie about that, potentially, as they work their way down onto the Mulsanne straight. Coming down there, you can see the leader, that very distinctive Williams Esports machine, starting to close in on the back of them, not wanting to get too involved in this battle, I would have to think, as they go. Coming down into the corner, that Ford, known being pretty slippery in a straight line there, Sam, and I've got to agree with you here. It looks like there's a fair bit of fuel saving that they're doing, as I would normally think that Ford could be able to get by the Ferrari pretty quickly in a straight line.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on. But here come those LMP2 leaders now, getting their way around this duo. The nice thing is, as they're running single file like this, that'll make the job a bit easier for the LMP2s. You see in the background there, some drivers having a harder time of it as the GTE midfield and the LMP2 midfield kind of come together. Again, they all restarted as packs just a few moments ago, so the LMP2 pack has caught the GT pack, and that's creating a few hairy moments, but so far looks like most of them able to keep it clean.
Yeah, and the big story there out of that run through the first Mulsanne chicane, or the second Mulsanne chicane, rather, is a big checkup there from Williams Esports Chill Blast. That's going to bring them in within about 0.3 of a second of Delta Sport Blue. That is your top three in the LMP2 category, running line astern right there, as well as your top two in the GTE category, running right behind them. So very, very close quarters racing across the board here. Good stuff to see. Ooh, looks like Delta Sport may have a little bit of a run there up ahead. We keep our eyes focused on the GTE battle, though, Kenny. Wonder what they can do here with this.
Yeah, and on top of that kind of bottle-up effect that the Williams Esports car had to deal with, it looked like the second and third place cars, Delta Sport and Alpine Stars, they decided to kind of bump draft down the Mulsanne straight, and they're looks like they're side by side now, but they pushed each other down that long straight, and we talked about how strong the draft is with these cars, which really caught them up to the leader. And you see there a good decision there by Graham Sanders to kind of fall back in line and just kind of ride back in third place here and see if they can catch up to the leaders. They're kind of working together at this point. It's really early in this race, obviously, but these leaders are really close together at this point.
Yeah, very, very close together. And as a racer, Sam, I mean, do you want to be running this close this early in the race, or do you want to have a little bit more space around you to just kind of find your rhythm? Is it better to have sort of that rabbit right in front of you to be running, or would you prefer maybe to just kind of be out on your own and setting your own lap times?
Yeah, I'm watching the mid-pack of the LMP2s and the GT still, and I say I definitely would not want to be in their shoes, and I don't think any of them want to be part of these packs. The problem is they all want to be in front of a pack. track, you know. So even though there's 20 hours to go, it's still a race, especially with cautions. You got the race for track position. Make sure you don't get caught out, you know. Make sure you're not a lap down to a leader in your class or a leader in another class at the wrong time when the yellow flies, which granted won't happen for a couple more hours probably, just the way the incidents the cautions are triggered around here. But still, it is a race, and you've got to be on top of your toes. But to your point, sometimes when you do get involved in battles, it does make the time go by a little bit faster.
Yeah, it certainly can, as we continue to focus here in on that battle for P2 in the LMP2 category. That is the number 99 Delta Sport blue car with Thomas Emberg behind the wheel of the car, Graham Sanders and the Alpine Stars geodesic racing machine trying to close in on the back. Lots of time still left here to go. Just under 21 hours left in this 24-hour endurance race around the Circuit de la Sarthe as drivers continue to go. The leader in this category is Williams Esports Joe Blash with Josh Ladd behind the wheel of the car. There you can see him getting around the number 5 there. I believe that is a slower LMP2. Indeed, that is actually it's his sister car there for the Williams Esport Fanatec machine. So some problems befalling that. Oh, this is Eric Grove back down in pit lane, it looks like there. As here is the other, that's Kenneth Gilbredson, excuse me. There we go. Watching them around as they come through those two Williams cars. Maybe a little bit of help here being proven out, giving a little bit of a tow here, Kenny, to the lap down LMP2 car here for Williams, and maybe helping them save a little bit of fuel as they go.
Oh, for certain. And what I've noticed is that this group here for the LMP2 lead is kind of split up into 3 pairs. You have the two Williams kind of sister cars here, and then you have the second and third place cars really close together, and then you have a third pair that is really caught up to these first 2 pairs in the last couple laps. That's SRC Movano Corsa P2 and Pure Sims Esports right behind them. So they've caught almost a second last lap, and we'll have to see, keep an eye on the lap times this time by. But yeah, this is almost kind of tandem drafting around this circuit, and it really pays off when you can kind of find a partner and just settle into a rhythm.
Yeah, and I think finding that partner...
The GT leader runs off, a number 45 T3 Motorsports car runs wide in Indianapolis, and that's going to cost them the lead. And now, part of me almost wonders if that's strategic. He's like, hey, you're not going to pass me. You're going to keep trying to save fuel. I want to save fuel. I'll overshoot the turn and go behind you. But no, actually, it looked like a legitimate mistake here from Tim Maskey, just a little bit too deep into the braking area. Under the trees, they'll come into view here. And a lot of traffic in front of him. Might have been some dirty air involved too.
Oh, just barely off there, and that is going to be just enough to give Sean Campbell that lead over in the GTE category. And yeah, Sam, I've got to agree with you there. I mean, if you're up front punching that big hole in the air, it does certainly create a little bit of a problem for you because you are burning so much more fuel. You know, running around the Circuit de la Sarthe here, it is almost like running at Indianapolis necessarily with just how effective that draft can be.
Yeah, and Kenny was mentioning just a moment ago how LMP2s have kind of broken into Noah's Ark formation 2x2. Now, keep an eye on the 45 here. He had a lot of wheel over that curb. I wonder if he'd incur a slowdown for that, but it doesn't look like he does because he's still going flat out down the front straight. But yeah, we've got a similar thing in GT class here. These top 2 are running nose to tail, and they've got a few seconds over the battle for 3rd and 4th with those 2 running nose to tail as well.
Yeah, and those 3rd and 4th place cars, Pure Sims Esports 116 and Team Fordzilla GTE, yet another pair of Fords and Ferraris there as they run. So seeming some trends starting to develop out as they go along. Ooh, big wiggle over there, oversteer there as we ride on board. Really trying to get it right going out of Touch Rouge right now. Always one of the hardest corners to get right. Kenny, you've got to absolutely nail it to carry as much speed as you can down this long Mulsanne straight.
Oh, for sure. You know, you always want to nail the corner that's before the longest straight because that momentum will carry you all the way down there. And with the draft being so important in these cars, it can really help you set up passes, help you get through traffic. One thing I want to note, last time by, the LMP2 leader, Williams Esports Chill Blast, put down their fastest lap of the race so far at a 3-minute 27.283. So they really turned up the wick recently and have left their sister car and have kind of gotten all by themselves at the moment, and second and third place still battling in a pair at the moment.
And the GT battle is going on again. So Tim Mansky has taken it back by, so the RSR by butt kick number 38 machine has gone back down into second place in GT, and I think he's quite happy to run there and save fuel. Although that being said, he did stick his nose out going into the previous chicane. Maybe he does want the lead. No, he's backing off now.
Yeah, backing off a little bit there, and that's some of the give and take. I wonder if he's just trying to play a little bit of a mental game to see if he can force that T3 Motorsports machine with Tim Matzke behind the wheel just to maybe make a mistake or two. He's shown he's vulnerable there, Kenny, and as a competitor, you know that if somebody is going to be prone to a mistake, you're going to keep pushing a little bit to see if you can force a bigger and bigger mistake out of them.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's the easiest way to make a pass is to, not literally, but to force somebody off the track. If they kind of leave the racing line, you just kind of go right on by. Then there's not really any battle to be had there. And with there being so much time left in this event, might as well sit back there and just see what you can do. And if you do have a problem actually making the pass, you can at least sit back and kind of study your opponent and see where they might be weakest and where they're strongest, and that can help you set up a pass next time you reach that corner.
Well, in dealing with these GTEs, this is one of those things that we can talk about a little bit here, because the balanced performance does mean that these cars are relatively equal over the course of an entire lap. Although we jump back here, this is the wannabe SRT yellow machine all the way back in 10th place in class. Nice little battle here going on.
There's been some bump drafting going on here. We might get to see it from here, but this BMW has been getting that front bumper into the back of the car in front. He's not going to do it here, of course. It's far too twisty, but if we stay on this through Mossen, I think we might get a face full of rear-winning gearbox.
Well, and you got to be a little bit careful there with the rear wing and gearbox of that Porsche up ahead. A rear-engine, rear-wheel drive machine as Porsche is wont to put out. A little bit slippery there coming through the corners there if you're not entirely careful. And Andrew Roos here is your highest running BMW at the moment, 10th in class right now in that GTE category. A little bit surprising that we're not seeing a little bit more parity up at the top here, Kenny. I would have expected to see some Porsches, BMWs, maybe even that Corvette running higher, but it seems to be pretty much Ford and Ferrari domination up at the top of GTE.
Yeah, I do wonder if maybe those two cars are maybe a little more trimmed out, or maybe you can get that last little bit of kind of speed or legs down the long straights. That's where you make up a lot of time. Traditionally, the BMW is a pretty balanced race car, which will be better in the more technical bits of the circuit. But it's early, and we'll get into some cooler temperatures as the sun goes down, so that may change which car ends up kind of being the top dog. But at the moment, a lot of domination by the Fords and the Ferraris.
And speaking of that, we are just over about 6:30 p.m. virtual standard time. Track temperatures currently about 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Air temperature at about 73. So that means that's 23 Celsius and 30 Celsius for the metric folks out there. And we do anticipate that those temperatures will be falling throughout the night. We won't be here for that coverage as the sun really starts to go down. But Sam, that really changes everything when you're running around here in the daylight and then it transitions into night. That transition period so very difficult as track temperatures really become optimum and you start to run, and then getting into nighttime, losing those visual markers. You've got to kind of recalibrate your mind as you start to run around.
Yeah, I'm also keeping an eye on the wind fluctuating a little bit there, just as we've been looking at it. It's gone from like 4 to 13 miles an hour. So that's obviously something, if you have your teammate outside of a car, they can keep you update on the weather. That's something I've started doing on iRacing a lot. Each time I load a track now and make my track notes, my setup notes for the track, I try and look for north on the track. And you'll be surprised how difficult it is to find north on Google Images looking at some racetracks. They don't make it easy for some of them, but you always have to keep a little bit of an eye on the wind, and obviously that's some way where your teammates can help you out, tell you how the racetrack is changing as well as everything else that's going on.
It sure is, and we've got some pit stops firing off for the LMP2 competitors. It looks like your leaders here, Williams Esports, Chill Blast, Alpine Star, says there's a pass going for LMP1. This is for third place overall, trying to get it done. That's Valkyrie Competition and Satellite Racing Mulsanne side by side out of that Mulsanne hairpin. Looks like there that Valkyrie Competition is going to be able to hold on to that for now. Satellite Racing Mulsanne trying to hold on a little bit there. Oscar Pie trying to be a little bit defensive as they make the way down into the braking zone for Indianapolis. This is going to get very, very testy with a little bit of lap traffic in the way. Valkyrie going to be able to hold them off for now. Very, very close running. We ride on board with Alexander Russell there in that Satellite Racing Mulsanne machine, trying to close in. And Kenny, it's very, very close racing. And I've got to say, some good discretion there, not trying to push the envelope too much.
Yeah, I mean, he showed his nose and tried to maybe make a pass, and they gave plenty of room. Oh, a car up ahead actually went off there before the Porsche curves. That must have been one of the lap cars up ahead, but yeah, I mean, you pick and choose your battles throughout this circuit and throughout this race, and decided to get side by side, but just
we might want to go the pit exit, because there are 4 cars nose to tail being led by the number 51 coming back onto the racetrack. Unfortunately, they're able to merge without too much difficulty. But look at that. All those cars just came out of a pits together. And that kind of makes sense, remember. We just came out of a caution. Everyone with the pit under the caution. The LMP1s are the most thirsty cars, so they did all their pit stops. They're coming out together again, very close in the braking zone.
Very close indeed as they come out here looking very, very feisty as they go. Looking to the inside, there is the 64. This battle nowhere near going away, and this is just absolutely amping up everything that you can imagine. I can't imagine anything closer as they come on out here. Kenny, could we see a little bit of a pass going down into the first Mulsanne chicane?
Oh, for sure. We see the Satellite Racing car going for a lead, a pass 3 wide down into the first chicane. Someone's going to give. It'll be the car in the middle. Oh boy, that is tight. They seem to give each other some racing room. Still tight off of this chicane. And remember, the chicanes are also very important to set up the next portion of the Mulsanne straight. You're going to have to deal with 2 of them. So that will sort of stretch out this pack a little bit. But the draft is so great. You will see these cars tighten back up again. Pike from Beach Racing is coming right up to the back end of the car that just passed him, and looks like he'll fall in line for now. But really tight racing with all these cars that, like you guys said, they're pretty much equal on fuel because they all pitted under the last caution, and now they're all right back to being bunched up together.
And the driver of that number 9 race clutch machine, Marcus Deck, behind the wheel of that number 9 car. Let's not forget, we saw that car spinning right after the start of the last caution. So nice to see them coming back through the field, DJ.
Yeah, very good to see them. Ooh, little bit of a hairy run there for the 64 as he tries to get his way back around some of those slower GTE cars. This is an absolute gaggle right here that we continue to witness, bobbing this way and that, trying to pick up the draft from those slower GTE machines as they work their way down out of the Mulsanne hairpin and through the wooded run here down into Indianapolis and Arnage. The 71 trying to hold off the 9. The 9 looking down to the inside, that race clutch machine going for the big move. A little bit of a fight back there for the 71, but it's not going to be for anything. A great move by Marcus Deck.
And that's the GT3 leaders. He's trying to carve his way through. These guys keep coming up as the LMP1 and LMP2 leaders work their way by. Obviously, we're keeping half an eye on pit road right now to see if anyone else will be coming in. The GT cars probably have about 10 or 20 more minutes before they have to come down. Right now, though, our GT leaders just making sure they don't get run over by these LMP cars.
Well, and Kenny, how crucial is that when you're running in a slower category? You know, we always talk about sort of having to be aware as you're passing around in these faster prototype machines. But when you're running a GTE car, you're running a slower make or model of a car. It is so very crucial to be heads up on your surroundings, keep an eye on everything, and make sure you know where you're going as we watch the 16 coming out of pit lane right now.
Yeah, you really have to keep your head on a swivel and constantly be looking into your rear view mirror, and hopefully you have some teammates that maybe can kind of help you out to navigate the traffic, because you know that those prototype drivers are coming through at full commitment, especially if they're in the middle of a battle amongst themselves. So you really have to know how to kind of give way, know which corner that they're going to plan on passing, but you also try to be efficient with it and try to make sure that you as a GTE car lose the least amount of time possible, because you also have your own race going on.
Yeah, you really, really do, as we continue to follow here the battle for P4, Blue Flag Racing Prototype trying to close in up ahead right now. This is in that LMP1 category, a battle of Audis. As we said, only one Porsche prototype in the field today, working their way out of the Ford chicanes right now, trying to see if there's anything to be had as they go around. There is that lone Porsche, the PCS Silver machine, as it is coming in. And now we've got Jarrett Lee for the Paceworks Esports car. They are down pit lane.
I just mentioned in passing that it keeps seeming like we're watching P1 and P2 in the GT class a lot because they keep getting passed by the LMPs and LMP2s. Well, while they've been letting all those guys by, they've lost a lot of time to P3. The driver of a number 67 Ford, William Chadwick, is coming in a hurry.
Yes, he is, and William Chadwick for Team Fordzilla. No slouch here at all. Well known across the iRacing service. He is coming on with a full head of steam here. Looking back to see over his last couple of lap times, he has really been putting it in, gaining in by seconds over the past 3 laps, it looks like. He's got a little bit of lap cars that he's going to have to work around. I believe that is William Armani in the 28th place. Frederico 2 Esports Racing LMP2 that just got on by him. He'll be able to get up a little bit of a toe here as they go around, but there you can see that gap that he is continuing to pull into Matsky up ahead of him. This Team Fordzilla machine definitely starting to put through its paces, Kenny.
Yeah, and there's been a pretty good battle going on in LMP2. It looks like the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing kind of made a mistake getting through the Mulsanne corner and got pounced upon by a couple drivers around the Pure Sims Esports car, who actually ran 1 extra lap than everybody else on that last fuel stint. And then the SRC Movano Corsa P2 car in right behind as well. So you see these cars kind of, they've settled out the battle for the moment, but it just goes to show any one particular mistake, especially, you see one car, that's the SRC car getting wide right before the Porsche curves there. And that's one factor that goes into these LMP2 cars is dirty air in front of you can really make those cars build up an aero push, and you just have to kind of know that going into the corner and kind of compensate for it. And sometimes it can be really tricky in these high downforce corners.
As one of our fellow commentators would say, the aero wash is real, and kudos to Michael W. Johnson for giving us that. And yeah, you're really seeing all of that come down together here. We focus back here on the battle for P3 in the LMP1 category. This is Blue Flag Racing Prototypes and Pure Sims Esports trying to close down on them. Andre Youssef behind the wheel of that 3rd place car, trying to hold on to the podium as of right now, working their way through here. And taking a look back here, it does look like that David Baker in that Pure Sims Esports machine has been able to close in a little bit on the last couple of laps, although losing some time over the course of this lap, Sam. But as we know, this is a marathon, not a sprint. You don't have to gain it up all over 1 lap.
Yeah, talking of Pure Sims Esport, though, I mentioned at the start of the restart that the number 117 have been running around third place. Don't know what happened, but they had a really lengthy pit stop recently, so Caden Bean is actually a lap down to the GT field. I think it was a lengthy pit stop, but whatever the reason, his lap time was 2 minutes slower than normal. Also, I noticed the number 17 Pure Sims Esport LMP2 car is dropping down the timing order.
Maybe a little bit of a driver switch coming into play there, not having your fastest driver in the machine. A triple or a quadruple stint coming to an end right there. As there we focus in on that Pure Sims Esports with David Baker behind the wheel right now, seeing what he can do here to close down. Looks like he lost about a second and a half on that last lap over that Blue Flag Racing prototype number 155 up ahead of him. Now that could be as a result of a little bit of lap traffic. Looks like he's closing down certainly during the draft there. Now they're going to have Caden Bin right up ahead of them in the 49th place car. That's the Pure Sims Esports 117. That is their sister car, getting out of the way very, very quickly. Some good sportsmanship there, Kenny.
Yeah, for certain. It looks like a little bit of clear racetrack up ahead of these drivers, and they'll be able to kind of settle in at least for a moment and kind of see what condition their car is going to be in under normal race pace. But yeah, these drivers are starting to finally get through that first bit of traffic. We got a little bit of a cycle through, at least in the LMP2s, and it's still a close battle in that class. But how about the competition level in all three classes here? Just nobody's really faltering right now, and it's really making for some awesome racing.
And one of the best battles that we are seeing out on track right now is for second in that LMP2 category. Pure Sims Esports, Delta Sport Blue, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, and SRC Movano Corsa P2 running 2, 3, 4, 5, very, very close to one another. We ride on board right now with that Delta Sport Blue car, and that is going to be Thomas Inborg behind the wheel of that machine as they fly their way through the Porsche curves, just trying to close in a little bit here. There you can see that train of cars. This is all for position here, Sam.
Yeah, I've been trying to follow up on what happened with the number 17 LMP2 car, the Pure Sims Esports car there, and yeah, that car was just sitting in the pits and the driver has disconnected. I'm hoping it's not one of those situations where the car was fine but they didn't have another driver ready. That if that is what happened, that's not the first time I've heard of that on iRacing, but couldn't work out why we lost an LMP2 car there.
A bit unfortunate, and those technical gremlins sometimes coming back to bite. Obviously, no real mechanical problems. Whoa, as that SRC Movano Corsa car almost looked like it was going to have a little bit of a run there on the number 62 up ahead of him. But no real mechanical gremlins necessarily that are mimicked in iRacing. You're not going to have a flat tire. You're not going to have a gearbox give way. But the way that's really mimicked here on the sim is through some of the hardware failures that you can have, whether it's a bad driver swap, as you suspected and theorized there, Sam, or maybe your pedals disconnect or your wheel comes off its mount. I know I have run afoul of that a couple of times, that my wheel just disconnected from my desk, and that was an effective end to the race for me. And Kenny, I'm sure you having some experience running in some of these longer endurance races, you've had some stuff like that happen to you as well.
Oh, for sure. And you get into these endurance races, and there's some of the biggest car fields that you'll ever race against in iRacing. And on top of that, you have the most amount of drivers coming into one server at the same time. So really, your computer is going to be the most taxed that it'll ever be. And on top of this, being at Circuit de la Sarthe, it's one of the largest tracks on the service too. So just kind of a lot going on with software and hardware. And on top of that, you have wheels, pedals, shifters sometimes that can go a fault. And then you have internet connections. There's a lot of factors that go into this. And as a driver, you're just hoping that you can have everything go smoothly, because you have a team on your shoulders as you're in the car. But sometimes that doesn't happen, and sometimes you have to make emergency driver changes or just drop out of the race completely, depending on what happens. So it's always a danger, and but it's something that everybody deals with.
And we just had trouble over in the Porsche curves. The number 114, Arvensis Racing Red machine being driven by Harry Matijan. He just spun at the Porsche curves and got into the wall. A minor damage on that car, and he's just came into the pits.
Going to try to get a little bit of repairs done. We'll see if we can pull up a replay there of exactly what happened to that machine. And here we go as we jump back to it right now. Sam, you saw this. Talk us through it.
Yeah, he spins off to the right here, coming out of this corner, and I think he makes contact. He got on the grass. That almost looks mechanical, actually, and that is a fairly hefty whack.
Yeah, you can see that big on board, that big turn there that you could see. And I've got to agree with you. It did look a little bit mechanical. There wasn't a snap of oversteer or anything. Let's watch this again. Oop, loses the rear end there just a little bit. Able to gather it up back under him. Yeah, it looks like that car just steered off to the right there. Something a little bit wonky with that, Sam.
Yeah, well, he was able to drive it back to the pits. Obviously, might be sitting in there a little bit to get required repairs. Here we go. He's got the wheel turned all the way to the right. No, he just got on the grass, and the reason it looked mechanical is because he just had absolutely no control on that grass.
Yeah, that ice grass, as we like to call it sometimes, can certainly catch you out if you are not careful. So there we see that machine currently back in pit lane as it waits around. I want to jump you back to the battle for the lead in that GTE category, as we now have a three-way race on our hands with T3 Motorsports RSR by Buttkicker 67 and Team Fordzilla fully caught up behind. Kenny, you were talking a little bit earlier about how that Team Fordzilla car starting to come in, almost a little bit of contact there as they come through Arnage.
Oh yeah, these guys are really close right now and really going at it at this point, and just kind of in a pair or three cars actually right together, all together, and a large gap back to the next car in fourth place. But yeah, these guys are really going at it, and like I think Sam attested to it earlier, where hard racing like this, it can be fun and kind of make the racing seem like it doesn't take so long, but at the same time, it can get a little bit anxious behind the wheel when everybody's so tightly packed.
Yeah, very tightly packed, and that's what you've got to be careful about, especially here as we see one of those LMP1s working their way around there. Woo! A little bit of a hairy moment there for that T3 Motorsports machine as they come in. Oh, is that Team Fordzilla coming down pit lane? It is, Sam.
Okay, I wonder if this is a little bit of a strategy play here. I wouldn't be surprised if we're getting to the start of a GT cycle or pit stops, but maybe this is a little bit of an undercut play as well.
Certainly is. Maybe seeing that they've got that speed a little bit to be able to come in and out. I like that idea there from them. Trying to see if they can maybe come out in some clean air and make it work around. Looks like there's going to be a driver swap happening in that car as well. We jump you back up here to the leader in LMP1. This is that Williams. This is back in 17th. This is Kenneth Gulbranson in the Williams Esports Fanatec driver. That is the sister car of the leaders right there. They're in a nice little battle here with Delta JM Motorsport 401, Kenny. Yeah,
they are for sure, and it looks like the Williams Esports Chill Blast car has really pulled away a decent bit, but yeah, you see there Calvin Dent in a nice battle there going into the Mulsanne corner, but yeah, after that pit cycle, the battle for the actual lead in LMP2 is kind of it's separated. It's not as close as it was, but then you go back to second, third, fourth, and beyond, and all these drivers still pretty tightly packed.
Yeah, very tightly packed here as we watch the number 9 trying to hold off here. This is that race clutch machine. Ooh, little look to the inside there for the Brabham Esports team. Calvin Dent behind the wheel. We ride on board with him right now, trying to see what he is going to be able to do. Can't really get that pass done going down into Arnage. Such a tricky corner, Sam, and so deceptively tricky. You look at it on a map and you say, yeah, it's pretty easy. But you try to drive it and it is all kinds of easy to pick up some understeer.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of long straights around this circuit, so of course, as the race wears on, you get a bit of tyre wear on these cars. The fuel is always burning, so the handling's changing a little bit. I think we're back up with our GT leaders here. Now, I think they are legitimately battling for the lead here, because if they're about to make a pit stop anyway, this number 38 RSR Motorsport machine might want to take a lead before the round of pit stops. Now, there was a driver change for the 67 Ford Zilla, so that might have held them up a little bit. Pepe Marti is now behind the wheel of that car.
Yeah, Pepe Marti, a familiar name across the iRacing service. Good to see him behind the wheel of the car right now. Here comes that little bit of a move here from RSR by Butt Kicker 67. If they're going to be thinking about it a little bit, they're not going to have the look going down into Indianapolis. And I think they're going to try to keep it behind. And as we suspect, whoa, is that going to be a move into Arnage? No, it looks like just a little bit of a force out to see if he can force the T3 Motorsports machine to go wide a little bit. Nothing really doing there. They're going to keep in line, it looks like, as they go. And the good news here for them is they've got a little bit of breathing room back to Pure Sims Esports 116, about 5.5 seconds. So they're really able to fight this out a little bit. Their only real concern is going to be back to that Ford Zilla machine that just came in.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised if we see one of them come into the pits this time around, because it seems the aggression has definitely picked up. And of course, my money would be on, if we are going to see a car pit, it's probably going to be that lead car, the number 45 T3 Motorsport car, which has been punching a hole through the air. But let's see if I'm completely wrong. Normally, as commentators, we are. But oh, here we go. They're both coming in, so I was half right.
There you go. So both of your leaders, as they come in to be able to go down in as they work their way through right now, we'll have to see if a driver change does occur here. And Kenny, I know once again you've got a lot of experience doing some of these endurance races. Talk to me a little bit about what happens during those driver changes, kind of the adrenaline that you have being the new driver stepping into the car.
Yeah, so really, it all kind of depends on the situation your car is in, right? So, sometimes you're in, maybe in the rears of the field and you're just trying to get out and log some laps. But if you're in a tight battle like these two teams, the RSR and the T3 Motorsport cars, I mean, you got to go in there in battle right from the get-go. And that's kind of tough because you have to get used to, just the feeling of the car. You got to, kind of calculate the track conditions. You got fresh, cold tires underneath you that you need to kind of wear in. And these two vehicles are both coming out at the same time. I'm not sure there actually was any driver changes there. But, driver changes are kind of anxious. And once you can get like a lap down as the new driver, you can, settle into a rhythm.
And I'm sorry, Kenny, but Pepe is coming as our two GT leaders come back out onto the track. Pepe Martin is not too far behind them.
And remember, that was that Team Ford Zilla machine that made the pit stop a lap earlier as they come through. There you can see the gap on your screen. It's really only about 1.5 seconds. So did lose a little bit of time, but Pepe Marti still has a lot to be able to gain here. And with that new driver in the car, Kenny getting that extra lap of experience, it may help them be able to run a little bit better here. Good run there through Touch Rouge.
Yeah, that's what throws me off, though, DJ. The number 67 Team Ford Zilla car had a driver change and is still right up there with the other two leaders that didn't.
Very, very impressive stuff there to see them running it around. So, very clearly some good speed out of that. We jump you back around here to that battle in LMP2. This is Delta Sport Blue currently running in, that is going to be 5th overall, fifth in class right now as they try to close in on the back of that Alpine Stars Geodesic racing machine, Kenny.
Yeah, and again, these drivers have been just nose to tail practically this entire stint. They've separated just a little bit, but as you see, actually that was a big, that was a lap car there. I saw Alexander Russell there. That was in an LMP1 car on Mulsanne Straight, nearly run into the back of an LMP2 car. That was the SRC Movano Corsa car, but you see these cars back to lap traffic. You see these cars in, both prototypes, both very quick, but those LMP1s are no joke, and they are much faster than the LMP2s, and they still catch the LMP2s at a very fast rate.
Yes, they do. That boost very, very real as they come along. We continue to focus in on this battle right now, waiting to see if anything is going to pop off here a little bit. This has separated itself out just a little bit. Remember, these guys were running very, very line astern with the rest of their competitors, with SRC Movano Corsa and Pure Sims Esports, but everything's starting to separate itself out a little bit as they go here at this point. Ooh, little bit of a hold up there for the number 62 up in front. And I think, a little bit of a pinch there as well for the Delta Sport blue car.
Again, navigating this traffic here, the Delta Sport blue trying to chase after that SRC Movano Corsa P2 car. And up ahead of them is the Pure Sims Esports car. And yeah, you know, these LMP2 cars, again, you know, we've already gone through one pit cycle recently, and these cars shouldn't be out too much longer, and then they'll have to come in for another pit stop, you know, 35, 40-ish minutes, and then they have to come in for another set of tires, potentially, or at least some fuel.
Yeah, exactly. And in talking about those tire stints, you know, normally in these LMP2s, you tend to see a double stint taking place because taking tires does add a little bit more on to the time of the lap that you are going for. So we tend to see that. And back in the GTEs, we tend to see almost a triple stint taking place as well, Sam, as it just seems to be a little bit more, getting a little bit hairy there with some LMP1s moving their way on by.
Yeah, I wonder if that's why we saw the GT leaders kind of shake out the way they did, if tyre strategy was involved in that at all. For the record, the number 45 T3 Motorsport car has retaken the lead in the GT class, but I have a feeling the 45 and the 38 are kind of happy just to run 1 second close to each other right now. Not this close, mind you. This close is a little bit too uncomfortable, I think.
Yeah, very, very close here, as this is the Mach 1 Esports yellow machine that we focus in on right now. They've got that fellow Porsche just up the road from them. That's Liebert Esports and the 999 machine. Just trying to keep that gap down to about a second. As we've talked about, a full second is about where you're going to be able to get that maximum effective draft range. And there you can see right behind them one of the BMWs. That's the wannabe SRT Esports yellow machine, making this pretty much a 3-car battle with about 4 hours down in this race. Continuing to work their way around right now. Oh, and this is the part of the race where everything starts to sort of settle in a little bit more. We're coming off of that last safety car. Everything's a little bit more calm, cool, and collected. And you know, Sam, drivers tended to find that rhythm here as we get along in further into the day.
Yeah, I was just taking a look through the back markers to see if we've had any more retirements. I see the number 115 Net Rex Grand Prix Lime car has been sitting in the pits for a while, so I don't know if that's another DNF that will take us down to 46 cars currently still running without any issues. Something I have noticed, a lot of the cars that are out of a race so far are GT cars.
Yeah, lots of argy-bargy, as they would say, happening in that GT category. We continue to keep our eyes focused on this battle for P3 in, for P5 in that GTE category. Things running a little bit close here. The battle between T3 and RSR by butt kicker number 67, also close at the front of this field, but everybody being a little bit calm and collected here. Here is 4th place, that Pure Sims Esports 116. This is another good battle. This is for P3 as they try to close in on the back of Team Fordzilla, who looks like they've lost a lot of pace up to that RSR by butt kicker. Remember, when they came out of the pits, they were a lot closer, Kenny.
Yeah, for certain. It looks like the new driver in that race car ran a 3-minute 53 lap, his first full lap around, which is not the greatest. So we'll have to keep an eye on the lap times from here on out. I want to go back to Samuel's point about, as you see the Ford there go a little bit wide as he gets passed by Jonathan McCarthy in one of the prototypes. But going back to Samuel's point, in the LMP2 class for retirements, one car didn't make the grid and one other is retired. Everyone else, 19 cars strong, still in this race over 4 hours in and still competitive.
I think Pepe Marti's issue was a couple of slowdown penalties. I just went back to watch his last lap, and he was quite off a pace going down the straight, so I'm wondering if he was having to serve a couple of those.
And that can certainly come back to bite you. We focus back here on the Delta Sport blue driver, Thomas Enborg, behind the wheel of the car right now as he currently runs 5th in class. He's on a little bit of an island unto himself here. He's got some times up around him. And remember, he was involved in that battle with the Alpine Stars geodesic racing machine. It looks like he's lost a little bit of time to him. Kenny, not entirely sure what happened. Maybe a few more of those slowdowns.
Yeah, I am. I think that is what happened because I'm noticing, at least on the iRacing service side, that his last 2 lap times have not come up on the board. So that usually means something maybe it would have happened to him right before the start-finish line. So I do wonder if maybe he had a few issues as that lap's back on the pace with a 3-minute 29-second lap. But yeah, a few of these drivers just trying to settle into their rhythm and maintain their pace here. It kind of becomes you against the track once the battles kind of settle down, and it's harder than it sounds to settle into that rhythm and just be consistent lap after lap after lap.
Well, it certainly is, especially considering you've got to navigate those lapped cars. And I know for someone like myself, I tend to enjoy doing this multi-class racing because, well, let's be honest, there's a reason I'm up in the commentary booth and not down on the track, and that's because I don't really have the speed to be able to battling for the lead, but I like the challenge of being able to keep out and seem like I'm racing other drivers as I do multi-class racing. But Sam, talk about finding that rhythm. I mean, especially on a long circuit like the Circuit de la Sarthe, it's got to be so tricky with just so much time to be made up around here. You know, it's not like a little circuit like, let's say, Interlagos necessarily that it flows together quite nicely. There's big breaks here where you got to kind of take your time.
DJ, do not think about dogs. Hey, DJ, what are you thinking about right now?
Dogs.
Okay, yeah, that's the problem with motor racing. If you try and think about what you're doing out here on the racetrack, if you try and think about finding your rhythm, you never find it. When you just start driving out there, eventually you find the rhythm. It's really hard, but it's like the less you think about what you're doing out there on the racetrack, the better you do at it. It's just like, but as soon as you start, thinking about dogs, or as soon as you start thinking, telling yourself not to think about dogs, or telling yourself not to think about your racing line, you start to focus too much on it in a way. So, you've really just got to go out there and drive, and eventually you find the rhythm.
Well, all right. I am feverishly taking notes about dogs and rhythm there, so thank you, Sam, for that. Maybe that'll help out my driving a little bit as we keep focused here on this battle for P3 in the GTE category. Team Fordzilla starting to feel that pressure courtesy of some of those slowdowns. Pure Sims Esports 116 putting on a good run here in the Ferrari, trying to close in behind as they work their way through that corner before Indianapolis. Down now into the corner. Ooh, little bit of a slip up there coming out of it there, Sam. It looks like Team Fordzilla is starting to feel a little bit of the pressure.
Yeah, I'm seeing the leaders in GT slide around a little bit as well. I wonder if, as you mentioned, we might have seen some teams double or triple stint in their tires. Well, they may have opted to, a lot of these teams may have opted to take tires under the caution, because they don't lose a lot of time doing that. But obviously, as a result, that means we've got a lot of cars out there on track right now who are on their second stint on their tires.
Yeah, and that can really, really affect the handling. I mean, these are tires that are designed to go multiple stints long, and even with the cooler temperatures out on track here right now, it can still really affect them as you continue to wear them down and continue to bite them down. And you'll have team members behind the scenes, whether that's an engineer or your fellow drivers, being able to sort of keep an eye on everything, watch those tire wear rates. And once again, Kenny, I know you've got some great endurance racing experience, and talk a little bit about what's that like being a driver outside of the car helping your other teammate.
Yeah, so generally, one of once one of your teammates makes a pit stop, and if they don't take tires, you like to be able to take a look at the telemetry and see what kind of tire wear numbers you're seeing, and based on that, you can decide, okay, you need to maybe back off just a little bit, or we can keep doing what we're doing out there. And from the driver's perspective, if you're finding you have some extra tire wear, and you will feel it in the car. And I think where I personally feel it the most is just like you go and try to make some kind of moves, and you just notice that the car just doesn't want to stick when you try to make those passes like it used to be able to. So you just don't quite have the trust a lot of times in the front end of these high downforce race cars that you don't typically have. But you just have to soldier through it. And it's even worse if you're actually a new driver in the car and the team didn't decide to take tires, or even maybe forgot to check them on. That's always a very rough spot to be in, but it does happen.
Yeah, it certainly does. You have got to be Penske perfect, as they say, running around laps like this as we focus in on the battle for P8 right now. Blue Flag Racing prototype trying to close down on Pure Sims Esports. That gap about 0.5 of a second. But as this battle just continues to simmer here a little bit, that's going to lead us to our first break in our 3-hour commentary stint. Once again, I am DJ Clark, joined in the booth by Kenny Kibbe and Samuel Ryman, with our wonderful director, Robert O'Brien, behind the scenes. We are going to take a quick break away, but we will be right back with the rest of our 2 hours of coverage here in our stint for the Majors 24. Welcome back to the Majors 24, and we come back with some earth-shattering news. The T3 Motorsports number 45 Ferrari appearing to suffer some internet issues. They have dropped out of the race right now. We do not see them on our live timing and scoring. We believe internet issues to blame there, and that has led for the RSR by butt kicker number 67 Ford to take control of the field of the GTEs. And Sam, this is absolutely catastrophic for that T3 Motorsports machine. They were one of the favorites here to win this race.
Yeah, well, now, of course, it's going to be down to how quickly can his team get someone else in that car. Obviously, it's going to be towed to the pits and everything. My guess is that they will lose at least one lap. Hopefully, they have another driver on standby, and we do have confirmation that they lost the connection. But if they're lucky here, they might only, just lose a lot of a lap or maybe one lap. As one of the nice things about having such a large track and having cautions is that if they don't lose too many laps here, they could still be in this race later on.
Yeah, those cautions are going to be playing in massively here, and I think for RSR by butt kicker 67, this is going to change their strategy a little bit. They've been pretty content to stay behind and sip fuel a little bit behind that T3 Motorsports machine, as we are seeing right now that they are in pit lane, so they have gotten another driver into the car. It looks like something has been able to do it. Yeah, but they are going to have to take that tow time back into pit lane. Jens Vogt in behind the car right now, so they will be able to get back out on track, but they are going to have a whole lot of work to do to get back up there, Kenny.
Yeah, for sure. And whoever gets back into this race car, if it's Vogt or somebody else, at least they have a lot of time to get back into this. And like what Sam talked about, with cautions being on for this event, they can kind of be brought back into this event, but it's going to take a lot of patience. They're going to have to hunker down, get back into a rhythm, and just don't try to do too much out of the gate. You're in behind. It's a setback, but it happens. Other drivers are going to have problems as well. So they just kind of need to stay calm and get back out there. But unfortunately, we talked about how internet connection problems and things like that can just happen at any time, and it can get the best of us.
It certainly can, and this now makes the closest battle really in that GTE category, the battle for P2 right now, with Team Fordzilla inheriting that second place. Pure Sims Esports 116 trying to close down behind them. Yet another battle of Ford versus Ferrari as they go their way around right here. Michael Avodka trying to see what he can do. A little bit of a bobble there coming out of the first corner there, but it looks like that Ferrari's going to be able to keep everything at least relatively up underneath it as of right now, as they try to close in a little bit more on the back of that Team Fordzilla machine. Still within draft range here, but I mean, just absolutely heartbroken here for T3 Motorsports. It looks like they are going to be back in 47th place overall. Looking to see on my timing and scoring sheet what that's going to put for them. That will be 18th in class, so that will be a big death knell. They are going to have to really work their way back forward, but that is not the case here for Avodka and the rest of that Pure Sims Esports machine. They will try to gain back up here on Fordzilla, as they are now officially in podium position, and they've got about 7 seconds back to Altitude Esports to be able to hold on to that. Now, that is the number 9 coming around behind them right now. That is the Race Clutch. They are 16th overall up in that LMP2 category as they work their way on by, Sam.
Yeah, I'm still keeping an eye on the number 45 T3 Motorsport car. Jens Vogt is behind the wheel in the pit stall. I'm assuming just waiting for the tow time to count down. They've already gone a lap down. That's salvageable in a 24-hour race such as this. 2 laps down, though, is going to be much more difficult. They've got a couple more minutes, I think, before the leaders come back around again.
Yeah, so they're going to be hoping to be able to come back only a lap down here. And Kenny, once again, relying back on some of your experience in the endurance racing, what can you do when you're in that position? What can you sort of tell yourself to get yourself back into the mix of things when you have such a big problem like that?
Well, first and foremost, whoever gets back into that race car just needs to, first make sure the car is all good, make sure the connection is all good for yourself. and then you really have no choice but to just focus on putting down nice, smooth, consistent laps, and kind of start racing the track and just move forward, and wherever the chips may fall is where they fall. And obviously this car is going to become off sequence when it comes to pit stops moving forward, so that's going to kind of change some things. Might end up working in their favor, if they are out on track, everybody else is taking a pit stop, and then a caution comes out at the right time. So a lot of things can still happen from here on out, but at this point they just need to focus on getting out there, getting a stable connection, make sure the car's all good, and logging some laps.
Well, and as you saw there on your screen, the racing continues out on track. Benjamin Figueroa there in the RSR by Buttkicker 68, able to get by Jacob Majowski in the Satellite Racing Tetra Rouge car on the run down into Indianapolis. A good pass there by the 28, working their way by some lap traffic. I actually believe that is the Pure Sims Esports 116 that we were following a little bit earlier. Indeed, as that is the Team Ford Zilla machine right up ahead, catching them through the Porsche curves. Not exactly the area you want to be catching lap traffic, but both LMP2 drivers able to navigate their way around nice and easy. Whoa, and there comes the 72 there behind. That is the PCS Silver. That is second place overall. The lone Porsche LMP1 in the field working their way through. That was a little bit of a late maneuver there, Sam.
And the 45 still in the pits as the 38 RSR by Buttkicker machine goes across the finish line and puts them a second lap down. So unfortunately, I think it might be game over for the T3 Motorsport car, at least as far as the race win is concerned. But now
they're out of the pits. They're coming out right now. So they did just lose that second lap, but they will be coming out now. So they're not down and out, but yeah, that second lap, Sam, is going to definitely hurt them.
Yeah, and the 38 is our race leader right now in GTs, is in the middle of our LMP2 Hornet's Nest coming around to lap them.
Yes, certainly is there. You can see it. All of those LMP2s streaking on by. That's the number 28 trying to get by right now. That's that RSR by Buttkicker 68, the Tetra Rouge machine, the Satellite Racing Tetra Rouge machine now also trying to work their way on by, holding on to that back position that they just lost. Looks like behind them they'll have Pike from Beach Racing about 1.6 seconds behind, starting to close in behind there as well. Looking to see if there's any little bit of battle that could be starting to shape itself up. No, that is a lapped car, one of the Porsches there a little bit farther back. So Pure Sims Esports 116, they're going to have a little bit of breathing room as the RSR by Buttkicker 67 continues to lead here with that disconnection by T3 Motorsports. They will be able to lead by about 4.5 seconds here as they go. Oh my goodness, we've got a little bit of bump drafting going down on the Mulsanne. That was RSR by Buttkicker 68 giving a nice little shove from Satellite Racing Tetra Rouge. And Kenny, you can bump draft in these LMP2s, but it's not exactly the easiest thing.
No, it's not. You really have to make sure that you both drivers are on the same page here. And one thing I do want to note just really quickly is that the Pure Sims Esports LMP2 car has consistently been going one lap further than the field, so that may come into play later on in this one because they may be able to possibly save a fuel stop. Who knows?
They may indeed. We focus in on here a good battle in LMP1 right now. This is the sister car, the Pure Sims Esports, ready to go and get their way around as I believe car 77 we have got waiting in the wings here to maybe chat with us.
They just lost the connection there.
Oh my goodness.
That's what we picked up on screen a moment ago where you weren't seeing any cars. The number 77 Valkyrie competition LMP1 car, they had a similar issue to what we just saw with the 45, where their driver, Oscar Pye, lost the connection, and now they're going to have to hope they have another driver on standby. Quick update, though, for the 45 machine. It's not as, their circumstance isn't as dire as we thought. They hadn't actually crossed the line when they were sitting in the pit stall there, so they're actually only one lap down. They're not 2 laps down.
Well, that's certainly going to help them. That's going to be good there. There you can see Jens Vogt out on the track right now in that T3 machine. He is currently down in the order, as you can imagine, a little bit there. Looks like he's running in about 46th overall. That's going to be 17th in class, but we know the speed out of that Ferrari, so we'll have to see if he's able to sort of piece his way by. Kenny, we've seen drivers come from farther back here in these long endurance races and with still just under 20 hours remaining in this race. This is not an unassailable gap here, but it is certainly going to be tricky to try to get their way all the way back forward.
Yeah, for sure. But one thing about these endurance races is that the majority of teams will have some kind of problem, whether it be big or small, throughout this entire event. So hopefully for that team, they got their problem out of the way early. You'd rather it come at a time like this where you still have 20-ish hours to make up all that time. But yeah, with the pace of that car, if they can just remain consistent and clean, definitely don't count them out.
No, certainly don't count them out, as we've got a nice little battle here up again. This is Pure Sims Esports and Blue Flag Racing Prototype. This is for the final podium position in the LMP1 category. Audi versus Audi as they go working their way by some lap traffic into the first of the Le Mans, into the first Mulsanne hairpin. Directly up ahead of them, that's going to be Maciejowski and Figueroa. They're 19th and 20th overall. That's going to be the battle back with the RSR Butt Kicker 68 and Satellite Racing Tetra Rouge. Those were the two cars that were actually bump drafting down the Mulsanne a little bit earlier. They're going to be able to piece their way by through them nice and easy. That hybrid boost really coming into play, and you can see the LMP2s diving in, trying to get that last bit of draft if they can, just trying to use everything to their advantage, Sam.
Yeah, I've got to give credit, though, to the field. Since we've gone back green flag racing, we haven't seen any major incidents. We've seen a couple cars go into the wall and a couple cars lose the connection, and some drivers run off course and get a slowdown penalty because of it. But as a result, what I'm thinking is that we're going to get a much longer green flag run, a green flag stint now than what we had at the start of a race. And even then, that took us a few hours to see our first caution. So with the incident points accumulating very slowly right now, again, we don't know how many incident points it will take throughout the whole field to trigger that second caution. But my guess is that we're going to be racing clean and green for quite a while here.
Yeah, I think we are. Everybody's certainly starting to settle down into that rhythm. You know, sometimes you get to the old adage of cautions breed cautions, and you see when a safety car gets deployed that the whole field bunches up and things get a little bit more aggressive, but that really hasn't been the case here. We've seen a lot more calm, cool, and considerate racing out of these drivers, and drivers really keeping things nice and easy together. Little bit of agita there as they come around there, as it looks like, I think maybe Satellite Racing Mulsanne may have had a little bit of a problem there in the back, as they've got some damage to the rear of that car. That is the number 24 having some internet issues and some damage there, pulling off to the side of the track.
And that's kind of a double whammy too. You hope that if you do have internet connection issues that you can take care of it. As we take a look at the replay here on screen, oh wow, couple hits into the guardrail there. Good job keeping it out of the wake of the rest of the traffic. These cars are really sensitive with any kind of damage like that, especially if wheel damage is involved. But oh yeah, a lot of internet connection issues too. So they're going to have to deal with internet connection and car damage. So that's going to hurt.
That's a double whammy there for them, and they are not going to be happy about it at all. We focus back in on the best battle out on track right now. Pure Sims Esports continuing to lead over Blue Flag Racing Prototype. That's Marcus Deck in between them right now, one of the LMP2 cars for Delta Sport, as he's going to get his way on by them right there. That looks like Blue Flag has lost a little bit of time as they run out. Now the gap expanding out to about 1.5 seconds, but you've got to just try to close back in there. It's the traffic giveth and the traffic taketh away as we work our way around. And Sam, you know, this is one of those moments where you got to just kind of got to tighten your belts and be able to push and get back up into that draft range.
Yeah, we've been keeping a little bit of a running notebook going on during this race, and I've noticed the first few hours has been this GT car had trouble, this GT car had trouble. Now it seems it's the LMP1 car's turn. We've just had 2 drivers drop out of the smallest class field in the race within, the last 5-10 minutes here. So a little bit of not necessarily attrition, because these connection issues, the drivers can always come back from it, but definitely thins out the field of the drivers who could be contending for the win.
And guys, there was a problem last lap for the second place car, the Pure Sims Esports LMP2 car last lap going through the Ford chicane. He actually bended into the outside wall, which is kind of a tire barrier, if you will, and he's fallen down to 4th place. He's still continuing, and we'll have to see next time he passes pit lane if he decides to make a pit stop or not. But the car looks decent visually, as we looks like we do have a replay queued up here. But anyways, for that Pure Sims car, they were looking really good with their strategy of being able to go 1 lap further on a tank of gas, but that little mistake in that chicane it's very easily to happen. Here we go. As we go through the replay, we'll come up to the Ford chicane, and he just grabs too much curb, it looks like, and just slings him to the outside wall as he hangs a left here.
Oh! Right, yeah, those big sausage curves to the inside. Some heavy damage to Daniel Civisabo behind the wheel of that Pure Sims Esports machine. Looking at the car right now, there does appear to be a little bit of damage to it. We're going to have to hope he's going to be able to come back in and around. I've got to imagine he is going to want to get some repairs done on that number 16.
He might actually stay out here. We'll have to see. But the good thing about these LMP2 cars is that most of the time when you do repairs to them, a lot of times they will fully repair as long as it's not huge damage. He is going to stay out here. So I think he's going to be okay. He's going to soldier it out for this stint at least. And we'll have to keep an eye on some lap times as he will cross the line here. We'll see what the last lap was. It looks like it doesn't count on the ticker, but I think his pace is going to be okay. And he'll just soldier on and finish out this stint.
Yeah, and I think that may be a good decision there. The one good news for him is coming through those Ford chicanes that the damage isn't going to be that incredible because it is a relatively low-speed portion of the track. Obviously, a lot worse if he had caught that going through the Porsche curves, for example. That could have been a lot worse, but he is losing time up ahead of him. Those are some LMP1s that are passing him by. He's going to have to keep an eye on Delta Sport Blue behind them. They're about 6.6 seconds behind right now, so he'll have to see if he's able to keep up the pace and keep them at bay.
And at the moment, he's about a second and a half behind the 3rd place car in class, being the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. As we're looking at the Satellite Racing Tetra Rouge car, DJ.
Yes, indeed. And this is that battle that we were focusing on a little bit earlier. The RSR by Buttkicker 68 machine just up ahead of them. Jacob Majowski trying to see if he is able to close back in. Remember, we said that gap had extended up to about 1.5 seconds. Well, clearly here, Jacob has got the speed to be able to close in behind. Now, the question here, Sam, is going to be is if he just wanted to get that push on to be able to stay back into the draft range, or if this is a real shot to try to get a pass done.
Yeah, you should find out here momentarily because he's definitely within slipstream range and might be able to make a pass for position down here. Yeah, he's a little bit far back right now. I just wanted to go back and talk about that 16 and how lucky I think they were to get away with as little damage as they did, because that looked like a pretty nasty hit into the barrier. And it always feels bad when you're a driver in one of these 24-hour endurance races and you know the team is depending on you to bring the car home in one piece and you make a mistake. Those stick with you. I remember I've had 3 such moments in my 24-hour races. One where I spun at Road Atlanta and just kept off a wall, and the other 2 I'll tell you about later, because I really think this battle was about to heat up into the hairpin there.
It certainly did look like it was going to heat up there. Satellite Racing Tetra Rouge trying to see what they can get. That car behind them, the 51, that is also in play. That is the Pike from Beach Racing machine number 51. That is Iro Antinia behind the wheel of the car right now. So they can't spend too much time battling here. Otherwise, that number 51 will be able to close into it. Very, very close racing here as the 64 going to have a look down to the inside of Indianapolis. It doesn't look like it going to stay behind as of right now. Little bit of a look to the outside of Arnaz, just seeing if he can force that RSR by butt kicker 68 to get a little bit offline, but not biting for it at all. That is Benjamin Figueroa, just absolutely driving a perfect line, Kenny, not giving in any inch.
Yeah, he did go a little bit wide coming through and out of our Indianapolis, I believe it was, but his drivers are pretty close at the moment. And I did notice real quick, going back to the number 16 Pure Sims Esport cars, his pace is still decently there. Ran a 3-minute 30-second lap last time by. So that's the great thing about these LMP2 cars. They are stout and they are tough. So you can get away with a little bit of contact. As long as you can keep your wheel straight, they should be all right here.
Well, it looks like we've got a little bit of a lull. And Sam, I think you were baiting us with a story there of what were the other 2 times that you had a little bit of an off coming around in an Enduro?
Yeah, well, one, and this is quite relevant because before we know this could happen out here today, it was 3 a.m. in the morning. All my teammates were in bed, and so no one was there. If I made a mistake, and I had to tow the car, I would have to get back into it. And I saw I had 1 lap of fuel left, so I reminded myself that throughout the lap, don't forget to pit for fuel, don't forget to pit for fuel. 1 lap later, I needed to tow the car because I'd ran out of fuel. So that was the second mistake I made. And the third one that comes to mind, I wasn't driving the car, but I told my teammate, okay, it looks like we got 6th, you're not catching 5th, 7th isn't catching you, just bring the car home without spinning. And he spun a few turns after that, so I kind of blamed myself for that one.
Is that a teammate's curse? I know the commentator's curse, but I'm not sure what exactly to categorize that as. But one way or the other, you hate to see that kind of luck. As we watch here, this is
you have to share now, DJ. You and Kenny have to share your mess ups in endurance racing.
Oh, Kenny, I'll let you go first.
Well, the first year I ran the Daytona 24-hour, I was having some computer issues, and I did stay in, but I was having graphics issues. My screen was blinking black and white, and I did go off a couple times. We brought the car back in one piece, but I felt horrible being kind of a rookie, and it was only like my first or second time in the car. We were in the Daytona prototype that year, but when you're a rookie especially, it's just the nerves are just crazy because you just don't want to let your team down.
Yeah, I have to agree. My story is running the 6 hours at the Glen in one of the LMP2 prototypes. May or may not have been watching a battle taking place in front of me with the guys up in front. We were running in P4, and I was thinking, okay, these guys are scrapping pretty hard here. It was about the 3-hour mark. I was just being very, very patient, focused in on them. They made a mistake going up into the bus stop, hit each other, and I had excellent fixation, just locked up the brakes and plowed right into them and threw away what would have been a surefire podium for our team. So, yeah, there's a reason why I'm up in the booth.
On the flip side of that, though, guys, there's always times where if you can go in there and put down just a clean stint, even if it's not even a fast stint, but just a clean stint, I mean, the sense of accomplishment that you feel getting out of the race car is immense. And if you can actually help your team out and gain a few spots on top of that, that's just awesome. And even if you can deal with some hardware and software issues like I've had to in the past and still bring the car back in one piece, that actually makes you feel quite good getting out of the car.
It certainly does. And I'll tell you who's feeling pretty good in the car right now, and that's Calvin Dent. While we were sharing stories there, he was able to get that number 37 Brabham Esports LMP2 up and by Satellite Racing Tetra Rouge, and now is trying to close in on the back of that RSR by Butt Kicker 68 machine with Benjamin Figueroa behind the wheel right now. So that Brabham Esports machine having a lot of speed in it right now, clobbering his way over the Ford curves right now, the Ford chicanes, trying to see if there's anything, but it looks like Satellite Racing Tetra Rouge not necessarily letting this battle go too quietly there, Sam.
Yeah, no, it's a nice little battle they have on track there. I was actually just distracted from my timing there. I thought one of the GT cars had spun, but looked like just a timing issue, so all good there.
All good there, and this is that point in that race, in the stint, I think in particular, where you start to get into a little bit of push mode here. You want to try to push your way up ahead a little bit, especially looking at the likes of the Brabham Esports machine. Now, these guys are back. This is 9th in class, so if they really want to start mounting an attack to get up into that top 5, Kenny, this is the part where you've got to start doing it, and seeing that speed coming out of that number 37, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, for certain, and you want to try to take advantage as much as you can, and put your team in a good position for the next stint. Also, the track temp's dropping a little bit here. It's down to 79 degrees. Was in the low to mid 80s when we started this event, so track times are going to start to get faster and faster. And once the sun goes down for these drivers, that's going to be tricky, because it's actually the most difficult time, because the visibility is so low, but it's also the time that the car is the fastest. And as the track temp drops, your commitment has to go up, because you really need to take advantage of all the pace that the car is going to allow you.
Well, and speaking of those falling temperatures, as we tick past about just close to 7:45 p.m. virtual standard time, track temperatures have fallen a little bit. It's down to 79 degrees Fahrenheit on track, 72 degrees air temperature right now. There comes Brabham, getting a little bit closer there to RSR by butt kicker as they come through the Mulsanne hairpin. And don't forget about that 51 Pike from Beach Racing. They've been the ones sort of loitering in the background of this fight the entire time. They certainly look like they could have some speed. They're only about a second and a half behind. I've been very impressed, but I think the move here is on for Brabham, and indeed it is. There he's going to go to the outside, trying to sweep around the outside of the braking zone into Indianapolis, and that is Brabham Esports up into 18th overall. That is going to be 8th in class.
And over on the other side of the circuit, into the pits comes the number 155 Blue Flag Racing.
Sorry about that, Sam. There was actually a collision there with that battle with LMP2s. A GTE car actually had spun off, and a little bit of contact by a couple of those LMP2 cars.
Yeah, that's the .exe Racing Esports machine that got into it there. But as you said, Sam, back to the pit lane. Pure Sims Esports down pit lane.
Yeah, so here we go then. These guys are coming up to their second scheduled pit stop following now caution. Oh boy, more contact there. We've got one car in the gravel.
Yes, indeed. That was the PCS Silver, the leading Porsche right now, out in front. I'm not sure which LMP2 it was that he got into the side of, but definitely taking a little bit of a sojourn off through the grass there.
That's Martin Christensen behind the wheel of the number 44 NSR Red Sim Performance DK machine. He was the driver who took a trip through the gravel but kept it pointing in the right direction. And that is actually an LMP1 car, but I don't think they're on the lead lap.
No, indeed they are not. Good call there, Sam. They are in 8th place in class, a lap down from the leader, so a little bit of lap traffic there. The PCS Silver machine really just trying to, I think, get as much as they can out of there to try to go. Nemeth behind the wheel of that car. A little bit of argy-bargy there, it has to be said, but just a little bit of miscommunication, but that's all of the margins that can be taken up there, Kenny. Continue to focus here on that PCS Silver machine as they come around. And Sam, you said the Pure Sims Esports machine coming down pit lane. We've got to anticipate, I think, here, seeing the rest of this LMP1 field probably coming down pit lane here shortly.
Yeah, I think we're going to start seeing pit road getting very busy. Always having a few cars sitting in pits, some cars with damage and all that. I'm also keeping an eye on the GT cars, but the leaders have all broken up a little bit. But heading back over to Kenny.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was talking but not keyed up there. But if we go back to the LMP2 little collision there with the GTE car, that just shows you how dangerous this place can be. With when you're that close to your competition, one car has a problem up in front, you just kind of accordion up into that, and that's a danger that everybody in here is willing to take. But they're lucky it was at a slow corner like Arnage, but again, a car gets sprawled across the track, and everybody has to scatter, and it can cause some problems.
Yeah, we've seen that plenty of times in real life and here on the sim as they go. Arrow and Tila, they're having a little bit of a bump draft going on, it has to be said, with that Satellite Racing Tetra Rouge car as their fall continues down through the field. There is the 51 making that move to the outside of Indianapolis. Now that's Dan Vander that they're going to have to get their way around. Threading the needle was that 51 machine, and they're going to be up into 10th place in class. So a good run there from them. I believe that is an all Finnish team that is running, and so they're now going to try to close down on RSR by butt kicker 68 right up ahead of them. Remember, this is that kind of mid-pack battle for the LMP2s that we've been keeping our eye on, Kenny.
Yeah, and this has been the closest. Yeah, Samuel, you got something?
Yeah, up front in the LMP2s, Josh Ladd just came into the pits in the number 25. He actually led several cars in, but our LMP2 leader is into the pits for his scheduled stop. And I've got to admit, I was watching him on pit entry. He was throwing that number 25 LMP2 car all over the curbs on pit entry, not wasting any time.
Well, that's one area that you can certainly make up some time if you are pushing it. Waiting to see here when the LMP2 drivers will be coming down pit lane. That's going to be the big key. Is there the 37, the 28, the 51, and the 64? I guess I jinxed it in the right way. Here come pit stops for the LMP2s.
Yeah, it's going to be everybody except for, again, that Pure Sims Esports LMP2 team. They are going to go another lap beyond all these other drivers. So, all these LMP2s, with a track this large, it's going to be very hard to stretch your fuel one extra lap. So there's not going to be a huge spread in when these drivers come in. But again, the Pure Sims team, which has damage, remember, from crashing in the Ford chicane, staying out one extra lap again.
And I'm very, very impressed by that. Ooh, we've got some damage here back to the Mach 1 Esports yellow machine, the number 444, Bradley Ratu behind the wheel. Some pretty heavy damage on the front end of that Porsche. I think that car...
I think they've had that for a little while, DJ. I mean, I'm sure it's hurting them, but I don't think that's new.
All right. Well, the one good news for them driving that Porsche rear engine, rear-wheel drive, there's not a whole lot to hit there in the front, so they're probably not going to be suffering from any engine damage or anything like that. Maybe just a little bit of aerodynamic problems that they have, Sam. Whoa!
Oh, wow, and there's a wreck right in front of them caused by that.
Did they clip each other? Well, it's definitely got more damage now.
Yeah, I think that was spinning in sympathy, and that was the other Pure Sims Esports machine up ahead of them, the LMP1 car that had that problem. Let's go back and check out the replay here. I don't think there was any contact involved. I think this may have just been a simple instance of incident fixation here for them. Let's watch here. That's the Pure Sims Esports car, gets around, gets very squirrely, and then Pure Sims makes contact with the LMP1 or LMP2 up ahead of them, and both cars just having unfortunate incidents there all at the same time.
And let's stick with this replay and go to the number 28 car, because right as this was happening, the number 37 Brabham Esports and number 28 RSR by butt kicker, number 28 car, have a drag race coming out of pit road. And look, the 28's behind here, but keeps going second to first gear. And that's a way to kind of annoy the pit limiter and gains you a bit of extra speed and actually gain them a position on pit road.
A little bit of caginess there from Benjamin Figueroa there. I love that out of the butt kicker by RSR number 68, just trying to game the system the best that they can to be able to push their way forward, and that is going to gain them that position out on track. And remember, that is that very tight battle in the mid-pack that we were all kind of keeping an eye on as it went around. Now, the bad news for them is they still have... plenty of time to try to gain back up there, about 18 seconds up to race clutch, but they are going to be the leader in that battle.
Yeah, for certain. And you saw the one LMP car in that wreck that we went over with on replay was actually hit kind of a transition there between two different sets of pavement there, and the back end just launched up in the air, smacked down on the back down on the pavement. The Porsche we were talking about, Bradley Batu, he is actually coming into the pits now, probably for some damage repair though. But yeah, there was a lot going on right there.
Yeah, a whole lot going on as pit stop started to fire off there and continued to go around. We focus back on that brilliant move and the driver of the 28, that RSR by butt kicker number 68, Benjamin Figueroa, again, able to get that to work. Let's actually check in behind them because we've got a pretty fierce little battle going on right there with the Mag Performance SRT, and we've got a side-by-side battle right now. That's Cy Andre with Satellite Racing Tetra Rouge and Carbon Sim Sport. A three-way battle. Cy Andre having a little bit of an internet connection issues there. Could get very, very hairy. The 3 of the 173 going side by side down into the corner. My goodness. And that's going to be the 173. That is the Carbon Sim Sports machine able to pull it out ahead. Satellite Racing Tetra Rouge going to fall in behind them. It looks like with Mag Performance SRT splitting the difference.
Yeah, that was full commitment down through Indianapolis there. You have some banking to rely on there, but yeah, that's risky business there because you're kind of expecting if you dive to the insides, we might have another battle down through the Porsche curves. No, looks like now he's going to settle into line here, but yeah, that's full commitment. And when a driver that you're trying to pass tries to go in side by side like that and doesn't give way like you're maybe expecting them to, just makes it that much more anxious. Oh, there's a battle. Wow. LMP car just cut through some traffic. That was Scott Michaels in the number 12 LMP1 just absolutely knifing through the traffic up ahead, exiting the Porsche curbs.
And there is the number 51, a little bit of side-by-side here as they come out of pit lane. That's the number 99 up ahead of them. This is Delta Sport Blue and Pike from Beach Racing. This is getting a little bit close here. Something happened, though, to Satellite Racing Mulsanne. Oh, we're hearing a disconnect again. Everything absolutely coming back to bite on these drivers. You hate to see it, but this is a battle now up in front of the LMP2 field right now. This is for third overall. Pure Sims Esports with a move down to the inside of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, and they're going to be able to take that final podium position away, Kenny.
Yeah, that's a good move for that team and a good little shot of momentum there. Again, recovering from an incident from earlier and now trying to see if they can pull away. We'll see how much of a challenge that the Alpine Stars car decides to put up here because they're still in the draft. But I expect the Pure Sims car to extend that advantage and go after the second and first place cars.
Well, they're going to have about 34 seconds to try to make up to Williams Esports Chill Blast right now in the 25 up ahead of them. But with the pace we've seen out of that Pure Sims Esports machine, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see that gap close in a little bit more. Plenty of good action left to go. And I do believe that that is actually their sister car up ahead of them, the Pure Sims Esports number 6 in the LMP1 field as they scatter some cones going down into the Mulsanne hairpin, Sam.
Yeah, going back to that 24 car, we did see them have that tow a little while ago before all the pit stops. I don't know if they just never got back on track after that. Meanwhile, over on the GT side, obviously we want to stick to cameras here because this is where the action is right now. But over on the GT side, the 67 Team Fordzilla team is now leading. Remember, they had that really quick driver change early on where Pepe Marti got behind the wheel and didn't lose that much time to the leaders. Well, now they're in front after that second round of pit stops following the caution.
And here we've got a nice little battle in the way that they're running here. This is that wannabe SRT yellow machine right now. Very, very close behind Pure Sims Esports 116. Right up ahead of them, only about 0.7 of a second separating them. That is a lapped car in between.
And I noticed a lead change in the LMP2 class. The SRC Movano Corsa P2 car is currently in the top spot, and it looked like they just had a shorter pit stop than the Williams Esports Chill Blast team. And the Williams car still has Josh Ladd behind the wheel, so I'm guessing maybe a tire stop or of some sort, or maybe even a problem in the pits. But they ended up with about 23-second longer pit stop in the box, so that's where that gap is coming from.
Yeah, look how close they are, though, right? They're together on camera, DJ.
Yeah, they are, and I've got to think that Williams Esports Chill Blast machine, Josh Ladd, is going to be pushing like the Dickens to try to get himself forward to the best of his abilities here. They're going to fly onto the Mulsanne straight right now, get a good tow as they go. That SRC Movana Corsa P2 car looking a little bit like a sitting duck here with the draft from Williams. They're going to be closing in behind into the braking zone for the first Mulsanne chicane. Everybody navigating it nice and crisply here. Is Williams going to be able to get the move on Kenny? It is all about just timing that run off the corner and getting that draft right.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, Josh put down a 16-second plus gap to the rest of the field on his last fuel run, so he knows that he has the pace to lead this train, and it looks like he's going to move to the side and make a nice easy pass down into a Mulsanne chicane just before reaching some Ferrari traffic here up ahead. But yeah, so Ladd back up to the point with the Williams Esports team, and he'll try to build that gap back up again.
Yeah, and that Williams Esports team, one of the big players here, so not surprising to see them up ahead, Sam.
Yeah, and that Ferrari they just passed is the number 31 Altitude Esports machine. That's the second place car now in GTE, because the number 38 car, which had been leading GTE for a long time, has dropped back to third after having a driver change. They now have Kevin Borrell behind the wheel.
Yes, they do, and unfortunately, a lot of the battles here in that GTE category starting to space themselves out here a little bit as we tick closer and closer to the 19 hours left to go mark in this race. Not entirely surprising. We tend to see that quite a bit, that as we get further and further into this race, that gaps will start to expand a little bit, pull themselves apart, but... Oh, yeah, that Williams, very good. He overtook him, but it looks like we are under a lot of pressure. We're going to go back and check out that replay again for that overtake here for the Williams. Just a good run, a good clean pass, Kenny. We watched that live, and it's worth seeing again.
Yeah, you know, he just took advantage of the draft and pulled to the inside, and I was pretty confident that there wasn't going to be a huge battle down into the Mulsanne chicane there, and the SRC car will settle back in line and try to...
Oh my goodness, that is the Satellite Racing Tetra Rouge machine. Cy Andre around coming through the Mulsanne hairpin. I'm not sure if there was contact there involved, but Kenny, let's go back and check out this replay.
Take a look here down into the Mulsanne corner. Sometimes when you have a head of steam here, it's very easy to outbrake yourself down into this really sharp corner. We slow it down here as we enter, and he might have just lost it. We'll see if he had maybe a little bit of a lockup and some contact, and that's one way to be spun out.
It certainly is, and I believe that may have been the Brabham Esports machine. Now, don't quote me on that, but definitely some contact there, and not normally an incident that you like to see necessarily. Excuse me, that was the number 3, the Mag Performance SRT that got into the side of him. But that kind of lockup there, Cy Andre, a very, very experienced LMP2 driver, very, very knowledgeable, a great guy at setting up the car, and he is not one that you normally see a mistake like that be made from, Sam.
Yeah, no, it's just got a little bit deep on the brakes, as you say. He would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for the car behind him. Would have just been lock-up. So he got a little bit of connection issues going on ourselves there, Kenny.
Yeah, and I do wonder, too, noticing that Cy had that lockup, maybe he outbraked himself, and then the car in behind him outbraked as well, because you're kind of relying on the cars in front of you, as we have, a little bit of collision there in the Ford chicane between a couple GT cars. That was the 999 car and the 350 cars. But yeah, you follow cars in a train like that, and one car misses the braking line, and then you all miss the braking line. It's very easy to do.
Yeah, very much so, especially when you're running in a pack like this and you're focusing your braking zones on trying to judge it based off of the car in front of you. If you have that little bit of a slip, that little bit of a slip up, it starts to really, really get things a little bit closer and a little bit tighter together. Want to jump you back into the GTEs, Sam, as right now the Liepert Esports number 999 under a little bit of pressure here. We've got a 3-car battle going on with Mega Racing Team and SimRigs.com DPR 233. There you can see it is currently Porsche, Corvette, Porsche. They're running pretty close together.
Yeah, this is the where Kenny saw the incident just a few moments ago. This battle between the 999, the Liepert Esports team there, the yellow car, and the 350 is running behind them, the Corvette, the Mega Racing team, bit of a silver paint, but obviously they're having to watch behind them too and watch the traffic. So it's in the 999 there, it's Tom Wheelputs behind the wheel. In the 350, it was Tom Abramatis behind the wheel of that car. So when they had contact last lap, I think it was actually Tom's fault. It wasn't Tom's fault, it was Tom.
Well, that Mega Racing Team, I've got to say here, a little bit surprising to see them farther down in the order as of right now. For viewers who are used to watching the Majors American region, that team is currently dominating up at the top of the team's championship. Abramitis, guys like Nick Ottinger, as well as Christian Challoner running in that team. Very, very dominant performances across the board, really in all of the races that we've had thus far. But we're starting to see them gain in here a little bit, going down into the braking, into the Mulsanne hairpin. A little bit of a look to the inside there for that Corvette. It is good to see these GTEs out here running again, Sam. You know, they're falling out of love just a little bit on the service. The GT3s taking their place a little bit, and I love being able to see these RSRs and these Corvettes back out on track where they belong.
All right, let's get a replay 30 seconds ago for the number 155 LMP1 car running in third place overall, third place in the LMP1. Andre Youssef behind the wheel. He grazed the wall going on the run down to Indianapolis, trying to get by 2 cars in front of him, but this could have been so much worse.
All right, well, there is Youssef on your screen trying to get around the number 3 there. That's the Mag Performance SRT, and I believe the Brabham Esports 37 as well. Here he comes. Woo!
And that just shows there how bumpy and rough it is offline on any of these straightaways. And wow, it's so hard to catch these high downforce LMP cars, and the fact that he was able to wheel that, keep it just out of the fence and continue on is just a testament to the talent behind the wheel.
Yeah, it certainly is, as we've got another driver down pit lane, SRC Movana Corsa P1 down pit lane, exercising their alternate strategy, as we believe. So they're coming in here on lap...
GT leader! And saves it. The number 67, Pepe Marti behind the wheel, almost went off at the chicane.
Well, let's pull up a replay of this. Sam, you watched it live. Talk us through it.
Well, he had faster traffic behind him, so I don't know if he was... Well, we've really gone back in time here, but it happens at the chicane at the end of a straight. He had some faster cars coming up behind him, so I don't know if it just caused him to drive into the chicane a little bit deeper. I also think... because this Ford has had some quick stops recently, I have a feeling they may have not taken tyres for a little while, so he might be running out there on old tyres as well. Combination of factors could have just led to this slide, but he was able to keep it. But you see, hooks a curb on the right, is pointing right towards the wall on the brakes, doesn't get rear-ended and recovers.
That is just about the luckiest save you will see around the Circuit de la Sarthe. My goodness gracious, I can't believe they were able to do that. And by the way, they still have a 9.5 second lead over the field. By the way, here we go. This is Mag Performance SRT getting passed by Brabham Esports. That's a pretty cut and dry move there, Kenny.
Sure is. One of the most popular moves to make around this circuit is down the straightaway into one of the Mulsanne chicanes, and these drivers around the back portion of the top 10 in LMP2 have just not left each other. It's been a constant battle between all these drivers, and it's really hard to stay up at that top level, but you have to, because all the competition level is so high. So the full commitment, it's like what we've all heard before, it's like a 24-hour sprint.
Yeah, it certainly is.
I feel really bad for that cone at that second chicane.
Yeah, Cone Friend is certainly getting some fair amount of abuse here today, and I, for one, am not a fan of it. Respect the Cones. They are our friends. If you'd like to see more, go over to our YouTube or social media, and you can see the trailer for our upcoming documentary on Cone Friend. But as we watch right now, this is the number 99 Delta Sport Blue trying to close down on the Alpine Stars geodesic racing machine. This is a battle that we've seen firing off through most of the race. These two have been really lockstep pretty much all the way around. Every time it seems like they separate themselves out a little bit, Kenny, they just come right back together again.
Yeah, for certain. It's kind of, a slinky effect. You have some drivers will pull away for a bit, and then they will, contract and come back, and, drivers will make a mistake or what have you, and we'll bring these drivers back together. And it's fun from the driver's seat at times, but it can also be frustrating because you just kind of want to settle in and get into a rhythm. And when you're in a battle like this, it's that much more mentally taxing.
Well, and that mental taxation that takes place over the course of a long run like this can absolutely wear you out. And also the physical aspect of it. We don't often talk about the physicality that's required to be sim racing. Yes, you're not getting the massive G-forces that are being pushed along, but a lot of these high-end performance force feedback wheels, they can really take it out of your wrists and arms, Sam.
Yeah, I don't have a strong force feedback wheel on my rig, but I can tell you I do oval racing, and sometimes I have to set the steering wheel offset at a certain angle just to, because if you hold your arm in like a certain angle at a time, even if it doesn't get a physical workout, it just starts aching from being in the same position for a while.
Yeah, all those little things you can do there is, the 62 having a little bit of a connection blip there as the 99 trying to see what he can do going down the Mulsanne, seeing if there's going to be a pass here, or maybe if that 99 Delta Sport Blue machine is just content to sit behind, save a little bit of fuel. They've got to be a little bit careful. That 51 Pike from Beach Racing machine closing down on the back of them, only about 2 seconds behind. Little bit of a hairy run there for the geodesic machine. And that may open up the door here for Delta Sport Blue, Kenny.
That's for certain. It looks like he's going to choose to bump draft down the last bit of the Mulsanne straight and down into Mulsanne corner here. And you have to be careful when you're that front car in that draft getting pushed like that, because you're going to come into this sharp corner with a head of steam, and it's really easy to outbrake yourself. And you just have to make sure you slow down a little bit early, and that the driver in behind you does the same, and make sure that these drivers are on the same page.
Yeah, it's a lot of trust that exists back and forth between these drivers. Another little look there from Delta Sport. Are they going to have it going down to the inside as they go looking down? And there is the move from Delta Sport.
We got a lot of action going on here, but I want to comment on something that's not highly entertaining right now, but just keeping an eye on it. The number 45 T3 Motorsport GT car is actually back on the lead lap with regards to the other GT cars, but they're coming up to their next pit stop. So depending on when the next caution falls, the 45 GT car could end up being back on the lead lap with his friends. But man, we got a lot of prototype action going on right now. But just giving T3 Motorsport a bit of a shout out.
No, good to know. That's why we've got all of us up here in the booth to be able to keep an eye on all of those things. As it looks like here the Delta Sport Blue starting to pull away a little bit more as they go, working their way around. And that reaches us to an hour mark here on our coverage. We are going to take another brief step away as things go. And then we will be back to you in just a few minutes. But on behalf of myself, DJ Clark, Samuel Ryman, and Kenny Kibbe, like we said, do not go anywhere. Welcome back to the Majors 24. My name is DJ Clark, joined in the booth by Samuel Ryman and Kenny Kibbe with our wonderful director Robert O'Brien behind the scenes using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. And we've got a little bit of a race on our hands up front in the LMP1 category with Blue Flag Racing Prototype being caught down by Team Fordzilla. They are really starting to close in here. That distinctive livery from Team Fordzilla starting to bring in the fire here. Air temperature continues to fall a little bit, 71 degrees Fahrenheit. It's down to about 77 degrees Fahrenheit out on track, and those wind gusts continue to buff it around a little bit. But Kenny, this battle is the one that we are keeping our eye on. This is for podium positions up in those LMP1s.
And obviously this is the kind of elite class, or the fastest class on track, so the stakes are pretty high in this class for any kind of battle on track, and it is one of the closest on track at the moment. As we've been talking about earlier, the majority of the field is pretty much kind of spread out here as the sun starts to go down, and everybody trying to just get into that rhythm and run consistent laps. These two drivers are over 50 seconds behind our leader, the PCS Silver Group. They've put on pretty much an absolute clinic. They had a little bit of a argy-bargy there that we covered earlier, but other than that, they've been really quick.
They really and truly have, and some good battles continuing to rage really across the entire field. We've got a close little battle back for 5th in LMP2 as well. That between the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and Pike from Beach Racing Machine. They've been closing in a little bit more. That Pike from Beach Racing car, we've talked a lot about them over the course of the race. They certainly look like they have some speed, but this is the one I think we want to keep our eyes on for now, Sam, as any battle up in the top of the charts like this for podium position, this is where you want to keep focused.
Yeah, but there's definitely stories all throughout the field, even toward the tail end of the field right now. The number 45 T3 Motorsport GTE car is in the pits. This car was leading GTE earlier, had a connection issue, and this pit stop will put them, I believe, a lap down to the GTE leaders. So we anticipate a caution happening within the next hour or so. I don't think that caution is coming soon. I think it'll be about an hour from now. But there's you definitely don't want to be caught on the wrong side of a caution flag. So we see another round of pit stops possibly kicking off soon as the LMP1s start to go deep into their stint. They'll be the first to run out of fuel. I think we'll get through another full green flag cycle of everyone, but looking ahead to that second stop, I want to be trying to go long just in case. If you think, well, Kenny, you've done more of these than me. What's normally your strategy here trying to pit around cautions?
Well, yeah, that's the real kicker, is most endurance races, at least on the official side that drivers will run, don't have cautions. So you just kind of plan on just running as long as you can. But I have run in a few league endurance races here, actually at this particular circuit. And it's a game you're kind of playing. You know, do you get that pit stop done and over with? You kind of would like to before the caution comes out. Especially at a track this large, you really don't want to be caught into a situation where, you know, you're on the last or next to last lap of your stint and the caution comes out, and now you have to save fuel all the way back around and make sure you don't run out under pace laps.
Yeah, you certainly don't, and I want to jump you here to that battle that we were mentioning earlier for 14th overall, the 62 machine currently being chased down by the 51. There you can see it on your screen. This is a good battle. This is going to be for 5th overall in the LMP2 category, and closing in behind there, that is Endrick Andre in the race clutch machine, certainly trying to close in as well. This is almost a 3-car battle, and here we go side by side going down into Indianapolis and Arnage, and that is going to be Pike from Beach Racing fulfilling their promise and moving their way up. A pretty cut and dry maneuver, nothing really that Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing could do.
And again, it's kind of that slinky analogy I made earlier with these drivers in the LMP2 class, kind of the middle of the top 10, if you will. They just seem to continuously pull away from each other and come back to each other throughout these stints, and it doesn't seem to matter which driver is on board either. These driver lineups are so competitive and even, and they're just continuously in this hard battle. And you see here a little bit of traffic to deal with through the Porsche curves. And like we talked about before, it's really narrow. And right here is about the only place that you can make a pass around the outside. Trust the downforce of the LMP2. And looks like the Pike car is going to build up a little bit of a gap because the other two cars competing stuck behind that Corvette. And looks like maybe a side-by-side battle into the Ford chicane. Nicely done pass by the Race Clutch team.
Looks like Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing losing a little bit of ground there, maybe just getting put offline a little bit. Very, very tricky to be able to have happen there. And you know, we talked a little bit about momentum as, that's a connection loss there for that car as well. Maximilian Bew behind the wheel right now, losing a little bit of time. And Sam, you know, we talked a little bit earlier about that rhythm and that kind of thing. And I've got to think that being forced offline like that, getting past like that, that's a little bit about thinking about an elephant, thinking about a dog, that you start thinking about getting back into the rhythm, and that's when you lose it.
Yeah, but you know, in the long run here, it's probably easy for these drivers to get back into rhythm, I would imagine, after they've been driving a few hours, because you know that they're always going to be knocked off their racing line a little bit, whether they're passing a slower car or whether a faster car is going by them. And you know, I think these drivers are good enough. We're several hours into this race. This is the top of many splits going on in majors right now. We've only lost probably less than 10 cars out of this race. So these drivers all know what they're doing. And yes, even though it might knock them out of rhythm a little bit, it could upset them for a couple of turns. With this caliber of drivers, they should easily be able to get back into it all.
Yeah, they should. And that actually brings up an important point here, that at the next top of the hour, we will be switching over splits. There are multiple splits. I believe a full 10 splits happening right now over the course of today for the Majors 24. And when we make the handover here at the top of the hour, we will be going to Sportsman 1, which is the second split down. So giving plenty of coverage across the board to all of the multitude of drivers that are out on track right now. But right now, we've got our eyes focused on that race clutch machine. That is going to be Henrik Andre behind the wheel of the car, trying to see if he can get anything on Aero and Tila from Pike from Beach Racing, trying to gain their way on by. That's Fabian Scherrig there, making their way by in the LMP2. There's the 51 trying to pick up a little bit more of that draft, seeing what they can do. Diving down into the corners right now, working their way around. I don't know if we're going to see a move here from Race Clutch, but they are certainly putting the pressure on, Kenny.
Yeah, and DJ, this is probably the last lap of these guys' stints. Wow, that was a near move down there through Indianapolis. This is the last lap of most LMP2 drivers' stints here. So these guys are pushing, wanting to get some positioning, getting into pit lane. And I expect all of these drivers right here in this little group to fly down pit lane all together. So this battle here, the cars are at their lightest and their fastest with that light fuel load. So I expect a hard battle down all the way into the pit lane.
Well, and you called it just right. Williams Esports Chill Blast and SRC Movana Corsa P2, your two leaders in this LMP2 category, diving down pit lane here at this point. Waiting here to see if Pure Sims is going to be making that as well. Delta Sport Blue, we're still waiting to see if they're going to come down pit lane. I don't believe they are, but we'll wait to see here if any of these drivers will. Pure Sims is going to stay out. Delta Sport Blue is going to come in, as are these drivers. So they are all going to come in. Pike from Beach Racing, Race Clutch, and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Good call on that one, Kenny.
Yeah, that was a really nice battle between Race Clutch and Pike from Beach there, all the way down to the end. And once again, the Pure Sims group staying out that one extra lap. We're taking a look at a nice little GTE battle here, though, Samuel.
Yeah, these cars have been in the action a lot today, so I believe that's the number 233 simrigs.com car leading this battle here, being pursued by the 999 Leipert Esports machine, which we've seen involved in a few battles. I think there was even a little bit of bump drafting earlier, but right now just regular drafting going on as they go down the straight in the two Porsches through the chicane. And we'll see, there could be an overtaken opportunity coming up in Mulsanne, although the 999 looks a little too far back right now. And into the pits comes our overall race leader, the 72 PCS Silver.
Yes, indeed. So pit stops starting to fire off here for the entirety of the field, waiting to see if anybody else will. Remember, we anticipate these GTEs being able to go a little bit longer here as we continue to watch this Porsche on Porsche battle. SimRigs.com, DPR233, and the Leipert Esports machine. Leipert taking a little bit of a narrower line there going down into Mulsanne, Sam, and I think that may have just been trying to see if he could force the line off there a little bit from the SimRigs.com machine.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, he would like for the car in front to make a mistake so he gets the position, but at the same time...
And we're hearing we've had a problem with the Williams Esports Fanatec machine. It looks like they are out. Is that another issue of connection issues coming back to bite? My goodness, that is another one of the LMP2s. Yeah, they are out. They have had a disconnection. They're going to have to tow themselves back to the pits and hope they can get a new driver into that car.
Well, that's a horrible deal to have to deal with. And but I want to go back to the LMP2s that have come in and made some pit stops. The Pike from Beach Racing, we saw those in that intense battle for a top 5 spot. It looks like they took a 4-tire stop and made a driver change, and that has dropped them kind of a decent bit in behind the rest of the drivers they were fighting with. So looks like not everybody made a driver change, and possibly with that didn't take tires as well. So that will lead to a little bit of separation, but again, that will flip-flop here probably in the next few stints, as other drivers will change and this team will not.
Yeah, and that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on there, as one of the Delta Sport cars being able to work their way up and by. I believe that is the number 9 machine. Excuse me, that's Race Clutch. Very similar liveries there. And you see that gap started being formed out a little bit. They've got about 1.8 seconds ahead of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. RSR by Butt Kicker 68 is about 1.8 seconds behind them. You can see all 3 of them on your screen. And Pike from Beach Racing, as you said, having a very, very scruffy stop that's going to put them behind. It actually put them behind Carbon Sim Sports, who's been able to jump their way up into 17th overall. So good runs there for them. I am seeing right now that the leader out of the LMP2 field, the virtual leader coming on in, that is the Pure Sims Esports LMP2 machine. They are coming in. We do anticipate that that lead will be handed back to the Williams Esports Chill Blast machine, which it has Josh Ladd taking back over control of the field here at this point.
And Ladd's been in that car for quite some time now, got in at about lap 44, 45, and we're at eclipsing lap 85 at this point. So he's put a lot of really good time into that Williams Esports race car. And again, DJ, we've talked about it earlier, how these LMP2 drivers, this is kind of the point where they're all spread out now based on their pit strategies. But by the time we get to the end of this stint, I expect some more battles to be had.
Yeah, I certainly think they will. And one of those battles that looked like for a second it was going to start to form itself out was between Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and RSR by Butt Kicker 68. That being for 6th and 7th in class. Starting to come back together now. A little bit of lap traffic there in the form of Nicola Vendetti separating them out. But I think that RSR by Butt Kicker 68 machine, 7th place, Benjamin Fergero behind the wheel of that number 28 machine, certainly looking like he's got some speed. And we've seen that Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing machine start to struggle a little bit. They're down 8 on the day, not exactly having the race pace that we would have expected from them.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Samuel.
I was going to say, when it comes, you definitely want to have that race pace, and a lot of that comes down to which driver you have in the car at the time. But at the end of the day, well, not at the end of the day, but at the start of the day here in an endurance race like this, pace is something, it's a like to have, it's not a need to have. You just kind of need to remain competitive right now, try and keep it on the lead lap, if not, at least only go 1 lap down by the time our caution comes out within the next hour.
It's actually a great point there, Sam, is in these endurance races is, you want to run 100%, but, you also want to, you have to bring the car back, and it's going to be a long event. So if you can, just dial it back enough to run smooth, that's a lot of times more important in what ends up winning races. Fast pace will lead you laps, but it doesn't take just pace to win these endurance races, and that's what makes them so special.
You couldn't be more right, and there we see some good pace out of the number 28 RSR by Butt Kicker Machine, able to get by that Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing number 62, so they're going to pull themselves ahead. Now, all of that little battling has allowed for Race Clutch to slip away a little bit. They're about 3.3 seconds up the road. There you can see the number 9 on your screen as they scream past the third part here of the Mulsanne Straight, going down into the kink before the hairpin. No real move to combat their back necessarily as they go, but certainly some work to be able to do there. By the way, I can report that Williams Esports Fanatec, that LMP2 car that we were following earlier, it still looks like they are categorized as out of the race, so I think those internet issues certainly causing a little bit of a problem there for them. Looking like a little bit of a fight back here from Alpine Stars. They may not want to let this battle go quite as easily, Sam.
Yeah, I'm also keeping half an eye right now on the sun, basically, because the virtual time here is about 8:30 p.m., so 8:30 p.m. right now, and iRacing believes that it is June 11th today. It's actually June 4th, but either way, the sun doesn't actually set in France until around 9:30 this time of year. So we still have one more hour of this daytime racing, and the sun is going to start getting in the eyes of the drivers. And by the way, yes, that is accurate. The sun is basically not due to set for another hour in France. If you type up on YouTube, which of course do this after the race because you're watching this right now, but there is a Paris Eiffel Tower live cam. So if you want to watch the Eiffel Tower live and see what the weather is right now, I can tell you it is still sunny there in Paris right now. So, another obstacle for these drivers to deal with as the sun starts to set.
Well, and especially around such a long circuit like this, so many different angles and so much shading that you get that then sort of depletes itself out of the shade when you run onto the street course, frankly, portion of the track. Plenty of trees covering over everything and all of that, and then you run down into the Porsche curves, that kind of area, and there's not a lot of covering there in Kenny. That can really, really be a pain for these drivers, as the sun will just absolutely blind them at points with no covering on the circuit.
Yeah, the good thing about it is the way that the circuit is facing, the majority of the time where you're actually facing towards the sun is actually covered by trees. However, like going through the Porsche curves, you may start to see, in some cars, you may start to see the sun kind of peek in to the left side of your windshield, which, especially if you have HDR turned on and whatever sim setup you're running in, can be very hazardous with those rays coming in. I mean, it's totally blinding, and sometimes you can't see your brake markers or cars in front or hazards and things like that. It's tricky.
Yeah, very tricky indeed. As we check in on the battle for 10th in the LMP2 category right now, this is Harry Pipes and that Brabham Esports team. Topi Cortinemi right up ahead. Oh, we've had it off. We have had it off. That is Andrew Dyson in the SimRigs.com DPR 233, Sam.
Yeah, so looks like it was a minor off, and a lot of these GT cars are spread out right now, but you can see that is not the case here. They've been in that battle with the 999 Leaport Esports, which has been in... Oh, but there's not contact. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell from that angle, but there was distance between them. That is a driver error, I think, and it does end up costing them one position.
Cost them one position and maybe a little bit of damage onto the front of that car. Oh, they were squirrely from the time that they went around the curb there. Yeah, massive driver error. Looks like he just cut the curbing a little bit too much. And that's a pretty heavy thonk to the right-hand side of that Porsche, it has to be said. I'd be worried a little bit about damage.
And he's actually coming by pit lane right now, and he looks like he will stay out. He will not make a pit stop, which, we talked about the LMP2 cars and how tough they are, and they fix damage pretty fully, and it's hard to actually damage them from the get-go. But these GTE cars, exact opposite. It's very sensitive. You really want to have a complete aero package and complete engine performance in these cars, because drag is a drag in these GTEs.
Yeah, it certainly is. Not really able to make nearly as much horsepower as some of the prototypes, so you need every advantage that you can get. And I'd frankly be a little bit worried about potentially some suspension damage or some steering damage with that hard of a lick to the right side. As we said earlier, in those Porsches, rear engine, rear wheel drive, so you're not necessarily going to have any problem with the engine components on the car, but the handling may be a little bit set off, Sam.
Yeah, and so that was for 6th and 7th in GT class, and I just want to give a shout out to the cars in 5th and 4th in GT, because I don't think we've mentioned them since we've been on. Currently in 5th place right now is Team Year 1, the number 56, Reese Saunders is behind the wheel of that car. They're running in 5th place, and in 4th position is the 555, a 555 wannabe SRT Yellow, which I think is a fantastic team name. Andrew Roos is behind the wheel of that BMW, currently running 4th in the GT class. And I wannabe SRT Yellow. I kind of like that. It's a play on the whole Spice Girls wanna be your lover kind of title, which of course we now know after all these years that if you want to be a lover of a Spice Girls lady, you have to own a Formula One team.
I was trying to figure out how to make that joke myself as you were going in there, so kudos for you for getting it there, Sam.
Run a Formula One team, not own it. But yeah, that was Sarthe. Okay.
Well, let's actually focus in on a battle back a little farther down in the field right now in GTE right now. This is the number 45. That is the T3 Motorsport machine trying to close down on Pure Sims Esports 117. Remember, T3, this is the car that was up at the front doing a great job. Jens Fook behind the wheel of the car that had some connection issues earlier on, and that's really what's forced them down the field.
Again, I really think this team could have their day saved for them based on the timing of when the next caution flies.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. They're locked in a battle right now with that Pure Sims Esports 117. That's Reese Carroll behind the wheel of the car right now. Not exactly the best exit there off of the Ford chicanes, but able to make it work, able to make it go and keep working pretty well. They just have to be patient here at this point, Kenny. You find yourself back in the field like this, you find yourself in some error, and it's really all about just making sure that you are able to try to pull yourself ahead and you don't do anything to jeopardize your race any further.
Yeah, for sure. You just want to kind of minimize the mistakes, but it looks like they were a car that did make a pit stop just recently. Remember, they were probably decently bit off of the pit cycle of the rest of the field in their class, but they're going to be good for a while. We remember we were talking about that impending caution that we don't know when it will come, but we expect it to be somewhat soon, so this car be able to stay out on track for quite some time now before having to pit again, which hopefully for them that caution falls in that window and they can come in, make service, and who knows, maybe get back in the lead lap. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see as well. Maybe be able to save a couple of stops of fuel, be able to get themselves up and in that way. That will be it as they go. But we'll have to see what they can do. Looks like they're losing a little bit of time there as they go back around, so that is not exactly what you want to see as they go, as they definitely lose a little bit of time here.
I just tried to look up one of the closer battles on the track. It's over in LMP2, midfield there, the 37 and the 51. Harry Pipes driving the Brabham Esports number 37, currently leading the 51 Pike from Beach Racing LMP2 car, about a second between those two right now. And that's Topi Kortenemi is currently out there on track in the number 51, who I believe races over in the Lotus 79, so he certainly knows how to get around in a variety of different cars.
Yeah, and it's always interesting to see some of those historic drivers coming into the more modern cars like this. Certainly does change things up a little bit, and it certainly does change things around. I know I'm a big fan of driving that same Lotus 79, and, well, it gets a little bit confusing when you get me into one of these cars with all the bells and whistles and the traction control. It certainly throws me for a little bit of a loop as they go. Continue to watch that battle back in GTE right now. A couple of good battles, as you said, starting to form their way up a little bit in LMP2. Let's actually jump you up to the battle for P5 in LMP2. That's the RSR by Buttkicker 68 and the Race Clutch machine as they start to come in a little bit more. There you can see that very distinctive livery 28, the RSR by Buttkicker. We're very used to seeing that. They're coming up on some lap traffic here. This Race Clutch car, Kenny, this car has impressed me all day. They have just had their head down. They haven't done anything flashy, but they are just pushing their way along.
Yeah, they really are just kind of grinding for every bit that they can get here. And remember that the Delta Sport Blue car that's up ahead of that little battle, they were one of the top dogs early on. So Race Clutch really proving to be a contender with these leaders. We'll see how aggressive that Andre decides to be here in making this pass. And real quick, I just want to note that Pike from Beach Racing, remember, they pitted, made a driver change, and took 4 tires, which has put them kind of towards the rear of the field, or at least a lot further back than they were, and they're looking to recover from that. But you see Andre here maybe poking a nose in, not quite, going to stick behind and draft at this moment.
Little bit of sideways action there for Figueroa there coming out of the Mulsanne hairpin. Not exactly the best run for him. I think Race Clutch certainly going to be trying to have a little bit of a good run here. They may be a little far back to try to make anything move. A little bit of stuttering there. Some internet connection maybe. Here they come though. Here comes that move. Trying to work their way in. Are they going to have the move going into Arnage in Indianapolis? No. The Race Clutch is going to stay behind. Discretion proving the better part of valor.
Yeah, for certain, and I'm sure that Andre will pick his battle and decide to make the move eventually. He showed really good pace so far in this one. But up in just a quick update on the lead for LMP2, the Williams Esports team still leading. They have a 43 to 45 second gap back to the SRC team. And then beyond that is another not quite so big gap back to the Pure Sims Esports team.
And your your former GT leader rolling out of the pits right now, the 67 Ford Zilla machine. Now, let's not forget that we'd remarked about how the 67 have been having quick pit stops. Now it just paid their debt to the race. They just had an extra lengthy pit stop with Mike Wagner getting behind the wheel and a tyre change. So that's probably going to cost Ford Zilla the lead in GT, probably temporarily.
Yeah, and that does see them. It looks like they're going to be able to exit out of the pits back into P4 in class. We'll have to see what Altitude Esports, RSR by Buttkicker 67, and Team Year 1 are able to do to combat that. We keep our eyes focused here on this battle, though, for P5 in the LMP2 category. Benjamin Figueroa behind the wheel of that RSR by Buttkicker 68, and Enric Andre trying to close in behind through Race Clutch. And Kenny, it seems like here a little bit through the twisty bits that Race Clutch car not necessarily is fast. I'm wondering if they maybe have that car a little bit more trimmed out for top line speed.
Yeah, definitely could, and that's kind of the exciting thing about open setup racing is that you'll have cars, and at a track so versatile as the Circuit de la Sarthe, you will have bits where you have the long straightaways, so you'll have cars that'll be built more towards being trimmed out and having that straight line speed. You'll have other cars that will be better more in the technical bits and have a little more downforce built into the setup. So, you'll find cars all over the board.
The car, third overall, the number 155 Blue Flag Racing prototype, is in the pits missing the whole front clip.
Oh my goodness, massive damage there to Andre Yusuf's machine. We'll have to go back and find out what happened here. This is absolutely catastrophic for them. It looks like an incident coming down through Indianapolis. Did they catch the gravel? They did. Big, heavy impact into the wall.
Oh, and guys, that is a hefty impact And that gravel, drivers have been, oh wow, you're looking on the replay there. That's a really dangerous spot to be sitting. Luckily, he's able to get it righted and make his way to the pit lane under his own power. That's a lot better than having to tow from back there. But you get your tires, outside tires, on that gravel, and it can just whip these cars around, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened there for them. And so they are going to have to spend a lengthy pit stop to be able to get that repaired. We check back in on that battle for P5 in LMP2. It's really started to separate itself out here a little bit more. Race Clutch starting to lose some ground. I actually want to jump you back to a closer battle that we have. This is going to be back for 9th overall in that LMP2 field. This is Harry Pipes and the Brabham Esports Machine trying to hold off Topi Cortinemi and the Pike from Beach Racing. That gap only about 36 hundredths of a second as they fly their way down. Some very, very close battling there.
And remember that the Pike car with the fresh tires, or fresher tires anyways, than a lot of the field. And they're going down through approaching Arnage at this point. And they've had a pretty good race so far as well. And DJ, it's hard to pick a favorite other than the Williams team has been really fast, the SRC team has been really fast, but really third or fourth and beyond has been just so even across the board every single stint.
Yeah, they really have. Whoa, a little bit of close action there coming down into the sweepers there that make up the Porsche curves. This battle really starting to heat itself up between Brabham Esports and Pike from Beach Racing. Sam, this is starting to look like it could get a little bit nasty.
Yeah, as they come around the pits here, they might encounter, coming out of the pits, the number 31 Altitude Esports GT car, who just came in from the GT lead. There's been a lot of GT traffic coming into the pits recently, and some of them have been having really lengthy stops. I think a lot of them triple stinted their tires, and this is a third pit stop since that caution that we had earlier. And there's also been a few driver changes going on, so I wouldn't be surprised if GT order gets shaken up a little bit. To that point, actually, the number 116 Pure Sims Esports car, we saw them running into a couple of issues earlier. They've been in the pits for an extended period of time, so I think they've run into a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I think they have as well, as we tick closer and closer to our stint being over. In about 20 minutes' time, we will be handing over to an all-star commentary team of Derek Watson, Joey Tebbin, and the excellent Justin Prince. And they will be covering a Sport Class 1, as we said. But until that time, we have got to keep our eyes focused here because plenty of action still to fire off. Brabham Esports starting to hold a little bit of a gap here, starting to be able to pull away a little bit more, and this is a little bit of what we've seen. Kenny, I'm starting to wonder a little bit if we're dealing with maybe a little bit of overheating tires necessarily running too close behind, or drivers just struggling. It seems like that aero wash really coming through the third and first sectors on the track, coming back to bite drivers, and it's down this long Mulsanne that we're starting to see these gaps tighten up a little bit.
Yeah, I will say that if you spend too much time in behind a driver that's in your class, who's pretty much equal on pace with you, you're really having to deal with that early that dirty air, and it really can cause the front tires to wear out prematurely. But Samuel, did you maybe find a driver or a car that has had some problems out there?
Yeah, well, I've been keeping an eye on the GT stops because, like I say, some have been shorter, some have been longer. The number 38 RSR by Butt Kicker Machine, which has been leading a lot of the GT race today, they just had a very lengthy pit stop and they came into the pits with damage. So I think that's the culprit for that. So again, the GT order really getting shaken up right now, as you see two GTs side by side on screen there. Although if that's the number 117, they're actually a few laps down, I think.
Yeah, not actually a battle for position, but this is a battle for position that we watch right now. That's the Race Anywhere Sim Sports 067 and the SimRigs.com DPR 233. The Corvette able to get the move done there, going down into one of the Mulsanne chicanes. A very, very heads-up move to be able to pull that away, and that Corvette starting to stretch its legs a little bit over the Porsche right now. He'll be hoping to pull away there. Andrew Dyson losing out to Luis Felipe Pinto as they go down. down, and not too much time up ahead to Yuki Fiora there in the team year one. That is for 5th overall, so if I think if Pinto can maybe get everything going here, he may be able to close up a little bit more, Sam.
Yeah, we've certainly gotten our fair share of battles on track right now. And let's not forget, our first caution came just before the 3-hour mark. We're approaching the 6-hour mark. Now, granted, I think the cautions will get a little bit more sparse because the field's opened up a little bit, so they won't be picking up incidents as much. But it has to be on the back of every driver and every team's mind, because when our next pit cycle comes up, I have a feeling the caution's in a not too distant future, and you do not want it to, you don't want to get caught on the wrong side of that caution. You don't want to pit and then come out a lap down to your class leader and then the yellow flags. That'll be bad news. That being said, you also don't want to be the only car on the lead lap in your class that hasn't pit yet when the caution flies, because if you have to pit and the rest of your competitors don't, that'll send you to the back of the queue.
Exactly. It's that catch-22, the danger zone that you often hear get talked about pitting around a long road course like this. We'll have to see how it plays out, as there we see some LMP1 traffic working their way through that battle we were watching in the GTEs. Always a tricky area to try to get that done through the Porsche curves, but able to get it done quite easily and quite well. And it does look like that Corvette starting to stretch its legs just a little bit more as they're diving down pit lane is that Race Anywhere Sim Sports 067, that Corvette coming down to get service.
Yeah, field has really broken up in the GT class. They were all tied together after the last caution, and I'm sure we'll see them like that again as the race goes on. Right now in LMP2s, these two remain close together. Topi Kortenemi looking over the dashboard with all those different lights he might not be used to in the Lotus 79. You know, DJ, you say you like racing the Lotus 79. A short view back to the past, 30 years ago, Niki Lauda told... Oh, stop there.
I see exactly what you were doing there, my friend. If you could do that whole run, I would be very impressed.
I had it pulled up on Google. I just stopped.
I love it. I love it. As we check back in on that battle that keeps getting closer and closer. That's Brabham Esports and Pike from Beach Racing getting a little bit close there. Topi Kortenemi almost misjudging the braking zone, going down into the Mulsanne hairpin. And Kemi, that was almost disaster.
Yeah, it was kind of a repeat of a wreck that we, almost a repeat of a wreck that we saw earlier, where driver missed his braking line and got hit from behind. But that, again, that's a product of a mix of the draft, because Kortenemi was going to have a head of steam going into the Mulsanne corner, and also possibly having problems with the front end of that race car with some chewed up front tires. Hard to get that car to turn into a sharp corner like that. But you guys mentioned the impending caution. These LMP2 cars are only 2 to 3 laps away. I'd say actually more about 1 to 2 laps away from potentially making pit stops. So if that caution comes up soon, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how that plays out. But these guys will be pitting here quite soon.
Yes, they will, and we'll have to see if there are going to be any takers on this lap. It looks like a lot of the leaders here not coming down pit lane quite yet. We'll have to keep an eye on Pike from Beach Racing and Brabham Esports if they decide to come in here. I've got to think maybe if you are Pike here, you'd be thinking about trying to come in, trying to shortcut it a little bit, but they're going to stay out here. I think they're trying to play that long game in terms of not wanting to get caught out by that caution. But a lot of drivers here starting to separate themselves out just a little bit. We're really seeing gaps starting to form across the board. Only 1 or 2 battles really within a couple of seconds or two here, Sam, and that's frankly exactly what we'd expect from a race at this stage.
Yeah, and last lap we saw these prototype cars go by the number 67 Fordzilla car. I mentioned at the time of their pit stop that the 67 had such a long stop because they changed tyres and changed drivers that it looked like they were out of contention for the lead. But it looked like because all the other GT cars also seemed to have long stops or run into trouble, that the number 67 Fordzilla has resumed the GT lead, and that's now Mike Wagner behind the wheel.
So a good, solid run there from Team Fordzilla, just absolutely keeping the pace on, and they've got about a 22.5-second lead over Altitude Esports and a 42-second lead from Altitude back to wannabe SRT Yellow as they work their way around right now. We keep our eyes focused on that close battle, although we've got another very close one with looks like Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing maybe having a little bit of a problem there again, falling back through the field as Carbon Sim Sports, the latest car to get by them. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing just continuing to have problems out here today.
Yeah, and their pace is just, it's not been the greatest. I mean, they ran some laps early on in the 3-minute 27 mark, and now they're running pretty much consistent 29s and 30s with a track that's actually getting cooler out there. So just not sure if they're maybe dealing with some handling issues, but Sam, we're taking a look at a battle here in the GTs, and there's we talked about how the Fords and the Ferraris were pretty much dominant, and I'm not so sure that that's really the case anymore.
No, it's definitely all been switched around, because I think this is the car in front of them here, the number 45 that was leading early on. And guess who the number 45 is behind in the running order? The number 38, who just had that lengthy pit stop. So the two GT cars that were running 1 and 2 and were able to gap a field following the last caution, well, they've both ran into trouble and now find themselves down in 10th and 11th.
So that just goes to show you that you make that mistake in the pit stop, it's going to be absolutely detrimental to your race out on track. You have got to absolutely execute everywhere on this Circuit de la Sarthe. We continue to focus in on this battle. T3 trying to hold off that Corvette of Race Anywhere Sim Sports, trying to see what they can do. And talking a little bit about the car differences here, we mentioned this earlier. It's really fantastic what iRacing has done with the balance of performance as in real life with these cars, that they all make about the same lap time overall over the course of an entire lap, but each of these cars generate speed from different areas of the track. One may be a little bit better under braking, one may be a little bit better under acceleration, one may corner differently, and it's really one of the great things that we see in GT racing that makes it so spectacular, Sam.
Yeah, and I've never been a massive fan of balance of performance. I'm all for, hey, let's have a boring race if at the very least it shows us what kind of cars have what power, what is the fastest performance road car out there today. But I don't know, that's just me. I have a feeling some people share my views and some people don't. But like I say, on iRacing, it's nice that, you know, it's not like they go updating them race to race based on who's sandbagging. Some league owners may do that. But these cars do all come with their pros and cons and all seem to race at a similar pace.
Yes, indeed they do, and obviously cars that don't have to worry about that balance of performance are the LMP2s. As we watch here, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing trying to close back in on Carbon Sim Sport. These are obviously the same cars out on track right now, both those Dallara P217s as they go around here. Maximilian Boyd trying to just close back in and stem a little bit of the bleeding, it has to be said, as this car continues to fall down through the order, down 10 positions on the day, Kenny.
Yeah, and I'm watching the track temp dropping all the way down to 75 degrees here just within the last, half hour or so that we've been talking here. And so I expect the track times, the lap times to continue to decrease. And also I expect the LMP2 cars to start making their way down pit road this lap, I expect, from the leaders, as the Williams Esports LMP2 class leader is coming out of the Porsche curves, and we should be able to see here in a few seconds whether or not that is going to be true.
Yeah, we shouldn't have too long to wait here. And interesting talking about those track changes, and certainly with setups for these LMP2s and for any of the cars across the board, it can be said that you set these cars up for different times of day necessarily. You may have a car that runs a little bit better at night. You may have a car that runs a little bit better during these sort of twilight conditions as the sun is going down or coming up, or you may have a car that is just better when the sun is out. Maybe a little bit of a move here from Bowie as he comes down into Indianapolis. Doesn't look like he's going to get it, but big wiggle there though from the 62. But back to point, Kenny, the track temperature, that can really affect on how these cars handle, and you kind of have to pick and choose where you want your car to be set up for the best.
Yeah, it's definitely a factor. Another factor that we will start to get into as we progress through this race is rubber buildup as well on different parts of the racetrack. And, cars handling characteristics will change throughout the race based on rubber, based on temperature. And the setups, as we go into the nighttime, I expect the cars to kind of tighten up a bit with the added grip in the front end. On cold tires, though, they could be a handful and be loose. But here we go, this battle between the Alpine Stars team and the Carbon SimSport. I expect them to come into the pits, and indeed they do.
Calling it perfectly there, as well as the SRC Movano Corsa, Delta Sport Blue, RSR by Budkicker 68, and Race Clutch all coming down pit lane. Looks like the only two cars that are able to stay out here at this point are Pure Sims Esports and Williams Esports Chill Blast. They are staying out right now, so some service coming down pit lane. Kenny, do you expect driver changes here at this point?
Well, I definitely expect the Pike team to remain with their same driver since they just did a driver change last pit stop. We'll have to keep an eye out here. I expect Bowie to probably stay in his race car. It looks like he's going to. Normally when you would see these driver changes, you'd see them right away. And it looks like, I don't think all these teams even took tires as Figuerio is making his way out of the pits. And the Delta Sport Blue team also with no driver change. And we're looking right now at the Geodesic team there making their way out of the pits. So it looks like pretty much some vanilla pit stops here, just regular stops with no driver changes.
Well, all right, in and out and back on their way. 12 minutes ticking down till we hit the 18 hours to go mark, and that has separated out a few of the battles that we were seeing out on track, although it does look like Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing has been able to get back out ahead of Carbon SimSport. So that battle that they had lost out a little bit earlier on, they've been able to jump them in the pit stops. They're going to set their eyes ahead about 10 seconds up the road to Race Clutch to see if they can maybe get themselves back in. Bowie continues to be behind the wheel of that car. Luzak now in the wheel behind that Carbon SimSports car, and it looks like Harry Pipes making the changeover in Brabham Esports. So a driver change there, certainly setting them down a little bit in the pit stops, but that could help keep some good blood in those machines.
Hitting 200 miles an hour, 205 miles an hour before they hit the braking zone there. They both avoid the cone this time. But yeah, this is great to see that they came into pits battling for position, seemed to be on the same strategy, and now here they are racing again at 200 miles an hour down these straights, keeping tabs on one another, and we've got a nice little battle to keep us entertained here while a lot of the field is spread out, and really the main point of interest right now is just wondering when the next caution comes and seeing if these guys knock down that cone on the right hand side. Oh, someone's already knocked it down, but don't worry, one of our marshals will go up and put it back up again. Here they are, right nose to tail. Let's see if we see swap back for positions going down into Mulsanne here, because they do have a bit of lap traffic ahead of them.
Yes, they do, and that is Michelle Spoldy and Carl Sampson. They're going to have to split the difference, calling it Hakkinen and Schumacher as they go down past the Mulsanne straight. There they go into the hairpin. That is a brave maneuver there from Carbon SimSports down to the inside, forcing Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing out wide, and that was a fantastic move.
And to Kenny's point about all that rubber build-off, it's really building outside of the racing line there down at the hairpin. So the 62, as it was kind of forced out on the outside there, going through the hairpin, I was worried they were going to get a little bit of wheel spin coming out, but this battle's not over yet. If it was a final lap, they might have gone side by side there, but it's not. We've still got a long ways to go, so being a bit sensible about it. Kicking up gravel, though, is something you never want to do too much. You never know when you can hit it at the wrong angle and have it spin your car.
Yeah, exactly. And whew, my goodness, I got to catch my breath after that little bit of incident, but it certainly does look like Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing not wanting to wait around. They're going to try to close in behind, but it looks like Carbon Sim Sports has the legs over them as they get past Kapper-Katawaski there, working their way on by the Ferrari GTE. Going down now into the Porsche curves, and we've got some of the LMP1 leaders coming down pit lane. It looks like Precision Racing Esports 111 as well as Pure Sims Esports both coming down into the pits. That is out of 4th and 5th overall.
And again, in LMP2, the Pure Sims Esports car went an extra lap, and it looks like they must be driving a very fast pace out on the track, because they have only fallen down into 2nd place at this point after the pit cycle is complete. So showing some really nice pace, and also early on some good fuel mileage, or a strategy at least to go that extra lap. But yeah, I've been keeping an eye on that 16 car. Remember, they had an issue earlier too. They've been recovering, and they're looking pretty strong now.
Yes, they are, as we watch the number 6 Pure Sims Esports coming in and out of pit lane. Service done there for that Audi as they come back up to speed, working their way around there. I think that's the race clutch machine that goes by Justin Richardson behind the wheel of that number 6 right now. He'll get that Audi up to speed and get it back and cooking past that LMP2 as Pure Sims continues to try to claw their way back up towards the front of the field, working to see what else is going to be left here for these drivers as they go. The battle's really starting to dissipate here, Sam, and this is a little bit more of what we expect in this stage of endurance racing. You see these battles start to kind of spread out after pit stops. Maybe they'll come back together a little bit once everything is said and done.
Yeah, well, this is normally the part during the endurance races at this circuit where we start to think about, okay, they're going into night now. We know what the stories of the day have been so far. Here have been the comers, here have been the goers, here are the fast cars, the ones to watch out for. And then we go into night. And then, you know, in the real world, a lot of people go up to their barbecues and don't necessarily keep eye on all of the racing in the night. And in the morning, when the sun comes back around, we see which drivers are still standing. Now, of course, we're going to be able to cover all of it in case you're not one of those fans who doesn't really like cooking barbecues, but would much rather keep an eye on the race. But the point of it all being is, you know, definitely at the 6 hour point, we've started to get familiar with all the names, all the fast drivers, all the fast teams out here. We have seen some drivers, some teams run into trouble, but a lot of them have just been docked 1 or 2 laps. And we know that at certain points, there'll be caution flags, probably 2 or 3 throughout the night that will give them opportunities to try and get back on the lead lap. And it will be interesting to see when the sun rises again in this virtual iRacing session, which cars and which drivers are left standing for the shootout to the checkered flag tomorrow.
It certainly will, and we've got a little bit of a battle on our hands here as this is Pure Sims and NRS Red Sim Performance Tech.dk. They put an aggressive move there on Pure Sims Esports to be able to take that 7th place position away and move themselves up. That's the 44 machine, an absolutely power move from them, just taking advantage of Pure Sims Esports, using a little bit of that lap traffic in the form of Ronnie Nunez in at that number 71 T3 Motorsports by Mancy Green machine. That was an absolute power move to be able to get themselves up and around. So that is going to demote Pure Sims Esports back into 8th place. NSR Red Sim Performance.dk will be up into 7th place. Working their way through the Porsche curbs right now. Pure Sims Esports, having to back off a little bit there. Discretion proving the better part of valor, Kenny.
Yeah, and right there, that's a tough place to make a pass. You can make it stick if you really have high commitment, but as these LMP1s go through LMP2 traffic through a an area like the Porsche curves, the LMP2s do have some pretty high downforce as well, so it's hard to make a move through an area of that portion of that track. But at the same time, as an LMP1 driver, you really just want to, fly through this traffic as fast as possible and just be efficient with the traffic, and that will obviously be a factor throughout the entire 24-hour event here.
Yeah, indeed it will. And speaking of that 24 hours, well, folks, our 3-hour stint has come to an end. Once again, this has been DJ Clark, Kenny Kibbe, and Samuel Ryman bringing you through these last 3 hours. We are going to hand off everything, and of course, with the help of our director, Robert O'Brien, we are going to hand off everything over to our next team here, and they are going to bring you all of the coverage from the Sport 1 class. But before we do anything else, we are going to go through a run of the top 5 in class here. In the LMP1s, it is the PCS Silver Machine driven by Jan Gorbs that leads the way with a nice 11-second gap, 1 minute gap over the rest of the field. In second place in LMP1, it is Team Fordzilla LMP1 with Juanma Gomez behind the wheel of that machine. Third place, Fabian Scherzig in the Paceworks Esports machine with Ricardo Garoli in the SRC Movano Corsa P1. And rounding out your top 5, it is Teo Suarno in the Blue Flag Racing prototype. And that brings us back to the LMP2 field, Kenny.
Yep, leading in LMP2 right now is the Williams Esports Chill Blast team. They've been relatively dominant so far. The number 16 Pure Sims Esports team has been clawing their way back up through the field and have gotten back up to P2 in line. The SRC Movano Corsa P2 car is in third, the final podium position in class. Fourth place goes to the Delta Sport Blue number 99 team in LMP2, and the final spot in the top 5 running order is the RSR by Butt Kicker number 68 team. And Sam, you have the GTE leaderboard.
Yeah, it got shuffled up a little bit around the last pit stops, but it's the number 67 Fordzilla currently leading, and I think I'll hurry this up because we're having some technical difficulties here. The Altitude Esports number 31 team is currently running second place, but they're about quite a ways back, actually, of our class leader in GTE. Everything in GTE is a bit spread out right now. If you want to be SRT yellow, you got to get behind the number 555 because they're currently third in class. And then the 999 of Leipert Esports, which has definitely had its fair share of action today, currently fourth in GTE. Team Year 1, there we go, currently racing P5, a number 56 car in GTE.
And well, folks, that is going to wrap up our portion of commentary. Once again, on behalf of myself, DJ Clark, Kenny Kibbe, and Samuel Ryman, and our director behind the scenes, Robert O'Brien, we would like to thank you for joining us here. Make sure to hop on over to the next stream because this one will be closing out, and then it will be bringing back around to cover the Sport 1 class, and that will be brought to you by Zach Johnson, pressing button behind the scenes with Justin Prince, Joey Tebbin, and Derek Watson. So thank you so much for joining us here for this stint. I'll be back a little bit later on in the day, and we hope you continue to enjoy the coverage of Majors 24.